Good morning, everyone. How is everybody doing on this fine Sunday morning? Oh, I know it's early. These Sunday ones, these every other week ones on Sunday are always really intense because they're early in the morning and people aren't quite awake. And I know I'm forcing y'all to wake up early on a Sunday when you just wanted to sleep in. But I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Thank you so much for being here. For those who are new here, I am JL, and welcome to Bridge the Divide. This is the bi-monthly or bi-weekly. Randolph Richardson always says every fortnight, but so every 2 weeks we do a live stage where we go to Discord, and I sit up on stage with a bunch of my fellow atheists and agnostics, and we talk to believers about what they believe and why, and this is that stream. So thank you all for coming. I appreciate y'all being here. Apparently it's it's afternoon for some people. There's my little guy. Got there. Fantastic. Well, let's take a look and see who is in the live chat and say hi to everybody. Let me see here. Ardo Rissanen is here. It says, yo, yo, yo. Hit the thumbs up on arrival. Appreciate that, Ardo. And go vote for me for the Face of Horror. I do appreciate that as well. Thank you very much. Let me see here. As a matter of fact, what I can do, I can copy this and I can put it in the live chat. So, yeah, I'm currently trying to go for the Face of Horror. I'm currently in round 4. I made the top 10, and the next round, when the cut to round 5, is going to be the cut to the top 5. So, fingers crossed, and fingers crossed I can avoid all the, I can make it past all the thirst traps, because apparently there are a lot of thirst traps in this contest. So, but I guess we'll find out. But I guess it's really up to y'all. It's up to y'all. So, when it comes down to it. But I thank you for everybody who's voted. I appreciate that. I Heart Dogs here says, I missed it a fortnight ago. I might be late, but fingers crossed. Good to see you here. I Heart Dogs, a member of the Godless Army as well. Thank you so much. Maddie B is here. Another member of the Godless Army. Thank you, Maddie B. So is Donnie Does That. Says, hey, everybody. Good to see you, Donnie. Thanks so much. Fred Edge as well. Both members of the Godless Army. Says, hi, everyone. It's getting late in the land down under, so I might not make it to the end, but I will listen while I kick back, have fun. Try not to let the God people make me angry. Got that, Fred Edges. And good to see you, bud. Thanks so much. I hope you, I think you uniquely would appreciate the new picture that my wife and I did for Face of Horror, which is me up there in the corner. I think that you would have anybody down under would have a special appreciation for that. So, hey, Maynard Saves. Hey, now, good to see you, bud. Thank you so much for hanging out. Sean Galloway's just says, hello, all JL. You awesome. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing quite well. Personally, actually, I'm doing really well, like extremely well, because for whatever reason, I'm not 100% sure. My last video, when I was talking about Brian Holdsworth, just like blew up. And I was not expecting that. Let me, if I haven't gone over to my channel, let me see. Yeah, that's like really, really wild. I have not had a video blow up like that. Like, I don't think ever. I think if I go to my YouTube studio, I think it's still 1 of 10, which is wild. I don't think I've ever done a video that has maintained 1 of 10 past 2 days that I put it out. It always kind of like dips a little bit. So this one kind of blew up. It's already, I mean, I've never hoped to put up those kind of views before. So I'm kind of blown away by, because I was actually really, really concerned about that last video. I was really concerned about it. I thought it was going to be way too deep. I thought it was going to be too long. And I didn't think people were going to really get anything out of it. And it was talking about, like sometimes when you get into really, really deep philosophical topics, people don't really want to hear that shit. They don't want to get lost in the minutiae. They want to get to, the reasoning, they want to get to the heart of things. They don't want to do, like, these metaphysical, things, like, well, let's do a deep dive on Marx. It's like, no. But I thank everybody, all of you out there, for helping to, like, make that video big. I was, like, it shocked me. I was impressed. So thank you all very, very much. So doing great, Sean. Doing great. Cindy Sue is here, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much, Cindy Sue. Appreciate you being here. Mr. Malort as well. Thank you, Mr. Malort, all the way from Chicago. Appreciate you being here. And let me see. Basic Trig is in the house. Good to see you, Basic Trig. It's just prompted me to register my daily vote for JL's Face of Horror. Thank you so much, sir. I do appreciate that. Hopefully we can take that home. Lori Marie is here, member of the Godless Army. Says, hello, everyone. Good to see you. Wrote an last name as well. Another member of the Godless Army. Gabba Gabba to you. Morning, morning. And let me see. Oh, it jumped on me, stupid thing. And but I caught it. Let me see. Oh, thank you, Laura Marie, since I got a free jail. Appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. All right, let me see. Basic Trig was here. Yep, and Mr. 4 Twitch is here. Good to see you, Mr. 4 Twitch. Thank you so much for hanging out. Colin, definitely not Cromwell. Member of the Godless Army is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hey, Randolph's in my chat. What are you doing? Randolph's in my chat, and he's over here at the Discord stage. What's going on here? Randolph's everywhere. Let me see. Dennis78 says this should be interesting. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is very, very interesting. Let me see. Charlie Welch is here, the only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Good to see you, Charlie. Thanks so much for being here. And let me see. Make sure Alice Caffrey's here. Good to see you. Make sure. Angel Rivera's here. Good to see you. Angel says, what up, Bridget Divine? Good to see you. Another member of the Godless Army. And Haley is here. Good to see you, Haley. Love the little song that you sent me. That's very, very cute. Haley Taylor, Deborah's Thirst Demon. It's all good. We just got kicked off, so you haven't missed nothing. And I think I'm all caught up. And Just Call Me Avi is here. Good to see you, Avi. Thanks so much for hanging out, bud. All right, we're looking good. Looking very good. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Appreciate that. So, yeah, but this is pretty much, beautiful day in Georgia. Feels like fall. Hope you and yours are well. Georgia's beautiful country, especially in the fall. All right. Yes, Rodent LSM, you are correct. It's always interesting until Otangelo shows up. All right. So, we are hanging out. We got about 20 minutes until we go live over on the Discord stage, and then we talk to people about what they believe and why. And the thing I have to say that I'm most curious about is the last time I did a stage like this was when, what's his name, the Warren guy showed up. Oh no, what was his name? The guy who sent me the voicemail. The creepy voicemail. So the guy who sent me the creepy voicemail while I was out just before I was traveling east, and I made the little video and shared it. I hope he pops in. I really want him to pop into the chat. Cloud says, "Oh no, we share a monster addiction, careful, bro. We certainly do. This is my morning juice." Very good point, Ardo. Okay, so something that I think needs to. I gotta deafen myself for a second. They're trying to sort something out over there. All right, here we go. So, obviously there were some problems last couple weeks ago when we last did this stage, and hopefully they have been addressed. There have been some new ground rules laid down for the stage where hopefully this does not become the T-Jump show. Because it was not just audiences, but it was also us moderators that were very much like, okay, this is getting out of hand. Because T-Jump has a real problem with jumping into a topic if he feels that the direction of the topic is boring. So if I engage with somebody, or if Randolph engaged with somebody, or Taco, or Amy, or Peter engaged on a certain topic, if it bores T-Jump, he's going to jump in and take it in the direction he wants. That he's going to take it in the direction that he thinks is important. And you know, the truth can be the same. Can be said for me, or for I guess anybody, other people on there. That if if I'm going down, like there's certain paths that I find intriguing and that I think are at the heart of the issue. And sometimes I think that sometimes the conversation kind of meanders and doesn't get to the heart of the issue. But the conversation's only designed to make the other person or make the person on stage look stupid. And be like, this is why your reasoning is wrong. This is why your reasoning is bad. How can you have such bad reasoning? Blah, blah, blah. Instead of doing that, get to the heart of the issue. So, which is why the psychology of it really, really interests me. But the psychology of it doesn't really interest T-Jump. He doesn't care why people believe what they believe. He just wants it's for the entertainment. It's for the clicks and the views. It's to be to hold them up and be like, don't be like this person, you know? But So there were some problems there, and obviously there was a lot of complaints from my chat. There was a lot of complaints from other chats that it was a little out of control. Oh, Mr. Malort, I do apologize. When I'm on StreamYard, I can't see milestone chats. Let me see here. I am not able to see them. So I'm going to pause this real quick, and I'm going to scroll. Mr. Malort, member for 13 months of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Mr. Malort. I do appreciate that. But yeah, when I'm using this, when I stream, I'm using StreamYard. And and unfortunately, super chats show up, but super stickers, super thanks, and milestone chats do not show up. So I have to be on the live chat, but the problem is that when I'm on this, the live chat on the YouTube one is delayed for me. So it's weird. So, but nonetheless, but yeah, I apologize about that. So I will try to keep an eye back and forth, and if I do happen to miss one because of StreamYard, just feel free to let me know. It's not a problem. Let me see. What did I miss? There's Haley, Avi. Yep, Denova28 is here. Good morning. Good morning, Denova28. Big supporter over there at Week in Horror. Thank you so much for being here, Denova. Cloud says, TJ may be used to running his own show. He is. He is used to running his own show. He's got his own Discord channel. He pretty much handles his own, does his debates on Modern Day Debate. He does his thing. He's got his own style. And, he's also got a strong personality. And I guess he has a sense for, I guess, when he thinks that the audience is being bored or he thinks that nothing important is being talked about, he wants to talk about what he thinks is important. This can be, it can save a stage or it can kill a stage. It's dicey, either way you put it. But we put some new rules in place, so hopefully this won't be a continuing issue where we keep running into this. And I think we're engaging some timers as well to try and lessen up the effect. So hopefully it'll run a bit smoother this morning. Fingers crossed. Aaron Reese here says, hello all. I checked under the couch. No God there either. Yep, figures much. He is the hide-and-seek champion of the universe. So, Cuddly Unicorn is here. Says, hi from the future in New Zealand. Good to see you, Cuddly. Thank you so much for being here, bud. And I hope you enjoy my my icon up there in the top for Face of Horror. I know that those from New Zealand and Australia would have a unique appreciation for it. Lucas Vime says, I agree T-Jump can take over, but the problem with these kinds of chats is they try and deal with apologetics, and in the end, it is pointless. True, apologetics is really only intended to keep people who are having doubts in the faith, and the kind of presuppositional apologetics that some individuals engage with, like J. Robin, Darth, and other individuals, is only intended to try and shut the mouth of the unbeliever. That's all it is. It's not intended to convert anybody. They're bad arguments. We recognize them to be bad arguments. They are completely and totally cringe. The only people that would fall for them are the people who are already are primed to believe in this kind of thing. So for believers who may be losing their faith or maybe having doubts, apologetics is designed to keep them in the faith and so they don't stray. That's all it is. And it's designed to make people afraid, and that's pretty much it. So, let me see here. Angel Rivera says, oh, no. So Aaron Reese is getting there with the, yep, kind of flawed, don't you think? It's big time flawed. Rodol's name just don't let JL go off on Greek mythological symbolism. What is the symbolism there? That's true. I do love me some Greek symbology. And there's a big flaw in it. Yeah, absolutely. Colin says, sounds like a bunch of excuses from a beta. Patricia Bradsaw is here. Good to see you. Patricia, thanks so much for hanging out. Cal L. Cool J as well. Good to see you. Says, bit late to the show. Sunday clean day. Hope you're well, Bridge the Fight. Thank you very much, Cal. We just got started, so you're right on time. And I hope you enjoy it. Thanks so much for hanging out, bud. Mr. Malort says, I identify as an atheist, but I do not understand the whole atheist versus agnostic argument. Okay, so the atheist and agnostic argument breaks down much easier when you simply look at the etymology of the words. So in the etymological circumstances, atheist and agnostic. Theist meaning, with God, or, a gods, or with God, and then a no God. So ostensibly, if you're a theist, you have gods. And if you are an atheist, that is the prefix no gods. So there's gods and no gods. Atheist and theist. And then you have Gnostic, which is knowledge, and then you have agnostic, which is without or no knowledge. So that's the easiest way I break it down. Is so that if you are a theist, you possess a belief in God, you believe in gods, and if you are an atheist, you do not believe in gods. And if you are a Gnostic, you know, and if you are agnostic, you do not know. So knowledge and belief, acknowledging these two things as two separate things. That you can hold a belief that is irrational, or you can hold a belief that is rational. If you can say that, but and this kind of goes against the idea of JTB, where knowledge is justified true belief. It's a belief that you know to be true, but that which you believe you can't really choose. So, and of course, if you get in the whole like Gettier cases and stuff like that, but when the reality of it comes down to it, I think that the encyclopedia, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, in my personal opinion, having read through their entire section on atheism and theism and agnosticism like that, I think they muddied the waters. Something as simple as agnostic and atheist should be quite simple in that you don't know and you don't believe. And you don't believe as a result of you not knowing. It's like, I don't know. I can't believe in a God because it's a logical contradiction. In terms, I can't make myself believe in a God anymore than I can climb to the top of a building and jump off and believe I can fly. So, I have no knowledge that this thing exists, and I do not believe that it exists. And then it gets complicated when you bring faith into it. But that's the easiest way I've always seen to break it down. The easiest way to break it down. Let me see. Aaron Reese says, nothing over a $20 bill has come into this house in years. Fred Ed just says, mech wallet. Yep, I love Kevin. He's a good guy. Let me see here. Oh, Aaron Reese says, I forgot to vote yesterday. Well, I guess it's time for seppuku. Oh, no. Let me see here. Let me double check. I'm refreshing. I'm still first in my group. And looks like I'm competing against 4 thirst traps. I still have 4 thirst traps in my group, and hopefully 2 of them will be eliminated when we cut to top 5. And then I'll have 2 more thirst traps to deal with. So apparently that's the competition I'm up against right now. Thirst traps, man. They're going to be difficult. Let's see who else we got here. Atheist Hammer's here. It says, hey, JL, good to see you, Atheist Hammer. I did get your message via the Week in Horror. You can message me directly via Facebook Messenger, so just send me a message that way, and I'll get it that way. It doesn't have to go through the Week in Horror channel, because that means it gets to people before it gets to me. So, yeah, just go ahead and shoot me a message via just normal or you can just catch me on Discord. Just find me on Discord, Week in Horror Discord server. You join Discord, and you can message me directly from there. So that'll work. Let's see. And we got 10 minutes till we go live, so let's see. I Heard Dog says, I do love your Greeks, JL. Thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Oh, man, now I'm in the mood for some fucking dolmas. I'm in the mood for some dolmas now. Damn. I haven't had dolmas in a minute. I live in the middle of nowhere. It is impossible to get solid Greek food here. Like, impossible. So... oh, let's see. Aaron Reese says, wait until you get into agnostic atheism versus direct atheism. So, agnostic atheism, I make the distinction. So, technically, everybody is, depending upon the God. And this is where it gets complicated. It's depending upon the God. Because you could be a Gnostic atheist. Depending upon, I'm a Gnostic atheist when it comes to Zeus. Okay? So I know that thing does not exist. And that is because the logical entailments of Zeus's attributes and the logical entailments of its existence don't comport with reality, and they present a logical paradox, basically a logical contradiction. Logical contradictions cannot exist, therefore Zeus does not exist. And not to mention that there are attributes to it that cannot function and reality be what we observe. So when you look at certain gods, there are gods that you know that don't exist, that you know don't exist. Quetzalcoatl does not exist. Okay, so you are a Gnostic atheist in that. You know it doesn't exist, and you don't believe in it. As far as the Christian God goes, there's so many different mutations of it and evolutions of this God from the very when it was first thought up all the way to today. There's so many different permutations of that God that it really comes down to what it is. So, because they can literally define God into just an unfalsifiable deistic state. So where essentially it's just this metaphysically primary mind that's hanging out somewhere outside of time and space. And it simply acts as the supernatural primary that supports and grounds all things. That is literally deism. That is not the Christian God. That is deism. And that is and then they'll turn around and say, oh, well, then we call that thing God. That's just deism with the Yahweh label slapped on it. Or you could say that God is the big fluffy man, or the big man in the fluffy clouds with a big beard going, you know, like that. If you want to be like Billy Butcher, you can call him a righteous, you know, C-U-N-T, or whatever. But when it comes down to it, you know, depending upon how the God is defined, gods die on the swords of logical entailments. That's where they go. That's how gods are eventually relegated to mythology. The god is thought up, it dies on the swords of logical entailments, it's relegated to mythology. Done and dusted. And that's the same thing with the Christian God. The biblical Abrahamic Christian God is mythology. It can be demonstrated to mythology. We know too much about reality to possibly think that this thing could be a real thing. But it doesn't eliminate the possibility of, like, unfalsifiable hypotheses, sufficiently powerful entities out there, or a sufficiently powerful entity that kicked the football in the universe and then fucked off with no evidence of its existence left behind. That can't be eliminated. That is unfalsifiable. It's irrational to hold on to that, but it's, you know, it's kind of like you can't eliminate the possibility, so if it makes you feel better, go for it. That whole kind of thing. Me personally, I don't hold on to it. I don't accept unfalsifiable hypotheses as explanations for anything, or the supernatural for explanations for anything, just as a methodological naturalist. So, but yeah, it can get kind of hairy. I like to keep it simple because a lot of theists will try to get in the weeds, because then it gets very, very complicated. But you try to keep them simple, you know. Oh, and our dog says, and I don't care. All that. Sorry about that, bud. Let me see. Yes, Atheist Hammer. Awesome. Caught me for a live stream. Yeah, fantastic. Arterissa says, I'm a Dr. Pepper agnostic. It is impossible to know if it is a cola or a root beer, but I am a full Dr. Pepperist. It is delicious. So is Team Skeptic. Team Skeptic is a major Dr. Pepper fan. Oh, let's see. So you're winning Thirst Trap comp? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Fuck it, it's easier being a Christian. Donnie does that. So atheists say nope, agnostics say I'm not sure either way. I would say it would be the best way. It's like, I'm not certain either way. What's the difference between faith and belief? Wait, faith and belief. So, faith is typically defined as belief that is predicated without experiential evidence. So, it's essentially what you're hoping for, regardless of what the evidence or the trend say out. It's like, faith essentially is, I really, really want this to be true, and I want this to happen, and I believe that it will. It's kind of like positive thinking, like you put it out into the world and hopefully it will happen. But yeah, it's kind of like The Secret. So faith is belief without supporting evidence. It's the hope beyond hope. It's the hope for things unseen. Blah 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 blah. If you want to go Hebrews, 1:11, Hebrews 11, or if you want to go, there are many many chapters about it. But when it comes to it, it's belief predicated upon what you desire to be true and not what actually is true. So belief in and of itself, depending upon what school of thought you go with, is typically knowledge is justified true belief. Belief of things that you are convinced of because of the evidence. So, like, you may never have, you may have never, done a gravity experiment, or you may have never, but you know that things fall. And so you don't need to jump out of an airplane in order to understand that things fall when they're released into space, released into atmosphere on Earth. So you believe in gravity because you experience that things fall. You yourself don't necessarily have to fall down. You can see it happening, and then it's explained to you how this happens, and you're like, I get that. That's a belief that you have because you were convinced by the evidence. And so I think the easiest way to nutshell that Typically, where the conflation takes place is in between faith, trust, and confidence. Is that trust and confidence are typically conflated with faith, and because that makes the theist argument easier. Because if you conflate trust or faith with trust or confidence, that implies that what you are putting trust or confidence in exists. Which is why they conflate those two, because there's the direct implication that what they are having confidence in or trusting, is something that actually exists. But they're not. They're not synonymous. Faith is belief in things that have no supporting evidence. Trust, confidence are both evidence-based. They're sliding scales depending upon the evidence of the previous experience and track records and stuff like that. Mr. Muller says, "What is the thirst trap?" That is a typically an online honey who is getting something or is like achieving something or getting something based on TNA, based on their looks alone. Like can I compete? Can me, the horror fanatic, compete with the TNA that's out there? Oh, looks like we're about to get started. So let me run through here and make sure I didn't miss anybody new coming in. Warren OB 1000 Discord politics server. Bridge the divide. Do I call in to convince? How do I call in? We are currently on a Discord server. We are currently in the politics and the politics Discord server. And let me see here. I can do this, and I can do boom, invite, copy link. If you would like to join it, yep, there you go. There's the link for it. You can come and listen live, or you can come in and listen here. So let's get this started. We are about to start. Marcus Dresden, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Oscar, I know you're a thirst trap. Make sure. Benjamin X, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here as well. Smash that like button. Thank you, Rodin Sam. I do appreciate that. Cindy Johnson, good to see you. Good morning. Thank you for being here. And Captain Welshie as well. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that. And make sure I didn't miss nobody else. I got everybody. Fantastic. You guys rock. That server hurts my brain. Well, you can hang out here. Yeah, you can absolutely hang out here, because it does kind of hurt my brain sometimes too. But let's bring up the screen. There we are. What is a thirst trap? I still have that up. Good morning, all. Cool, Oscar. Thanks so much. Wrote no last name's a shit into one hand, praying to the other. See which one fills up first. Bets. Yeah, that's a good point. Hey, Reggio, it's good to see you. Oscar, good to see you. It's me. Hey, Skooma, good to see you. Oh. So. We may have to double check this. I may have not activated the audio. One sec.
Handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Arn Roz, and
there we
generously
go. Sorry about that.
his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it. Taco,
Strawberry cereal bar,
debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life, and he's also our organizer. He will also be managing the queue. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. How is everybody today?
Pretty good.
doing good this morning.
Excellent, and that's excellent. Hi, T-Jump, how are you?
Tired.
Well, we're glad you could make it. I guess I'll bring up our first. I remember Taco was mentioning that it was Russia Defender who was first in the queue, so welcome, Russia
No,
Defender.
last I checked, I don't have to hide my vape on screen. I don't.
Thank you for
it's just
joining
vaping,
us.
So.
And what have you got for us today?
Alright, now let's get some Z's in the chat, man. Alright, so, I wanted to get into two main arguments today, and win another debate. So, the first argument is that in order for your beliefs to have validity, you must have a good standard to do so. And I will demonstrate how my standard for God is better than the standard for natural creation or natural existence. And the second argument is that the people who believe in something, the quality of those people is an indictment upon that ideology. So let's get into it.
I want to start with the validity thing. You said that
Quality
for
of
our
the people?
beliefs to have validity, you need to believe in some foundation. Like, what do you mean? Validity just means
Like,
conclusion
for
follows from
instance,
the premises, right?
You have to have an answer for, like, why is murder wrong, or where do we come from? You have to have a consistent standard, like, of beliefs.
What do you mean by validity? Because validity just means the conclusion follows from the premises. So to have that, you don't need standard. You just need...
Come on, dude, don't play semantics. Let's just get into the argument.
No, this is not. I'm not just like making fun of your not knowing philosophy. I'm literally asking, what do you mean?
He's asking for Russia. He's asking for clarification because he's correct on that. Valid just means it follows from the premises. So, like, whether or not action is, whether or not morals are subjective or not, you could say that the subjective nature of morality is a grounding feature of it. That humans decide, individually and societally speaking, what is and is not moral,
right, so
and that changes.
Standard, yeah.
Huh?
So that would be your standard. That's what I'm saying.
But that is the only determinable standard.
Well, I'm agreeing with that.
So, but go back to T-Jump's question, because T-Jump had a question, and I'm very curious what your answer is.
My question was like, what do we need the standard to do? Because we don't need it to be valid. Like, valid just means the conclusion falls from the premises. Do we need a standard to have it be true or something? Like, what do we need the standard to do?
I'm just arguing it has to be valid first, and I'm saying the atheist worldview isn't even valid, let alone true.
What do you mean by valid? Valid means the conclusion follows from the premises. I don't know what you mean by valid.
Yeah, it's not valid, and here's why. Because the atheist worldview believes that murder is acceptable because,
No, it doesn't.
No, we don't.
No, it does not. No, I don't. No, I personally don't know. As an atheist, I personally decide what I find to be moral and immoral. And unjustified homicide, unjustified killing, I find to be immoral.
Okay, but that's your opinion. Right,
that is my opinion. And guess what? The vast majority of society. Now, if you want to talk about what that's grounded in the fact that as part of our evolution, we are societal animals. We are social animals. And so we also understand through evolutionary game theory that selfish action, like unjustified homicide, unjustified killing of other people, yields negative results long term for the entire species. Why is it negative? Yeah. Because okay, so from an evolutionary game theory standpoint, when you just wantonly kill whoever you want, you take people, number one, first and foremost, you limit the genetic diversity of our species. And that's already a bad thing. Why is it a bad thing? Because when you reduce the genetic diversity of a species, it results in the inability for the offspring to eventually have more offspring, because you eventually get chromosomes that overlap because everybody's related.
Okay, so what? So let's say all
That's a bad
humans-
thing that leads to
No, hold on,
Russia.
no,
Russia.
don't
That's a
monologue.
bad thing
Don't
because
monologue, dude. Let other
Russia.
people
I'm not
speak.
monologuing. That's a
Let
bad
other
thing
people
because it
speak.
leads to
Let
extinction.
other people speak, dude. What
Russia.
I'm
I
saying
mean,
is,
you said why is
you're
that a bad
making the
thing?
claim- No. Let me speak, dude. You're making the claim that genetic diversity.
Yes.
Oh, we're all gonna die out. We're all gonna die out. Well, guess what? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? You don't have a
Because we
standard
don't
say
want
why
to
humans
die
exist.
out.
Why
Because
should
we
humans exist
personally
in your atheist
no
worldview? Why
Russia.
are humans
Because we
valuable?
personally don't want to die out.
There it is. So it's just an opinion. You're going back to
You're
a personal-
right.
your personal
So
opinion.
empathy.
What
Hold on a
does
second.
that
It's like
mean?
Russia. Empathy is an evolved ability.
No.
Okay, our ability to empathize with other human beings is one of the reasons we've survived so long, because we can empathize with other human beings, and then we can literally say, I understand the pain and the fear that other people feel because I can empathize with them. And so then I therefore go out to mitigate that or eliminate the pain and fear that other
You don't
people
have
feel.
to empathize with them, though. You
No,
don't
but
have to.
what we do naturally, we've evolved this
Why?
way.
That's not true. Some
That
people
is
don't.
very true. Why do you think this species still exists?
But I still never got an answer to my
It doesn't
question.
matter
like-
whether humans exist or not. Though. There's no reason for humans to exist under your worldview.
Well, no. There's no. The reason that we exist, like the mechanistic reason why human beings exist, is because we evolved into the niche that we filled, and we happen to outlast all of our cousins, all of our related cousins. Oh, we're the only surviving member of the Homo genus. All of our other cousins are all dead. So we
Okay, why is it
outlasted
better to
them.
be dead than alive?
Wait,
Why
can,
is that
can I
better?
jump in here? Because I'd like
Yeah, he's
go back
suffering.
to,
Though.
like-
Go help him. Go ahead.
So most professional atheist philosophers believe in objective morality. Like you can have morality without a god. You can have objective morality without a god. Like most academics don't
Okay,
agree
how?
with J.L. Warren, but I don't understand what your point was initially, where you said you need an objective standard for your position to be valid. Like again, that doesn't make sense.
You're
What exactly
derailing.
do you think? Well, literally the first thing you said. You need an objective standard for your position to be valid, but you still didn't explain what that means. So,
Agreed,
Talking about
historical
morality,
philosopher.
Don't derail. So what I'm saying.
No. You have to.
There's no
I
objective
started with
standard.
Russia,
question.
he's
Why
not
atheism
derailing. He's
or
addressing your
morality?
point.
No. I asked a question first before you got off this tangent on subjective morality, which
Well, I don't
literally
really care.
doesn't matter.
I was talking to J.L. Warren. And
No,
you're
no.
interrupting.
I asked you a question. You have to answer it.
What's your question?
What
Go
do
ahead,
you
my son.
mean when you say that you needed an objective standard for your position to be valid? You can
to
have
be
it.
able
We
to
can.
justify-
Anybody can make up an
So
objective
you
standard.
have to be
That's
able
easy.
to
But
justify that your standard is consistent.
what does that mean? Like,
Meaning
consistent
that it
means.
can't be contradictory. It can't not make sense.
Okay, well, those are two different things. So, one, logical contradictions are easy to show as long as it's not like a round square. You have a non-logical contradiction. Platonic objects are an objective moral standard with no logical contradiction. But why do you think you need this? What do you think you need this to do?
Because if you don't have an objective
Agreed,
standard
Benjamin
that
X.
is consistent, you don't have any basis to defend your positions.
Sure, I do. I can say I think, therefore I am. That's a very good way to ground my knowledge. I don't need an objective
No, that's
standard of.
stupid.
How is that stupid? How
What-
is
Because
I
you could
think,
be a
therefore I
brain
am
in a vat.
stupid?
As Matt Dillahunty said, you could be a brain in a vat.
Sure, I can, but that doesn't matter.
How does that? How is that even relevant?
Yeah.
No.
Anyhow,
So
How
so-
is anything he just said
wait,
relevant?
wait,
I was talking
wait.
about morality, and he wants to,
Yeah.
go off in this tangent.
no. I was
So here's the
asking
thing,
about
Jay,
your original
here's
question.
what I'm saying.
Whoa,
What I'm
bro.
saying
You got to answer my
morality
question.
has to be objective,
Stop.
and he can't
Stop.
show there's objective morality.
Because there isn't objective morality. From my
Yes, there
perspective,
is.
the way I see it, there is
So
no
is rape
objective
wrong?
morality.
Is rape wrong?
I
Yes.
believe that it
You
is,
believe
yes,
that, but
because
is
it does
objectively wrong?
harm to society and it
No,
reduces
but is it
well-being.
Objectively wrong. Objectively.
Whoa, we have to stop going down these just inane rabbit
it's
holes.
a direct
No,
question.
stop,
It's a
Russia,
direct
stop,
question. You
stop,
gotta answer that.
stop, Russia.
No,
There
no,
is
no,
objective
no.
morality.
J.L. Warren, answer that question.
Stop. Russia, there is objective morality. I agree there is, but that literally, you've made no point. You've said nothing but
But he
gibberish the
doesn't.
entire time.
So again, you're
Stop. I don't
interrupting,
care. I
but
don't
I'm
care.
asking a direct
You
question
need
to J.L.
to
Warren.
stop. Holy shit.
Stop interrupting
You
me.
need
I'm
to
asking
make
J.L.
a
Warren. I'm not
coherent
asking
point.
you.
I don't care.
Okay,
You
I don't
didn't
care
answer
either.
my
So
question.
J.L.
I
Warren,
asked the first
is
question.
rape objectively wrong?
I asked the first question. You need to answer
Okay,
it.
he wants to run away.
What exactly?
I'm not running away. T-Jump did ask the first question, and he's entitled to an answer.
So
I've
what
answered it like
you
5
need?
different times. He doesn't
You
like the
haven't
answer.
made. You haven't answered it once. Shut up and answer the question, Russia. How exactly do you need an objective standard for your position to be valid? You haven't made an argument yet. All you've said is
If you don't have an
gibberish.
objective standard, then it's just your opinion. There you go. Happy now?
And it's just
What-
God's opinion. Yeah, I don't
what
understand
difference
how this
does that make?
convinces us that God is real. There's no objective theist standard. Like
What
if
is
you
objective?
say,
Because
as
all
in,
of reality
it
revolves around
transcends
God.
the subjective mind. So, for example, do you think murder is wrong in all scenarios.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's go to Noah's Ark. So, do you think that God drowning everyone is objectively moral?
That's justified completely. Yeah.
I mean, you're
Wow.
a moral monster. I don't know what else
If
to
God
say. We don't
creates-
want to
if God
believe in your
creates you-
God, even if he
Nope.
did exist. We'd be
If
against
God
him.
creates you, he can get rid of you anytime he wants.
No,
So
that's
you
not that. That
support-
is not
It's
the way that
murder
works.
For God, man.
Wait,
It's
so
not
you
murder
s-
for God.
So you support abortion? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Nope. We should arrest women who do abortions.
There you go. God is a moral monster. We should arrest. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't,
yeah,
you don't
Russia-
see the hypocrisy?
Russia,
Nope,
giving
I don't.
assuming that a creator has that level of power when that creator has given what in your worldview is literally free will to its own creation, when it gives the ability to choose and the ability to think and rationally assess a situation and critically analyze evidence, when it gives all that but then turns around and that's literally a double standard. And so you
No, it's
can't
not.
say,
Just keep
yes it
throwing
is.
out, man.
Yes it is.
Here's
You're
the
simply
reality.
saying
No,
that
no,
God
no,
has the right to do this because God is the biggest most powerful bully in the universe, and it can do whatever the hell it wants.
First of all, yeah, he is the biggest bully,
And that's not moral.
problem. How is that not
Well,
moral? You don't have a standard.
That makes
You
it
don't
a
have standard,
monster.
It's immoral. It's just your
One
opinion.
sec. One sec.
Why
The
is it
bigger problem
immoral?
there, that's subjective. So you literally just defined, like, objective means
No, what's your
stance
standard?
independence. Wait, shut up. So objective means stance
No, why is it wrong?
independent. Shut up, Russia, dumbass.
No,
Objective
dumbass, why
means
is it wrong?
stance. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm just going to kick you off the stage. Shut the fuck up.
Answer.
Objective means stance independent.
Mhm.
Dumbass. And if you just said your morality is dependent on the stance of God,
This is where
that's
T-Jump
by
and I
definition
diverge, is because
subjective.
he's
saying
right.
you don't
Objective
have
means
an
stance
objective
independent,
standard. You
which
just
means that
destroyed
regardless
your
of your
own dumbass
feelings,
argument.
it is true.
If you
Regardless
need
of
an
your
objective
power, it is
standard,
true.
and your standard
And you
is
can't make it
stance
not true.
dependent,
So,
morality
if
based on
God
which
can
one to
decide what
be,
is,
you don't
then
have
it's
an
subjective to
objective
God,
standard. It's a
if God
subjective
exists.
standard.
So,
You've debunked your own argument, kiddo.
Nope. So listen, my son. Here's the reality. The reality
Saying
is because
nope
all
doesn't make it
existence-
true.
Nope,
You
nope,
just-
nope, nope. Because all
Yeah,
of
you
existence
just
was
got
created
blown.
by God, and all of laws are created by God, and everything is under God. By definition, anything God does or says is
What does that have to do
objective
with it being
because
stance
there is
independent?
no
Just not
objectivity outside of God. So again,
does.
No.
if God is an
Again,
agent, it can't be
you're wrong.
objective.
means
Come on, dude.
stance independent. That's what the word means. So how is it stance independent if it comes from a mind?
why is God evil? You have no standard.
Didn't say that. Answer the question. Objective means stance independent. God is stance dependent. Therefore, it's not objective, right? Basic logic.
It
Definitions. learn
means
the
you
technical
love a
words.
dictator. It doesn't mean that it's moral or objective. It's
don't-
just like he could kick your ass, therefore it's moral. That is not
It's justified,
objective.
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a
and-
moral
let's
monster.
actually address the
That's not
argument. So his
monster, man.
argument was that objective needs to be objective.
But what's your
Based on
standard for
God
saying it's
isn't
wrong? What's
objective.
your standard?
I can make up any standard I want. The point is your
That's
standard
the
I just proved is
problem.
wrong.
It's just
Wait,
your
stop,
opinion.
Stop,
You
Russia.
just don't
Stop,
like
Russia.
God.
Your standard is subjective. I just proved your standard was subjective. You have nothing.
No, you don't have a standard to justify.
Actually, T-Jump, he brings up an interesting deal because he says you essentially said you just don't like God. Okay, this is what Russia. This is where the problem hinges, is because we don't believe that a God exists. Okay, so you need to be able to convince us that this God exists before you can even make an argument that the saying. Otherwise, you're just begging the question. So you
No, we
need to
already
be
know
able to
that.
demonstrate that
That's
this.
self-evident.
You need to be able to demonstrate that this God exists. Because if it was self-evident, then we would all know it and we would all believe it.
I'll give you an argument for God. Here you go. So
Thank
here's
you.
an
Okay, here we go.
An argument for God is that if you look at the people who support God and you look at the people who don't support God, look at the qualities and traits and knowledge of these people, it's clear. The Christians, the Muslims, the Jews, they're intelligent, they're strong, they're fast people, and the atheists are like soy neckbeards. That's one of the arguments. The second
Going based
argument,
off of you,
the
you don't know
second
what valid
argument
is.
is
Okay,
that
so we're at
objective is.
15 minutes,
Teleological argument.
and nobody here is convinced, and you've resulted
I
to
won. Let's go.
insulting people. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Thank you for coming up. And
Sorry, hang on a sec.
Oh,
I just
sorry.
want to. I think we should just do a little bit of commentary on that. I have one observation.
Freaking emotional
to make,
appeal, man.
Or to share about what came up there.
Hey, Raven Dark Star, good to see you.
Sorry, there.
Oh my God, Satan took
He
him.
said, yeah, I'm sorry, I dropped a spoon here. They had the fellow had just said that all women who get abortions should be thrown in prison or should be arrested or charged or something, and as if that's a bad thing. And then later he's saying that all the laws came from God. So it seems that God didn't put in this law to make abortion illegal. How interesting.
I've got the
He's got a
volume
lot
on
of
it
problems
maxed.
with his arguments, it sounds like to me.
Ardo.
And Tom Jump, you were really going at him there and tearing his argument down. Was there any final thought you had on that one?
I think we should actually have them explain what they mean before trying to address their points, because his very first sentence literally didn't make sense. That you need an objective standard for your position to be valid. That sentence.
Hey,
doesn't
Dr.
make
Nimrod,
sense.
good to see you. It's been a
Like,
minute.
ask, what do you mean by this sentence until he actually makes it clear an argument? Don't go down rabbit holes.
Yeah.
Because it's just doesn't. There's no. You can't win if he hasn't told you what he means.
That's actually a really good point. We
Yeah.
should ask for clarification in these kinds of circumstances. I agree.
I am. Go ahead,
no.
Amy. No, go ahead,
No,
Amy.
you
I'm
He's got
sorry.
the
Sorry.
master of clarification coming up next, Tangelo.
Like I
I
say-
invited him up.
I will
So-
say it was interesting to get to the heart of it, in that it was all predicated on him begging the question that God exists, because for all of this to exist about God has to exist in the first place, and he just assumes that it does, and he wasn't able to demonstrate it because his justification for God existing was atheist or not. No, I don't like atheists was his justification. So.
And I just want to say it can't be an objective moral standard that leads to God, because there are atheists that have objective moral standards and subjective moral standards. I thought his objective moral standard was very subjective. As soon as we took it off of God and
Excellent
just
point,
to women,
Angel.
all of a sudden we had to jail them, but we apparently couldn't jail
Bitburg
this God.
Bonzo,
And
good to see
the
you.
last argument he got out was, I'm gonna call it argument a la neckbeard. Like, just because you think that atheists don't lift is not an argument for why God exists.
Well,
And so,
neckbeards
yeah.
can lift, to be fair.
Indeed. But yes, it was just a very weird argument towards the end. But yes, hi, Otangelo.
Yes, hello everyone.
Good morning.
Do you even protein, bro?
Yes, proteins
what-
are
what-
my world. I like to talk
What-
about
That's a
proteins.
good one. That's a good one, not Angela. I like it.
Yeah, we should quote Otangelo on that. Proteins are my world. I love that. That's great.
So what you got for us,
Okay,
Tangelo?
So the framework upon which we are disagreeing constitutes in the theistic world there is an entity which is eternal, powerful, and in special intelligent. And in the no-God world, there is no pre-existing intelligence, no agent which supposedly explains our existence. Okay, can we all agree on that?
Sure.
So I want to ask you this. Let's suppose that you see a house and a scaffold which is being constructed to build that house, and you see
Otangelo, sorry, I was muted. I disagree with that. If you say in your worldview that there's something intelligent, then explain to me how killing off all forms of life on the planet during the flood as an intelligent solution to people disobeying said God.
Oh, that
Yeah,
wasn't technically a part of his argument. He was just asking,
Yeah.
can we agree that the debate is between theists think there is a big mind before the universe, atheists think there is not. That was his first question.
But he did say intelligence. So let's establish this intelligence, please, before we
It's not,
continue.
because that wasn't his question. That's fine. There's two separate questions.
But it's my question to him.
He hasn't made his question yet. So he was just asking us, do we understand the debate is theism, atheism, theism thinks there's a mind, atheism doesn't. He was asking this to us.
right. If I am saying
I
intelligent,
still disagree with the intelligence, so I would love to have Otangelo.
You need to let him make
explain-
his argument. You need to let him make his argument.
T-jump.
first.
T-jump. This is my question to Otangelo.
He was not done making his argument. We need to let him go first, Peter.
I was
Hey,
muted.
guys,
I was
both of you.
muted. I apologize for being
Yes.
muted.
Peter, stop.
Yeah.
T-Jump, T-Jump's right. We need to let Otangelo finish his argument, and then both of you, we can get to your questions. T-Jump did talk first with Otangelo, so we'll get to T-Jump's question first. Thank you.
I didn't have a question. I
okay.
wanted to let Antangelo finish. That was it.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, I was the first to ask a question.
Okay, that's fine. Then you'll be first after Otangelo speaks.
Okay.
okay, when we are talking about intelligence, I'll quote here. That is the ability to use memory, knowledge, experience, understanding, reasoning, imagination, and judgment in order to solve problems and adapt to new situations. Now, let's suppose that
That includes several animal species, right?
Let's let him finish, Peter.
okay. So
Just
when we
clarifying
see
question.
okay, so when we see a house to be built, and we use a scaffold in order to build the wall and then to paint it, and then in the end that scaffold is disassembled anymore, in the entire building process there is intelligence involved. People which construct the scaffold and construct the wall, paint the wall, and then deconstruct the scaffold. In that entire process, intelligence is involved. Now let's suppose that you arrive at the building site and you see no workers, no operators, you just see an unfinished house and an unfinished scaffold, and you have to make sense of that situation. Then I think we all can agree that it can be logically inferred that in the past somebody with intelligence had to create that state of affairs, that wall.
No,
that
we don't
building,
have. We don't have to infer that. We know how houses are being built, so we know what is going on just by laying eyes on what is happening at that time.
Right.
Because
It's the
of our
watchmaker.
previous experience.
It's the watchmaker
Yeah, it's the
fallacy. The universe and life in and of itself, or the world, if you want to just lump it all together in one category, is not analogous to a house. So
No.
that's basic Hume, is that the two things are not analogous. So I
And if
wouldn't that because I have experience of humans building houses or intelligent, and humans are intelligent building houses. I'm not going to assume that I would actually look and say, oh, people are building a house and they're not done because people are building them. I wouldn't say intelligences are building the house. So,
and if I
but
could just
Exactly.
separate those
Yeah.
out really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead,
It
Amy.
is that houses are artificial. They need an actual intelligence to make them, and then humans,
Yeah.
as far as we
They-
can tell, all of life is naturally arising.
The houses don't grow in nature. Houses don't have sex and multiply. So yeah, we know all of this.
That'd be very
It's a bad
very
argument.
That'd be very helpful if they did, because we have no
Yes.
homeless problem.
oh man, that'd be so easy. But yeah, if they're that's the big thing, is that they're not analogous. Is that a house or any other type of structure that we can build? These are not analogous to like cosmic, stellar formation. They're not analogous. So it's inappropriate to judge the two on the same merits.
Well, so the way I-
So
I
go
would-
ahead, Otangelo. Sorry.
Oh, Angela, I want to say, I agree. I agree with you.
make my argument. I mean, I've still not even finished to make my argument. And JL, you don't know
But
what I want.
Angelo,
to
we
compare.
know what
as
argument you are
situation.
making, so we're just cutting off short because that saves everyone time, and we can give you more time, and we can give other guests more time. So that's
Peter,
the only
so
reason why we do
advance-
this.
Okay, so Peter, advance please what my argument is.
You're going to make an analogy where we see houses being built and therefore deducted that an intelligence is necessary. Therefore, for the universe, there had to be an intelligence in order to create it. Or your favorite argument, we see life, we see DNA. Therefore, we need someone who has coded the DNA. We need a coder. You always have the exact same argument. I'm going with the second one on this. You're going back to your original one-trick pony argument. You don't know how abiogenesis happened, therefore God. Am I
Right,
correct?
So no, you are not correct, and I expected that you would not be correct because I'm going
Okay.
to make an argument which I've not made before. Okay, but
Well,
you all
you can cut down on the details of the house building and go to what you were going to say after that.
Well, maybe before I provide the analogous situation in nature and in biology, Peter, can you explain to me if you have ever discovered a state of affairs where a wall and the scaffold to build the wall had a natural, non-intelligent, unguided origin?
I do.
No, because we know how
I
walls are
do.
being built. We also know that not for every wall a scaffolding is needed. Because if you're not going to build a tall wall, you don't need any scaffolding at all. You can just build it.
Right,
So,
but when
there's
you
actually-
see,
I'm still waiting for where you're going with this argument. Can I
Yes,
ask what the purpose of this argument is? What's the analogy that is going to follow from this?
I do want to
Yes, but-
mention quick that there are actually tons of natural walls that have natural scaffolding, like the White Cliffs of Dover, that form naturally. So yes, we do have scaffolding and walls, both that form naturally without any designer all the time in nature.
Okay, but when you have a wall of a house and you see actually the scaffold which was necessary to build that wall, and then you have also the observation of the disassembling of that scaffolding, especially when the scaffold is inside the house, and obviously you will not remain that house with the scaffold inside, you have to disassemble it. And
Yeah.
that is an intelligently driven process where people with intelligence, they
agree.
disassemble that scaffold. Okay.
Well, no,
I
that's
fully-
the
I fully-
reason.
I fully agree that
One
that's
sec,
an intelligence.
One sec, Peter. One sec.
Hold
so,
on,
so
hold
there's
on.
actually natural
T-jump.
cases.
We-
One second. I want to be
T-jump.
quick
No,
with this.
no,
Peter.
No, T-jump.
I've given you a
read
lot
the
of
new
time to
rules.
talk here.
T-jump.
I
Read
was
the new
starting on
rules.
this. I was starting on this. So I started first on this one. So there
No,
are natural.
Hey.
You interrupted me.
Peter, let T Jump talk real quick, and then you can comment after T Jump.
Why are we having new rules if they're not going to
This is
be
not in the
enforced?
rules. Shut up, Peter. I need like 5 seconds. Please just shut up. So there are natural cases where there is scaffolding that builds a wall, and then the scaffolding is removed like salt. So salt can be a scaffolding. It dissolves in water, and so the salt can be used to build a stalactite or a wall of some kind. And then the salt can be dissolved in water, removing the scaffolding. There are natural occurrences of this happening, so we don't need intelligence for that.
I give you
That is
that,
not-
T-Jump, but that will not be my.
That
my
has nothing to do with the argument Otangelo presented, but I'm
It
curious.
literally
Otangelo.
does. He literally said you required scaffolding to build a wall, and then the scaffolding's removed. That
No,
indicates
that's
design.
not
But
what
I
he
just
said.
proved you didn't. That's literally what he said, Peter. Oh my God, stop talking.
T-Jump, I
Otangelo,
can even
continue.
give. Yeah, actually, T-Jump, I can even give you that example which you just gave. But when you have actually a blueprint or an architecture plan which instructs how to build a wall and as well how to build the scaffold itself, and then you have the process of building it, and you have also a manual which explains precisely how to remove that scaffold and
But
leave.
now you're adding on a lot of things, Otangelo. I would really like to go to your original argument, because now you're adding on blueprints and you're adding on all kinds of things to your original argument that you didn't add in the first time. So I would really like to go to, we see a house being built, we see scaffolding, we see people taking the scaffolding down after the house is being built. So let's get to your argument from there.
Yeah, Peter, I tried to define it more because T-Jump brought up that example with salts.
Yeah, that's
but
why.
But my
Yeah, but that has
argument
nothing to do with
actually-
building a house, right?
Well, that's why I am actually specifying what I am talking about. And I am talking about
Okay.
this state of affairs where it is a blueprint which directs the making of the scaffold and the walls, and then also the disassembling of the scaffold, which is a directed process based on that blueprint on these instructions. And my question is that the state of affairs, both the origin of the blueprint, the instructions, and the assembly and disassembly process, could that have a non-intelligent cause and origin?
No, because we know how blueprints are being made. We know what blueprints are necessary to build a house. We know, I don't think there are blueprints to assembling scaffolding, but maybe there are. I don't care. We know scaffolding is man-made. We know that man made the instructions to build it, as it made the instructions to build a house. And so all of that we can just go back and we can see that in every stage of its development, from the blueprint being made until the house being built. That involves not just one intelligence, it actually involves multiple intelligences, because the people who are making the blueprint are not the people who are constructing the scaffolding. They're not. They're not making. They're not making the aluminum pipes that are involved in it. They're not sawing the wood planks that people walk on. Then we've got other people who construct the stones and the mortar that the house is being built of. We've got electricians who install the electrical system. So it's not just one intelligence that is being applied here. There's multiple. There's thousands of people involved in the process of a house
Afraid,
being built
good.
today, just building off of previous inventions, previous experiences. So, yeah, we've got a lot of intelligence going into building a house.
Yeah, Peter, I agree with you fully on what you just said, but it is perfectly conceptualizable that one person would have the power to invent both the blueprint drawing, making it. I'm as machine designer, I could do that, and then eventually, and I have worked in the factory to actually construct the things which I have designed, so I could eventually do both things, right? So that is not something
Well,
which
you
would
can
be impossible.
you can design a complete electrical system for a factory.
No, I am saying
You know what kind of circuit breakers you need. You know what kind of wiring you need. This I'm going somewhere with this. You know all of that, Otangelo?
Well, Peter, let's just take a very simple.
Do you know how to construct let's say a truck that needs to bring you the material there? Do you know how a truck works? How it's constructed?
Yeah, in order to address what you just said, Peter, I think it is perfectly conceivable that the same person which made a simple blueprint, let's say it's a simple construction, then also actually made the 3D device based on that blueprint. There is nothing.
I'm just saying that you can make a blueprint. That doesn't mean that you know how to build a wall, what mortar to use, what stone to use in order to overcome several forces. You don't know that.
Well, actually, the answer
I know several people who I know an architect who.
What does this have to do with the argument?
What I'm trying to say is that is not one intelligence. It's multiple people with specific fields that they're good at.
Hey,
what is the value of the argument?
I'm going somewhere with this.
Where? Tell me where. You've been going somewhere for like 5 minutes and it's gone nowhere.
And then after Peter, I want to ask a question.
Yeah. So,
Peter, sorry, Peter. Peter, we need to wrap this up in a couple of minutes. So if you can try to nip this in the bud, that'd be great because it has gone on for a while.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to know where Otangelo, where we're going with this.
I'm not going to be able to get it in there because
we're going to one.
Ostensibly, the biggest problem is it's still not analogous because a blueprint, by its nature, is designed to make one thing, and no matter how many times you use that blueprint, you make the same thing over and over and over again. This doesn't work in genetics or in evolution or in the creation of life because each offspring is not an identical replicant of its parents. So it constantly is changing and evolving. It's constantly changing, and that through those process changes are made to the morphology, and that's essentially evolution as different alleles are selected for. So it's not analogous. It's not a blueprint because that would be a blueprint for each individual specific individual thing. Which
this is equivalent to.
Let's go with that. Where are the blueprints? Where are the blueprints for Earth?
Peter, can I finish the argument without you interrupting me?
I just want to speed it up a little.
Yeah, okay, but you talked for 10 minutes and I've not had time even to make my argument. I've not made my argument yet.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, analogously, we see that information stored in a genome directs the making of viruses. Viruses, they have a capsid shell which stores the DNA, which then is injected in the host. And that capsid shell is equivalent to a house or the walls of a house. That capsid shell is made by proteins which first assemble to form a scaffold, And based on that scaffold, then the capsid shell itself is constructed. Once that capsid shell is constructed, then there are other proteins which are called proteases, and they destruct that scaffold, and it is then removed from the inside of that capsid shell. And the proteases themselves, they also self-destruct themselves and are then expelled from the inside of that capsid shell. Once this has happened, then a DNA motor is attached to the capsid, and it starts.
We're getting very far from the start. So let's start with the blueprints for the proteins. Where can we find those?
In the genome. Do you find the information?
No. I mean, the genome is constructed from the proteins, correct?
Yes, proteins
Okay,
make DNA.
so before we get the genome, we have to have proteins. So where are the blueprints for the proteins?
Yes, this is a good catch-22 problem, Peter. You need DNA to make proteins, but you need proteins to make DNA. What came first?
Exactly. So you say
Thank
you
you for
have the
making my
answer because that's
argument.
no. You
Yes,
said
you're
this is
making my argument.
you
had
said
to
this is
combine
analogous.
together.
So no, hold on. Let me try and finish. You
Your
said
last
this is
comment,
analogous to. Yeah, this
This
is
is-
analogous to building a house. So I'm curious. We have with a house, we start with the first things first, right? We start with the first blueprints to make the first things first. So
Peter, this is
provide
your
us
last question.
with.
Okay. This is your last question because we do need to
I'll
move
make
on.
this
So
my last question because he will not be able to answer it. Where are the blueprints for the proteins that will then later on will construct DNA? Where are the initial blueprints?
It is literally what is stored in DNA, Peter. The information.
No, you
stored
don't
in
have DNA. You don't have DNA yet. You only have proteins. The proteins are used to build the DNA. So from these proteins, where are those blueprints in nature?
Yeah, Peter, I really appreciate that you are making literally my case. My case is that proteins and DNA.
I'm making
and
your
actually
case
the- yes,
in
can I finish,
the
please?
fact
Can I
that
finish,
you're
please?
not.
Can I
You
finish,
pretend
please?
to have
Can I
you pretend to
finish,
have a
please?
blueprint,
Can
but
I
you don't
finish,
have the
please?
initial
Can
blueprint.
I finish, please? Why are you
Sure.
constantly interrupting, Peter?
Yeah,
I
Peter,
was
come on.
Because
please.
you're trying
I
to get
was-
away.
No, don't justify it. Please don't interrupt him.
Okay. My case is that if you are questioning what came first, then I say, of course, both had to come together. DNA had to come together, created with the proteins, because they are interdependent. You need
Okay.
proteins to make DNA. You need DNA
Okay,
to
I'll make it easier for you. Where are the blueprints?
Why are
where
you
are the
interrupting
blueprints
You
for
had your
again?
last
atoms?
Why
question.
are
You
you
had your last
Peter, you
question.
are interrupting
Why-
again.
Yeah, because he's not answering my question. He's
Because
answering the
you're
question
talking
that
for
he
10
would have
minutes,
liked me to
but
ask.
So
Nobody's
let
He's
him
not
address
answering my
that,
question.
point that out, and then we'll move on.
Okay, can I have the final word without being
Yeah,
interrupted?
continue saying what you were saying.
Okay, you need proteins to make DNA. You need DNA to make
See.
proteins.
And
You
that
need
is
the
wrong. And I see that
information
people,
stored in
he's
DNA
functionally
to make
wrong
the
in there
scaffolds
and
to make
fundamentally
the,
wrong in there. You are correct. Just
capsid
call me
shell
Avi.
of viruses.
RNA is the
You
key
need
because
information
RNA
to
functions like
disassemble
proteins,
the
results in DNA
scaffold. You
synthesis,
need
which
DNA to
is which
inform
results
how
in
to make
protein
the
chains.
proteases which
So
self-destruct
proteins are
themselves.
dependent upon
You
DNA.
need
DNA is dependent
information
upon
to make the
RNA. And if you
DNA
go, that's why
motor,
the RNA,
which
the
then,
red clay RNA synthesis hypothesis is the
inserts
prevailing
DNA
one.
into the
Is the prevailing
capsid.
hypothesis
This is
for
all an
abiogenesis.
information-driven process, and both things had to come together and be created.
Yeah,
by
RNA comes first.
intelligence.
You are
That is
correct.
equivalent to the construction of a house, which requires
It
a
isn't.
scaffold.
Can I just make
It-
a little bit of a
it
counter
isn't
to that?
because-
Oh, Peter, can I
it
just
isn't
make a
because-
little bit of a
Yeah,
counter?
Peter,
my last remark.
Peter,
my
we
last
gotta,
remark,
Peter,
and
we
then
gotta
I'll let
wrap
it-
it. We gotta wrap it. Let Amy ask her question real
Yeah,
quick.
my last remark, and then I'll let it go. This isn't analogous because you skip everything from the initial stages, from the basic building blocks. All of that you skip because you have no answer for that, Otangelo. You have some kind of intelligence who did not leave you the blueprints for those. That is why I wanted to go there. That is why I wanted to point out that you have no answer other than I don't know. And this is your dishonesty that you will not address the point. So I'll concede.
I have
and
to
I'll-
say, I
I'll
actually,
let others talk.
I think
Well,
Peter
I
was
just
a little,
also
Peter was a
wanted
little
to.
disingenuous
This
going
is
into this because he
irreducible
automatically just
complexity.
assumed,
I thought
you
it
know,
was going watchmaker, but in the end, it ended up being that things like the flagellum on the sperm are irreducibly complex because they work like a motor. That is not true. They are not irreducibly complex. Evolution works by adding small changes.
You are correct,
over
Aaron.
time.
He's
You
abusing
don't
language
need
is what he's
big
doing.
mechanisms. Like an eyeball, you just need a very light sensitive piece of biology or an organ to actually snowball into the complex eyes that we have today. And so I would really need some sort of source that would actually confirm that we are artificial and not naturally arising.
Actually, I think neither of those actually address the point. Ontangelo didn't make an irreducibly complex argument. He said that there's evidence
towards
of
the end.
blueprints. It's an argument from analogy. So he's making an argument from analogy that when we see a blueprint and a scaffolding and a wall, we can infer intelligence. And so here, the DNA and the proteins and the RNA, those are kind of like scaffolding.
I really want to
walls,
see
therefore we can also
Otangelo
infer
debate Forrest
intelligence. So it's an argument
Valkai
from
and get
analogy.
wrecked.
But blueprint is an abstract representation of something. DNA isn't an abstract representation of something. It's a physical pacemaker. So they're not analogous. If DNA was actually an abstract representation of something else that was being made, then yeah, I'd agree. It would be like a blueprint, but it's not. Blueprints are abstract.
Yeah, let me answer to that, teacher.
Well,
the
hold-
DNA molecule
I also
itself.
just because comment on that, it was a watchmaker argument up until he started talking about motors, in which it did become an irreducibly complex. Because it was like an entire watchmaker argument up until then.
No, that was still a argument for analogy. He wasn't saying it was irreducibly complex. He was just saying it was like a blueprint. So it was an analogy.
So you are not claiming on Tangelo that things like the flagellum, they don't have analogous type of motors to a artificial system?
Again, there's two arguments there. I agree.
I
would
agree.
make that argument,
Two
but that's not the
arguments.
that's not the argument he's making in this instance. He would believe that he doesn't. He does make that argument, but that wasn't the one he made when he said
Exactly,
those words.
Ardo.
Then maybe we shouldn't try and have an analogy to a motor and trying to compare those two things, because that is an irreducibly complex argument.
No, not every analogy to a motor is an irreducibly complex argument. You can make an analogies for motors to design by analogy to a blueprint. It's perfectly legitimate. But Tangelo, go ahead.
So it's
Yeah, I
a
would-
watchmaker argument, not an irreducibly
Hey,
complex argument.
Peter, check your DMs real quick.
Yes, it's more like a watchmaker argument because he's making the analogy to a blueprint.
Which is what I
Go
was
ahead,
saying
Tangelo.
from the
So yes, we
beginning.
could have blueprints are
Yeah.
abstract.
Yeah,
DNA
I would-
isn't abstract.
Yeah, I would really like to address this point, T-Jump. Obviously, the DNA molecule itself is a physical thing in the same sense that if you have letters, they are physical, but the sequence of letters gives you information. And that is precisely what we see in DNA, where the sequence of nucleotides, they convey information which is instructional to make the sequence of amino acids, which then fold into 3D form and become functional proteins, which are molecular machines. So you have to make that distinction between the hardware and the software. The DNA molecule itself is the hardware, but the software is the sequence of these nucleotides, which then convey information. And that's precisely what we see, where we have the genome of the virus, and it conveys the information to make the scaffold proteins, to make the proteases, to
Yeah,
make
but that's different from a blueprint, right? Because a blueprint is an abstract representation. The blueprint doesn't literally physically cause the structure to be built, whereas DNA physically literally causes the structure. So there's a difference between a blueprint and DNA. Because blueprints are
analogous.
abstract and have literally no physical determinant towards the structure that's being built, right?
Well, it is actually precisely the sequence of the nucleotides, which are the determinants of the sequence of
No,
amino acids.
like a blueprint, like a literal blueprint that humans have drawn, that you don't like put that into a machine and then the house is built. A blueprint is an abstract representation. There's no physical correlation between the blueprint and the house. It's abstract. We look at the blueprint and then make a house. The
Well,
DNA,
that's
there's a
not how-
physical determinant, right? The DNA physically causes structures to be formed. So it's not abstract. Blueprints are abstract. They have no
actually-
connection to the house.
Well, actually, I disagree with you, T-Jump. The sequence of nucleotides is the abstract, is the information. It conveys the assembly information to make these proteins in the same sense as the blueprint of a house is the information required which directs the assembly of the house. That is a one-to-one correlation.
Well, no, the blueprint doesn't physically cause the connections to be made, whereas the DNA physically causes the connections to be made. Like
Okay, you
DNA is
have-
like a wrench. It like wrenches the thing into place, whereas the blueprint does nothing. Blueprints literally physically cause no interaction related to the house. The DNA
right.
literally
Yeah, yeah.
physically forces things into place.
Right.
I
agree
also
with
need to
that.
point out, because I know we're running short on time, I want to point this out real fast, is that the biggest reason why they're not analogous, Otangelo, is because a blueprint in and of itself is designed to make one thing. Okay, and if you follow the blueprint exactly, you get the same thing every single time, no matter what engineer's hands you put it into. So if I have a blueprint and then I give it to somebody and then they make it, they're going to make one thing. And it's going to be made specifically to that blueprint. If I hand it to somebody else, they're going to make the exact same thing if they follow the blueprint exactly. Okay, blueprints are designed to make one singular thing. That's not how life works. That's not how DNA is propagated. Because essentially when you're describing life, if you want to try to analogize it to a blueprint, essentially you're giving a blueprint to somebody. They're making that thing. And then that thing itself has to provide another blueprint that makes something similar, but is actually different, because the genetic expression of any offspring is not identical to its offspring. It's not identical to the parents. Okay, so the blueprint changes with every single offspring, and until eventually, millions of years down the road, you have a completely different blueprint from the original parent blueprint. Eventually, you have blueprints that are not even compatible with the previous blueprints anymore. So it's constantly changing. If you want to make this analogous, that means there's only one blueprint for each individual organism. That's because the organisms are not identical. So the blueprint analogy doesn't even work, because blueprints make one thing every time. That's the same every time. Whereas that's not how life propagates.
Yeah, T-Jump, I think you made an interesting point, and I would like to add to that if I, as a
You're just gonna ignore that?
Well, I would.
I was first, so I think it's just right to respond to me first anyway.
Yeah. So I agree with you, T-Jump, that there has to be a connection between the blueprint and the assembly side. So if I, as a machine designer, are in the design and the engineering department, and I have a blueprint ready to be sent to the construction site, then I can use today email or print the blueprint, and then people they bring the drawing to the assembly site. So there has to be a transportation of that information to the assembly site, and that is also an entirely intelligence-driven process. And these information transmission systems, they have to be created in some form. Now, analogously, we have that actually in biology, where the information stored in DNA is first transcribed into messenger RNA, which could be analogous to an email. And then the messenger RNA is transported to the ribosome, which is a translation machine. And there it is translated from one language into another. And then there actually happens the assembly process. Now, the interesting
another
thing
problem
is
that he's using here is
this entire process of
he's using
information
language that defines
transfer
something else to
happens
describe
fully
chemical
robotized,
interactions,
fully
which is
autonomously.
essentially
There is no
what
constant
DNA is.
intelligent
It's all chemical
intervention in
interactions.
this. And
So
the
it's
question
organic
is,
chemistry is
how
what it
can
is, and
that
he's
come to
using
be?
language to describe one
There
thing
had to be
to describe
intelligence
chemical
involved or not.
interactions,
And we
and
know that
that's
the ribosome, for example, had to be there when life started. And it's the most complex machine known in biology. It is literally analogous to a 3D printer.
Well, no. So I'd say that the origins, we're going to discover the origins of life through RNA world. So we're going to discover that we don't need ribosomes. There's pre-existing things. But the point here I'm making is that when we have a big set of dominoes that are all fall into place on their own, that's not a blueprint. That's a house builder. So a blueprint is an abstract representation of a house. If the
Right.
thing is literally
Yeah,
building
I
the
agree
house,
with
it's
you.
not a blueprint. It's a house builder. DNA
Well,
isn't a
yeah.
blueprint; it's a house builder. And so there's
Well,
not
the,
an
the,
analogous argument between the
well,
blueprint
the
there.
information in the DNA is an abstract of the
No.
3D
I heart
physical
dogs.
thing. Yes, because you have the sequence of nucleotides, they are transcribed and translated, and then you have the sequence of amino acids, which is assembled and built precisely on these instructions of the sequence of nucleotides. So
That's
yes,
not abstract.
it is.
That's physics. Like there's a physical bond that happens between the particles, like the different amino acids, the three different things that pair to the three proteins that build the amino acids are physical bonds. There's no abstract there. It's a physical determinant. So it's not a blueprint.
It's literally
What
it's literally organic chemistry.
What I am talking is that the sequence of nucleotides, they convey information, they direct the making of amino acids, which are assembled, the sequence
The
of
first
amino
part,
acids,
first
which
part's
are
the part I'm
becoming
disagreeing with.
proteins, and there is
Wait,
an equivalence
they
of
don't
the
convey information.
digital.
Why do you think they convey information? Because they
Well,
convey
because-
physical bonds.
One
no,
point.
no,
We've got 5 more minutes. Just so you know, we got 5 more minutes.
because the sequence of the amino acid polymerization is dictated by the sequence of
I love how you just ran
nucleotides.
past,
so they
you know,
inform,
my
they
argument because it
instruct
pretty much defeats
how
its entire.
to sequence the right amino acid sequence. So that is the information that we are talking about.
There's no
and it
information
is
there. So
specified. Yeah, that
Exactly.
is the information.
how
In
is
the
that
same
information?
sense-
Because on
in the
tangential, like
same-
magnets.
I
One second.
explain it to you. I explain
Wait,
it to you.
Just
In the
clarify.
same
Magnets. 1
sense.
sec. 5 seconds. So like magnets determined to attract on the positive and negative ends, and so if you put a magnet next to each other, it will guide the physical process of the magnets. But it's not conveying information. It's just reacting to other physical systems that are nearby that are determined to fit the pattern. So there's
Okay,
a
so-
difference there.
Okay, do the magnets instruct how to write Hamlet by Shakespeare?
No, but neither
Oh.
does DNA.
Come on now.
Oh, okay. So you need an intelligence which writes the letters in the right sequence to convey the story of Hamlet, correct?
Correct, because Hamlet is an abstract.
Good. So the information of a blueprint to make a house is an abstract, but
Yes.
the construction of the house is
Joshua
dictated
Lee.
by the
Magnets, how do they
information
work?
of the abstract, which is the blueprint, right?
No. If it's literally dictated by a physical cause, then it stops being abstract. So like if a blueprint could literally physically build a house, it wouldn't be abstract anymore. It would be literally physically determined. So it's not an abstract. It's not like Hamlet. Hamlet is there's no physical determinant of those letters. If there was a physical determinant like a shape of a Lego house or something, and the Lego house was built by like there's some kind of a Lego builder object, and you place it inside of a box of Legos, and it builds the thing. That's not a blueprint. That's a Lego builder. So there's a difference
Right,
between a physically determined system
Alas,
to create
poor
a
Yorick.
specific thing
I knew
and,
him.
an abstract
well,
blueprint.
Horatio.
Abstracts are in minds. I agree. Abstract only exists in minds. But
Good.
nothing in
So
DNA is
we
abstract.
agree. Okay, so we agree that in order to convey the instructions, the size, the materials, how to build things, to put them together, it requires a mind which puts these
No.
information on the paper.
That's a leap.
And then you have the blueprint. Is that correct?
Oh, Tangelo,
No.
there's 1 minute left for you.
So like magnets don't need a mind to say that the negative end pairs with the negative end because they're physically determined to do that. And so
Logan
DNA is
Simon.
physically
Magnets are
determined
wizards.
to bond in specific ways. and
You're
in
a
other
lizard,
ways,
Harry.
which is what causes it to build those things. It has nothing to do with the mind.
Jump, you're not understanding. The sequence of nucleotides is not dictated by physical necessity or forces like the
Right.
forces of a magnet.
Yes, they are natural chemical
Please,
bonds.
No, you can freely choose
Natural
the
chemical-
sequence of nucleotides. If
these
it
chemical
would be-
interactions take
wouldn't
place
be
naturally.
So, then you could not convey information and store it in DNA, which is precisely what DNA is done.
Well, natural selection is a force like
Yes.
electromagnetism. So the fact that some combinations are producing survivability and reproduce, that's the force that's determining that system to work, and the other ones don't. So it is determined by a force.
Yeah, there was no natural selection prior to DNA replication.
And Tangela, can I ask you a question, which is, do you think that any of these processes
Worst thing
are
he's
supernatural?
ever brought up.
No,
So
they
we're
are
just over our time here.
pre-programmed.
Tangela, sorry I interrupt. We're past the time for you, but we'll let you give one answer to this, and then we're gonna have to move on to our next guest.
Yeah, quick answer to Amy. No, I believe that these processes are pre-programmed in the same sense as you pre-program the action of a roboter, which then is autonomous. He can do many things because he has pre-programmed information to do certain things like move an arm
Turtle
or
moves, that's funny.
speak or whatever it is. That is the same situation.
Good point, Logan.
in cells where
Like, this is it. This
everything
is the
is
end.
pre-programmed to work in an autonomous way without constant interaction of intelligence.
Nope.
And there is prebiotic natural selection. That is a thing.
Thank you, Tangelo. We appreciate you coming on. That's if there's a last thing you wanted to say for another 10 or 15 seconds, we'll gladly do that. Then we really do need to move on because of time.
Yeah, I just wanted to quick answer to the point which a previous interlocutor said in regards of moral values. If it is you that is establishing that doing something is wrong or right, then this is just your opinion. And if someone else says the contrary to that, then it is also the other person's opinion.
Right.
If you have just opinion, then it cannot be objective, it is subjective. And once it is subjective, then there is no moral, then there are no moral values at all anymore, because it's just something which is based on opinion.
Oh,
That's why a God-based morality is subjective, right?
Hang on a second, Tangelo. But if there are only two people that exist, two human beings that exist solely, let's just love this hypothetical situation, and I say this thing is moral, and this thing is immoral, and the other person agrees with me. Yes, it is subjective, but we have created a moral system that we agree upon and is functional for us. Okay?
Yes,
so yeah, if we agree on, which is ostensibly what we've done on this planet, is that yeah, there are things that I think are moral, and there are things that society in and of itself would disagree with me. But as a member of that society, I kind of like go with that, because if I want to be a part of the society and reap the benefits, I need to kind of go with what the group believes. Okay? If I don't agree with the group to an extreme degree, or if they try to enforce it upon me, then I'll just leave the society if need be. So, yes, we can agree and we can disagree, but in order to survive and maintain our society and the benefits that it gives us, like healthcare and resource management and travel and communications, to maintain all of this, we have to have a societal standard that we agree upon. It doesn't make it objective. It just means we've agreed to it for the benefit of our species. That's it. So we agree because we see the harmful actions of this. We see that it damages our society. We see that things break down. This is the difference between cooperative action and selfish action. We recognize that constant selfish action from all the members of society will eventually lead to the destruction of that society. And then everybody dies. We don't want that to happen because we don't want to die. Okay, we want to, like, at least enjoy our lives, because we know we're going to die eventually. We just don't want to hasten our demise, and we'd like to continue surviving. So, in that respect, for our survival, we say we should act a particular way, and we should agree to do so that we can keep surviving, and we can lead happy, healthy, well-adjusted lives where we can continue to explore and do things in a safe manner, and then people can enjoy themselves. Okay, instead of living in fear all the time. So we say, let's agree upon this moral standard, this moral system. Not everybody has to agree with it, but if you want to live in the society and be a part of it and reap its benefits, you should probably follow it. Okay? There are people in the society that don't agree with what the government says or what the state says or anything of that nature, but we all agree that there is a kind of moral standard that we should follow to maintain our survivability. Does everybody follow it? No, of course not, because it's subjective. Because each individual can determine for themselves. That's what makes it subjective.
So your argument is that the best evidence we have for morality is that it's an evolutionary process to benefit survivability, something like that?
Yes.
That'd be good.
And I just want to make a few comments. Well, first of all, I'm sorry that I got spicy. It was a hosh-posh of arguments to me that I just want to go over. No pre-existing consciousness, memory, knowledge, and experience. And what's weird about the Watchmaker is that we would have 2 billion years of no creators and then a creator again. Because as far as we can tell, animals are the only branch of life that makes creations. And so if we are going to go into a Watchmaker argument, I really want to know why there would be something at the very beginning, not just DNA, but as someone was asking, what is the blueprint for a Earth? What is the blueprint for everything else? Because it doesn't seem to be a supernatural force, and that would be an actual God that we're looking for.
And
we had one quick comment I just want to relay. It's from our YouTube live chat by Dave M. He wrote, T-Jump just explained Chemistry 101. Otangelo should take that class.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear that,
OChem,
T-Jump.
baby. It's OChem. And I just want to point out that, yeah, it's not a blueprint. It's not analogous. And I'm surprised that he never addressed that, because if it was a blueprint, it'd be the same thing every single time, because if you follow the blueprint, you get the same thing. If it's a different thing every single time, then there's no blueprint. It's just determined by whoever is happened to be smashing at the time, and then you get something completely different. So, yeah, it's not analogous, and he never did address that, which was kind of a shame. But let's move on. Let's move on.
I just want to say, America First, Donald J. Trump. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Thanks for having me, guys. I just wanted to say, first of all, I really appreciate that you guys are trying to create, the discourse between people who disagree. It's actually a really good thing, in my opinion.
Well, thank you very much. Now, how do you disagree?
Exactly. So I've often found that oftentimes the disagreements happen because there's a disagreement based on definition of terms, right? And so my understanding, I want to ask about, definition of terms. Like, first, atheism, does it have a position or does it not have a position? My understanding is that agnosticism does not have a position, but then you have old atheism and new atheism. The old atheists, they had a position, like Albert Camus, for example.
Wait, so both. There's both. You can use the word both ways. What is your point?
So Albert Camus, for example, he had a position, an affirmative position.
We don't need a history lesson. We know there's two definitions and both can be used.
Mm-hmm.
Both are correct.
And America First, I can solve this real quick. There's agnosticism and Gnosticism, there's atheism and theism.
Well, the first question is, do you think that Albert Camus' affirmation that God does not exist, a maximally great being does not exist, is the atheist position, or do you align more with agnosticism, where they just say, I don't know?
No, both are correct. They are both legitimate definitions of atheism.
I'd accept both.
I'll just add, you're throwing in terms like old atheism and new atheism, and the distinction is just nonsense. Atheism just means we don't believe in deities. Now, there are a number of atheists who do hold positions that deities don't exist, a belief position that they don't. Agnosticism is addressing knowledge, knowing whether deities exist or not. So it's more epistemological, whereas the theism side of things is more psychological. But I'm one such atheist who doesn't hold this position that deities don't exist. I just don't believe. So, but there are some here who do. So you can certainly challenge people with those positions. But to assume that all atheists adhere to one particular standard would be, I think,
be silly.
Not the correct way to look at things. So go ahead.
I typically agree with Randolph that the easiest way to go about this is the etymological breakdown on these, is that if you simply go atheist, theist, and atheist, and Gnostic and agnostic, whereas Gnostic means knowledge, A is no, so no knowledge of, and then you go theist, like no, belief in a god, and then no belief in a god. I think it's the easiest way to address it, and I think pretty much covers everything. That's typically what I hold to, just for the sake of argument. Yeah.
It's also the most common. It's also the most common. Yeah.
I would like to say I agree with J.J. Warren. There is that go with the etymology, the history of words, and you'll get your definition. So the second,
sorry, just to clarify, it's J.L. Warren, just so you know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm,
You're
I'm a
good.
little nearsighted. So
No worries.
so the next question, have any of you guys ever heard of the dice in the dark room, thought experiment?
What about it?
Yeah, it's a thought experiment, and here's how it works. Right, so you're in a dark room, right? You can't see anything because the lights are off. It's pitch black, right? And then the lights suddenly turn on, right? And of course,
I'm doing good, Nimrod.
Very curious people. You go around the room, and you start to investigate the room, and you see that in the middle of the room there's a 12 by 12 matrix, right? And all of in the matrix is filled with dice. All of the dice in that 12 by 12 matrix has the number 6, facing upward, or it could be the number 1, right? It doesn't really matter, but they're all the same number facing upward. And so, being the curious person that you are, you pick up one of the dice and you flip it, right? And now 3 or 2 or 4 or 5 is facing upward, and the lights turn off, and you can't see anything. And you flip the dice back on. You flip the dice back.
Fast forward, please.
You flip the dice back. Just follow the thought experiment. You flip the dice back, and the lights turn on again. And what you realize is that if all of the dice didn't land exactly the way that they were, the lights would never turn on, and you would never get to find out that it required all the dice to land the exact same way on this 12 by 12 matrix. What is your conclusion? Is your conclusion that somebody intended for the dice to land that way?
No, that would be dumb.
Now to progress this, some people.
Let's answer the question first.
Sure, go ahead.
So there's 3 possibilities. It was chance, necessity, or design. Design is actually kind of necessity. And so based on the evidence we have, we would not have any reason to conclude it was one or the other, and we would withhold judgment until we had evidence one way or the other. Simply seeing the dice in that configuration tells us nothing about whether it was determined by prior forces or a result of random chance, and so we would need further evidence before making a rational conclusion.
So I would respond to that by progressing the conversation. There's been atheists who have conversed on this thought experiment, and they've said well, maybe there's an infinite number of rooms where some of the dice landed the way they did, and nobody got to observe anything. This is the multiverse, right? This is the infinite number of universes, string theory sort of thing. But then there's other people who have said, okay, well, I understand that if I am in this scenario, this particular scenario, obviously I'm going to determine that somebody meant for those dice to land the way they did so that the lights could turn on so that I could observe anything whatsoever. We are all capable of empirical observation.
Hey, Colin, good to see you.
But if any of those dice had landed differently, the lights never turn on, and we're not even here. So it's really sort of thinking more to the question of why is there something rather than nothing? Why are we even capable of empirically observing anything? So think about the 2 alternatives. One, you have to determine that, yes, somebody intelligently meant for these dice.
There's other alternatives. So you missed a few. A few of them, there could be an unknown determinant factor, like the dice.
Take it easy, Raven. Raven. Take it easy, Raven. Good to see you.
The magnet on all the dice flip to 6. So it's possible that there is some physical force that determines all the dice to go to 6s that are interconnected.
Absolutely. I love it.
I love it. There's 3 options. I want to go through the 3 options. There's a designer who placed them all there. There's a natural force that determined them all to be 6s, or they just randomly happen to all be 6s. Those are the 3 options. Like the multiverse would be of the random version. There could be there's called the grand unified theory of physics, a unified field theory where all of the forces are determined, in which case that would be there's not an infinite number of universes there. It's just that they all determined end up this way, which is the current model. So those are 3 options that you got.
But you're altering the scenario. You're altering the thought experiment. And oftentimes when people alter, hang on, T-jump. Oftentimes when people alter the thought experiment, it's because they're trying to go towards a particular worldview. So
What
let
am
me
I altering?
let me if you're gonna hang on, if you're gonna alter the thought experiment,
what am I altering there? Because I didn't try to alter anything. I'm trying to use all of the information you gave. I'm trying to copy it exactly. Like if I see the dices and I flip the dice and the lights turn off, flip the dice, lights turn on. I'm trying to think about what caused this. There's three things that could cause that. One is a designer, one is random chance, and one is that the dice are determined in an unknown way that we don't know yet. So I haven't added anything. I'm just using your exact analogy. I haven't changed anything.
Right. So the thing that you changed, you said, what if we added to the thought experiment that the dices were weighted or they were
No, I'm not.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Teach on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I just want to clarify.
I know you're not adding it. I know you're not adding it, but you're saying like, what if? What if we found out that the dices were weighted?
Judgy.
What
I'm just trying to clarify something. Can you just give him a sec to ask for clarification?
So, sure. If we don't know. We will never know what caused the dice to be in the way they are. Just say that we know nothing. We just see the dice. All we're doing, we're trying to think about what could have caused this.
Yeah,
it could be caused by a design.
Trying not to interject, but what he says is that we look at the evidence that we have and what can we conclude from the evidence and what can we eliminate from the evidence. And so he's saying the three options we have.
Designer Bob did it, or
which one of those are supported by the evidence we have, and what can we eliminate? What can we say that it doesn't lead to this? Essentially, all it is.
Or string theories. You can make up a bunch of random options. Then you can make up a bunch of determined options, like, well, maybe the dice are weighted, or maybe that room just shook in such a way that causes them to do this, or that they're determined by strings or something. Like, there's three different options, and you can make up a bunch of individual cases of hypotheses that could be the case that could cause that. I'm not saying we're going to discover that. We don't need evidence of any of those things. These are just hypotheses that could explain the data, necessity, chance, or design.
Sure.
I haven't added anything to the example. I'm using just the things you provided.
And so yeah, all of these ideas are great. I mean, obviously, it could have been just totally random that they all landed on 6 and the lights turned on. But what we know for certain is that if any one of those dice had been a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and not a 6, then the lights would have never turned on. We would never be capable of empiricism to determine that it had to be that way, so that we could observe that it had to be that way to observe it, right? And so you can hypothesize, like, maybe they were weighted, maybe there was a magnet under the floor, maybe there's an infinite number of rooms. But the one conclusion, these are all
or an infinite number of roles.
Infinite number of roles, exactly.
Yeah.
An infinite number of roles. But the one thing that you will not do in that real thought experiment is you will not come up with all of these ad hoc ideas, right? You will look at those dice and you will flip them and the lights turn off. You flip it back, the lights turn back on. And the lights is basically us existing. The lights is basically us capable of, doing empirical observation. Hang on.
I wanted to go back to what you said.
Is this fine-tuning?
You said something important there. You said you won't make up all these ad hoc examples or something. Like, all of those possibilities, necessity, chance, and design, those are all ad hoc. Ad hoc means you're making up a hypothesis to fit the data. So we see the data, and then we try to make up a hypothesis to explain the data.
Right.
God is ad hoc. Design is ad hoc. Necessity is ad hoc.
No.
They're all ad hoc. Well, what's literally when you see data? How?
It's not ad hoc to realize that if you flip even one of those dice in the 12 by 12 matrix.
Thank you, God equals. It sounded very much like he's trying to make the fine-tuning
argument. The lights turn off. You can't see anything. You flip it back. The lights turn back on. It's not ad hoc to determine that whether it's a magnet or they're weighted dice, somebody wanted you to be able to see that the dice had to all be up on 6 on this 12 by 12 matrix in order to observe the fact that they were all 6 by 6. 12 by
that part's ad hoc. So that's saying that somebody determined it to be this way. That's an ad hoc solution. So you're taking
the
data.
Not.
What do you think ad hoc means? Like, ad hoc means
ad hoc means, like, if you see, like, somebody says, what's dwarves exist or leprechauns exist, and then somebody says, no, we've researched all of this, and they say, oh well, the only reason you can't find the only reason you can't find the leprechauns is because they're. Hang on, I'm explaining T-Jump. I'm explaining.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
T-Jump, I'm getting T-Jump. Please let me finish.
Words and leprechauns has nothing to do with
T-Jump.
Literally
Please
nothing.
T-Jump, please let me finish. And then somebody says, "Oh, well, the only reason you can't find
I want a definition, not an example."
I'm giving you the definition.
Example. What's the definition?
T-Jump.
Go.
T-Jump, please let me finish. Right? So it's you say I can't find the leprechauns. Oh, the reason
want an
you can't
example. What is the definition?
Sorry, T-Jump, please let me finish.
Don't want
please
an example. Give the definition.
I'm giving you. I already gave you the definition, but now
you didn't. What is the definition?
T-Jump, please.
What is the Stop wasting time.
T-Jump,
give me the definition.
T-Jump. I gave it. It's making up excuses for why things are the way they are when all the evidence points in a certain direction. No. That's what ad hoc is.
No.
So if yes, it is.
So America. Okay, hang on. So you provided your definition, and he's saying no. So let him explain why real quick, and then you can address whether he's right or wrong.
Okay.
So ad hoc is not making up alternatives when all the evidence points in one direction. That's wrong. Ad hoc is just making up an explanation to fit the data. Like every single hypothesis is ad hoc. Ever, no matter what. So whenever you make up an idea to explain anything, it's ad hoc. You're just saying, oh, there's a phenomenon. What could explain this? And then you make up an ad hoc solution to explain the data. And then you try to make up evidence to make it make sense. So
no, that's not
everything starts as ad hoc. The problem with what you said is that you said that there's evidence that indicates something. That's the part I'm missing here, because the evidence of seeing the dice on the table indicates the necessary force, it indicates the random chance, and it indicates design. It indicates all of those things equally. So what is this extra evidence that you think indicates a god? Because they're all equally ad hoc here.
So if you begin with the belief that leprechauns exist, right, and all the evidence points away from leprechauns not existing, you can come up with an infinite series of ad hoc reasons to explain away where the data is leading you, right? So for example, you can say, well, we set up all this apparatus to detect the leprechauns, but the leprechauns, they're just really good at hiding.
I have no idea how this relates to the original point. So
it relates to the original point, because if you have a 12 by 12 matrix, right, of dice, right, and all of them are facing upwards with the number 6. And if you flip one of those dice, the lights turn off. You can come up with all kinds of odd ad hoc reasons to explain away. Hang on. You can come up with all kinds of ad hoc reasons to explain away data. You can say, oh, well, there's an infinite number of dice rolls. There was an infinite number of rooms, where the dice was rolled. You can come up.
Let him make his point real quick.
You both want to make
let me finish. Please let me finish.
I'm saying just afterwards. I hear you.
You can say, there were weighted dice. So you can say there were magnets under the floor, right? And you can investigate the weighted dice, and you can investigate the magnets under the floor.
Hey, Gavin,
in this scenario, in this thought hypothesis,
Turtle moves. Good to see you.
You can do that, but then ad hoc becomes the thing that you cannot investigate. You cannot investigate infinite number of universes. You can't. There's nobody who's been able to do it. You cannot investigate an infinite number of dice rolls. You're limited to the data. Hang on. You're limited to the data that is right in front of you, that all of the dice have the number 6 facing up. And if any single one of them are changed to 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, then then the lights turn off and you can't even see the dice anymore. So you're limited to that data.
So like T-Jump was saying, a ad hoc explanation would be, we exist, therefore God created us. That would be an ad hoc explanation. So we want a reason to why you think that God made us.
No, the scenario that we're dealing with is all the dice are facing upwards with the number 6.
Stop repeating the same analogy. We understand. We heard it.
Okay, but
wait. My question.
Amy changed the thought experiment.
We are limited to this set of data. She expressed it simpler. So the question here is, when we see the dice, why do you think seeing the dice is more evidence of God than it is evidence of an unknown natural determinant?
It's not evidence. It's not evidence of God, right? But what it is evidence. Hang on. What it is evidence of is that somebody obviously wanted all of those dice to be facing up 6, so that the lights. Hang on.
How? Go back.
You're
skipping the most important part. How is it evidence of a designer?
I'm not saying it's evidence of a designer, right?
Literally what you're
saying. I'm saying that you're jumping the gun here. Like everybody always wants to go to God, right?
I don't care about God. Any designer.
That's fine.
The evidence that the dice indicates that we want somebody put it this way and that they wanted us to see it? What about
because if you were actually in that dark room, right, and you were crawling around the walls, and suddenly the lights turn on, and you see this 12 by 12 matrix of dice with all of the 6s facing up. And I'm sorry, but you're not letting me answer your question. Please let me answer
the analogy. I don't need you to stop restating the analogy.
Stop restating the analogy.
Hey, T-Jump, just
no, I'm not going to
let him talk, but don't restate the analogy.
So my question was: what evidence are we looking at indicates that there is some intelligence that wants us to see this, and that's a better explanation than it was caused by unknown determined forces? Don't repeat the analogy. Tell me what in the analogy is evidence of the intelligence over the non-intelligent determined forces.
Okay. Answer: you couldn't have seen it unless somebody wanted you to see it.
That's begging the question. How?
In the thought experiment, you would not have been able to see it unless somebody intended for all those dice to be the way they were.
No, that's false.
That.
No, that's false. So like if it's
99.9%.
Stop. If it's determined by unknown forces, and if those unknown forces, which are unintelligent, cause the dice to flip up and then we see it.
Sure.
That would also mean that also means that we would not be able to see it until the dice flipped up. But it wasn't done by an intelligence; it was done by determined forces. So that your argument is false.
That's perfectly possible. It's perfectly possible, right? But that's ad hoc.
Wait. What is the difference?
That's not where the evidence points.
No. This is what I keep asking you, and you keep failing to answer: is what evidence indicates the intelligence more so? And this determined example I just gave, because these are the exact same. There's no more evidence for one than the other. They have exact parity. Why do you think there's more evidence for the intelligence? Why do you think this is less ad hoc? Because they're both ad hoc. They're both 100% ad hoc. There's zero evidence to indicate either. Why do you think one is more supported and less ad hoc? What indicates that?
Listen, it's perfectly let me concede a point.
Your intuition doesn't play into this. You recognize that, right?
Yeah,
the intuition that there could be some intelligence saying that it wants us to see this, it's not sufficient. It doesn't even play into this because you can't eliminate the bias there.
Absolutely, it's perfectly possible that all of the dice are the way they are, perfectly randomly. That's possible.
Yes.
But that's not where the evidence points.
That's what evidence? I'm seeing exactly 30, 30, 30. There's 3 options. They all have exactly the same probability. You keep saying that there's evidence that makes one more likely, and you haven't explained.
Actually, hang on a second. This may be a better way to describe it. So you're saying that the evidence points to one conclusion over another conclusion in America First. So let me ask you this. Let me kind of reverse it a little bit. From the evidence we have, how can we eliminate the possibility? From the evidence we have, how can we eliminate the possibility of random deterministic forces so that we can conclude an intelligence wanting us to see this? How can we eliminate it?
You can't.
Then they're all of equal grounding.
No, they're not.
Eliminate means 0%. So how do we increase or decrease? How do we increase the likelihood that the
I was just like, how do we decrease the likelihood of one and so that we can say that we've said we've eliminated this possibility, we know it can't be this, just by the evidence we have. And because we can't, I agree with you, T-Jump, it's all equal footing. It's literally 33, 33, 33, that we can't eliminate one or the other. So we have to look at the evidence and say, what can we logically conclude from the evidence available to us? And the intelligence that's saying, I want you to see this, you can't derive that from the evidence alone. for you to say that it is, you're simply working off of your intuition. You're saying
what I'm saying is, if you actually engage in the thought experiment, right, you will know that unless every single die in that
repeating the analogy.
No,
okay. No. So America first. America first. America first. You just said it. You said it. America, stop. How do we know?
Oh, goodness.
No. How do we know?
Okay. What I'm saying is, if you sincerely engage in the thought experiment, you will say that there's no way. Well, there could be some way randomly, right? But the evidence leads to the fact that the lights can only turn on unless all of the dice are facing upwards.
We agree on that. That doesn't address the question.
Okay. So if you're engaged, if you're sincerely engaged in the thought experiment, then that's fine.
Yes, I'm sincerely engaged. Now, what facts in the thought experiment indicates intelligence?
No, Skooma, it was the odds of it. Of the three possible conclusions, 33.3 repeating it. Typically, all of them have equal weight. So he was saying 30, 30, 30. You're saying, but yeah.
No evidence that indicates one is better than the others.
33.3 repeating.
Equal evidence. There's nothing that points to one over the other. What fact in the analogy do you keep claiming indicates one more so than the other two?
Okay. So let's add to the thought experiment. There's a door that you can escape through.
Okay, so
hang on
a second. Provide a fact.
No. Now you're changing it. Now you're changing the thought experiment when we wanted to stick with it.
I'm adding something to illuminate the point. There's an escape door, right? And if you flip over a die, the lights turn off and the door locks.
Is that a fact?
But the die, if you fly, in the thought experiment.
I've been waiting to make this joke. It sounds like the mildest version of Saw.
I'm just curious. That was an argument for fine tuning, right? That's what he was making. Yeah. At the very end, I was like, this sounds like fine tuning to me. This is like legit the like an analogy for fine tuning, which already we've deconstructed. Which is probably why he didn't dive into fine tuning, because obviously it falls apart. But
well, we do appreciate you coming up, America First. Just please address their questions and don't derail off on a tangent. Anyways, McGruber was next in queue. He had an interesting thing he wanted to go over with us.
First of all, I want to thank Amy Newman for the video with T-Jump against the Flat Earthers. I think the strategy was not to take it seriously, and I think you did really well. Like, that's a sincere compliment. I'm not trolling.
Thank you, McGruber. Appreciate it. What have you got for us today?
And Amy would do like mock outrage and say like, "Oh, NASA, the big bad NASA says this."
So let's go back on topic.
Anyway, God. So all of you know that God exists because of Romans chapter 1, verse 20. The fact is that the Bible is God's word and that you ought to believe it.
Isn't that begging the question? Isn't it? Wait, McGruber.
Yeah.
Isn't that begging the question?
Well, it's not begging the question if it's true, number one.
Well, no.
And number two, when I was
assuming
an atheist,
that it's true. Assuming that McGruber. Assuming that it's true, how do you determine that it's true?
Because if it weren't true, then you wouldn't be able to make claims about anything.
Sure, we can.
Well, you would, but you'd have no grounding for any of the claims. I also want to shout out to
No. Don't run past this. No, McGruber. Don't run past this. McGruber, you said we can't make claims about anything, and we wouldn't be able to ground those things.
That's right.
I don't think you understand what that entails.
So, and off for the audience, I'm linking a study in chat that demonstrates Romans 1:18-19 is false.
What do you mean is false? It's in the Bible. It can't be false.
Yeah, okay.
Well, no, it is. It's objective reality disagrees with you, and so I linked it in chat so you can go ahead and share that.
Well, for you, there is no objective reality because it's just based on your opinion, based on your fallible opinion.
Hang on. Gravity is not based on my opinion.
That's right. It was instantiated by God. Our Lord Jesus Christ.
No. Gravity is there, and it's a force that we can test, and we understand it. Pretty much.
You accept that there are you accept that there are physical laws, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, there are physical laws of the universe. Like the second law of thermodynamics is a physical law.
What instantiate? What I want to know from you is what instantiates and secures those physical laws.
What
beyond your personal opinion?
The reality that we occupy.
Oh, reality is reality. Is reality a concrete one, a concrete
many,
he's trolling. An abstract one, or not? Well, you are going down this route, sir.
No, he's trolling. This is
you won't address my argument. You just say that I'm trolling.
Does anybody want to engage with this?
No, not really. He's just a Darth Dawkins clone.
Because I'm not a clone. I don't approve of Darth Dawkins.
I just want to.
Please, McGruber, please hear what Amy has to say.
Yeah,
well, no, I appreciate all the compliments you gave at the beginning, but I don't think that we need a grounding instantiation for physicality. I do not understand the connection between like a Jesus Christ, like a rabbi in the Iron Age Judea, and why it would connect to why everything was instantiable. Because, I mean, Jesus didn't exist for longer than we've been around.
Yeah, true. So... Amy, did a bunch of Greek pederasts discover the Pythagorean theorem, and is it still valid? Just because
can we please get him off the stage, because this whole thing where he's going to slight Greek, deals as bringing up the whole pederast thing is just an emotional appeal.
No. My point
no,
was
it's
that,
not. No, it's not.
My point was that it's ancient knowledge that is still true.
What's that? Yeah, he's not a troll. He's a legit pre-sub. This is not like that's a legitimate argument.
Calling Greek mathematicians and Greek philosophers pederasts
is only. That was their culture.
I mean, Mary was 12 when she gave birth to Jesus.
Hey, we're not going to have that.
Yeah.
Let's get him off stage.
There's no point.
Move on.
Wow. Cerberus is next.
Oh. Well, we have a order, but
I had promised him because you had clarified to me that Cerberus is next. So Cerberus has really wanted to get up here. Hi, Cerberus.
What's going on?
Hello, guys.
Thanks for joining us. What have you got for us?
Thank you. I also want to say something. First of all, I'm Greek, so sorry for my accent. Secondly, trying to prove God here, it's kind of retarded. Because you won't ever believe that there's God. Even if I get God in front of you, you would still deny him.
No. Cerberus, stop. Just looking at what your claim is right there. If God actually showed up, okay, let's just look at it from a standpoint. If God actually showed up, it's like, I am God, okay, and look at all these things that I can do. Like, here I am, and I'm God. I would then have to acknowledge, because it's there in front of me, and it's demonstrable, and there it is. I would then have to acknowledge that this thing exists. So if God was demonstrated, I would no longer be able to deny it. I would have to accept that this is a thing of reality, this God exists. The question then becomes, would I worship it or follow it? That's a different question from whether or not it exists.
Yeah, that's a different question. I agree with that.
So, assuming that we simply wouldn't follow it, even if it was like in our face, if it was like demonstrable reality and it was there, I wouldn't be able to deny it because it's there. So, so these are two separate questions. So when you come in and you simply say, even if it was in your face, you wouldn't accept it, that's not true.
Yeah, but God has already came. Jesus Christ already came, and some people believe him.
But it hasn't. It's never come to me. I've never seen it. I've never experienced it.
So since you haven't seen your grandmother, means that she didn't exist at all.
What's your evidence? What is your evidence?
Yeah, exactly. What's the evidence?
And the historians.
Say that again.
Anecdote. The plural of anecdote is not evidence.
Why?
Because anecdotes are not evidence. Because anecdotes are insufficient.
Brother, you're just going to hell. Just read the Bible, nigga.
Well, no, I also wanted to point out that...
He's gone.
Yeah, I would want to know if God was real, because if hell was real, I would want to know. I would want to oppose God. I would want to join Satan and be on the other team. So I would want to know.
I just want to point out one thing. Hi, Gio, just give me a sec. I just want to point out one thing. At the beginning...
It's truth.
Sorry, at the beginning of that, he apologized for his accent. I just want everybody in our audience to know that nobody has to apologize for their accents. We're really willing to work with whatever accent you've got.
I was going to debate something else, but so Amy, why do you want to join the opposing team even if God was real?
Well, because if Yahweh is as they are described in the Bible, then I would want to be on Team Satan, so we could capture
Why so?
Yahweh, try
Why
and
so?
figure out how to take him, because he's a moral monster. He
How?
drowns babies.
What do you mean by drown babies? So you're talking about the
I mean,
flood?
literally, like he
Oh,
fills
wait, are
their
you?
lungs up.
Oh my God, dude, are you
I
talking
am
about?
not trolling. No, I am being literal. I'm talking
Oh my
about
God.
the.
Wait.
No, you. Yes, your God
So,
specifically.
yeah. So do you know Satan even burns all your physical things, including your physical body, and then soon to be your probably physical spirit or
Do
your.
you have any evidence for that? Because I think Satan would be on our team and kind of be partying with us. And kind of
No, he
giving
wouldn't be
us
partying
awesome.
with you. He'd be burning you in hell if you're going
Why
by the
would
definition of the Bible.
It sounds like he's God's lackey.
Oh my
then.
God! Argument. Give us argument.
Yeah, argument. Like T-Jump
Say
says,
something
argument.
constructive.
Yeah, what do you mean by argument? Because this person's just saying shit that's bullshit. If you go by the Bible standards, if you go by biblical standards, you'll be burning in hell. Let that sink in. You'll be burning for eternity.
Your argument.
If you're going by the Harry Potter standards, you're going to be burning in Hogwarts. So give me
Harry Potter's is a fictional book. Harry Potter is a
okay, like the Bible.
Gio, you did say that would be completely burned. So if that's true, there's going to be no sensation of pain because the pain has to travel through nerves. So if the nerves are all
it's
burned,
not a physical burning. It's not a physical burning.
So your argument,
it's not a physical burning.
Your argument falls down in that case.
No, it doesn't, because it's not a physical burning.
Then it's not burning because burning requires physicality.
No, it
This is
doesn't.
Dante's Inferno. This is not the Bible.
See, this is what happens. This is what happens when like atheists go to the Bible, and then like when they go to the Bible without the presupposition of God. This is what is so stupid.
Why, okay, hang on. That's important. Gio, why would I presuppose God?
Why would you presuppose God?
Right.
It's the most coherent. It's the most coherent paradigm that we.
No, it's not. Now, given the evidence, it's not.
What evidence?
The evidence of our reality. The evidence of reality. It's not the most coherent.
It is actually because
no, it isn't. No, it isn't. It doesn't. No. God did it is not an explanation for anything. So God doesn't provide. No, it's not.
Yes,
so God doesn't. Okay. Then fine. Gio, give me the. I can give you the mechanistic explanation for why for like the mechanistic explanation for why everything exists.
Okay.
Can you give me the God explanation?
Yeah. So I'll go through. Yes. How is the universe created?
So ostensibly, if you go back to like what the prevailing hypothesis is that virtual particles popping in and out of existence at random is a completely natural experience, results in what we can determine to be what we have observed to be the Big Bang, and then that results in our observable reality, our observable universe is ostensibly what it is. But that's like you're getting into like physics and quantum physics, and this isn't a physics and quantum physics. I don't need to explain the science. What you need to explain is how God is a mechanistic explanation for anything and justify its existence and how you can demonstrate that.
Okay, so can you? I want to ask you this question. So, what existed before the Big Bang?
Wait.
Because you think it's an expansion, correct?
We're doing this thing where we go down this rabbit hole before he's actually made a coherent statement here. So you need to presuppose God because it's the most coherent. Give us some evidence for that.
Yeah. So for example, if I presuppose God, creation is coherent. Creation everything else is. Evolution is incoherent in itself because, like, you've yet to it's unscientific as well.
Gio, what do you mean by coherent and incoherent? Because in philosophy,
what do I mean by coherent?
Wait, one sec. Coherent in philosophy just means no logical contradiction. So there's no logical contradiction in evolution. So I don't know what you mean by.
It's no reason. I believe it has no reasonable contradiction. So therefore, like, for example, if God exists, then it would be reasonable to say that he could create a universe or he could create living beings.
Right. So I agree with that, but you're saying that evolution is incoherent, but there's also no logical contradiction in that. So I don't understand because neither one has a logical. I mean, God sort of does have some logical contradictions, but
well, yes, you believe in scientific. You believe in science, like as a basis.
I don't understand what you mean by coherent.
Wait, hold on, chill. Can I please? Alright, so you believe in science as a coherent way of measuring how coherent evolution is, right?
No, I think philosophy is how we define coherent.
So you believe philosophically it'd be more reasonable to say that evolution is the most reasonable example of
no, I
what
said philosophy is how we define the word coherent. So if you're asking, is a hypothesis coherent?
Okay. So why do you believe evolution? Okay, I should have said
because it can be demonstrated.
I asked you a question. Wait. So what do you mean by coherent and incoherent? In philosophy, coherent means no logical contradiction. Evolution has no logical contradiction, so by the definition in philosophy, evolution is coherent. So I don't know what
But
you mean.
but it does though. It's unscientific. It's unlogical.
Okay,
Geo,
so what
you're
do
here
you
to
mean?
convince us that deity exists.
And
What are you
Geo-
doing right now?
Disagree with you about evolution, so prove a god.
And Geo, you've got to come at this a little bit more educated on this. Evolution has been both observed in nature and in the lab. We can induce it. We have used it to our advantage, and so there are literally reams of documentation on this. The long-term evolution experiment, which has gone over 120,000 generations, has demonstrated.
Give me an example of one animal, just one single animal in our lifetime that has evolved.
Okay. One single, all animals, Geo.
Everybody was interrupting me. I was going somewhere, and you guys are getting lost on this rabbit trail of just nothingness gibberish. He still has not made a coherent argument.
Yes, it is.
Mean?
I'm disproving everything you guys said earlier because
no, you haven't.
Yes, I am.
Stop interrupting. So you have to start. You come in here to the stage, and then you make an argument. Vince's God exists with some argument. The argument you said was something like, you need presupposing God is the most coherent worldview or something like that.
Yeah.
You haven't. Coherent means no logical contradiction. So clearly that's false. You have to explain what you mean. What do you think this means? It makes the most sense to you. You feel like it makes the most sense. Is that what you mean by coherent? Do you have some kind of logical entailments? Is there some kind of demonstrable evidence? What is your criterion for coherent here, other than it makes sense to you?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna ignore all this soying out. But so when it comes to I just asked you, you haven't answered my question. So
No. I asked you a question. You have to answer my question. You have to make an argument here. You think God is coherent. How? What about
okay?
God
So can you show me one animal evolving?
No. You don't get to run away from this. You don't get to run away from this, kiddo. You have to make an argument. Your argument was God is the most coherent worldview.
Yeah, because I have to disprove everything, all the bullshit that you guys say, so I can explain my stuff. So
evolution has nothing.
I'm literally asking you to explain your stuff right now.
And T-Jump, no, hang on, Geo. T-Jump is correct. You need to answer his question, but you also need to get it through your head that evolution and God are not mutually exclusive concepts. Neither is abiogenesis. Abiogenesis, if abiogenesis were demonstrated to be true, that would not disprove a God. And if an evolution we know to be true, a demonstrable fact of reality, does not disprove God. These are not mutually exclusive concepts because Geo, abiogenesis and evolution. Abiogenesis could be the means by which God created life, and evolution could be the means by which God diversified life. These are two different things. They're not mutually exclusive. So stop sitting on evolution and address T-Jump's question.
Okay, so no, I will not, because when it comes to JL, you just said it's true because
we're going to kick you off the stage. You have one option.
Why do you guys keep kicking everyone off the stage?
Okay, thank you for coming up,
Geo, for the future, when you are asked a question by one of the moderators, answer the question. Don't try to rabbit trail it, especially when that rabbit trail is completely unfounded. The concept of God and the concept of evolution and abiogenesis are not mutually exclusive. Just because we've demonstrated evolution is true does not disprove God, and just because we may in the future demonstrate that abiogenesis is true doesn't disprove God. These are two separate things. They have nothing to do with one another.
Yeah, for clarification, we are not trying to remove your worldview and then replace it with any of ours. We want you to convince us a deity exists.
And Repo was someone in my live chat. Repo Sandman points out, even if evolution was false, that does not prove a deity. So
yes.
they're mutual. They're not. It's like, never mind. So
I want to point out, because evolution is a fact, he would have had to have shown us an animal that did not evolve. That would have been the rarity, and I would also point out, like T-Jump was trying to drill home at, we are trying to be convinced of a god.
And that was an excellent question. I would have loved to hear him answer it, T-Jump. I really would. I'd address how it is incoherent, but address the coherency issue. But I think he realized he was trapped, and that's why he wanted to run off to something else.
So MacGruber found a more appropriate example, so we're going to give him another shot.
Well, I was saying that
the word he used was pedophile, so he's calling the Greeks pedophiles. That's why I think JL wanted to keep him out.
This whole thing kind of kicked off because Amy said Jesus was an old philosopher, so why should we take seriously what he says? I said that's a fallacy because we trust all these slave-holding, sexist, polytheist Greeks about math. We trust what they say, but we don't trust Jesus, the ancient philosopher.
Can I just put an asterisk in there? It has nothing to do with what someone says. So the fact that Yahweh may have been a pedophile, had sex with Mary or whatever at 12.
Now who's talking
Come
about?
on, let's not do that topic at all.
Oh.
We're doing a different topic there.
So can we kick Amy now?
Hang on a sec. MacGruber.
No. I came to argue for God.
No, hang on a sec. No, I have to. No, hang on a sec. I have to point something out.
No, Matt Gruber. If you do that again, you're out.
So I want to point something out, MacGruber. So you seem to have this problem. If a person conducts themselves in a particular behavior, okay, just to say that, and then that person also makes an observation about reality that is true, or an observation about reality, does the way they conduct themselves in their behavior mean that their observation about reality is false?
No, that's what I was pointing to.
Okay, so you bringing these things up is completely pointless.
I also want to bring up that it has nothing to do with who says it, no matter how horrible or good. My point was that a rabbi doesn't seem to be the linchpin for why everything is coherent or necessary. So it would have taken billions of years until Jesus arrived.
There was no billions of years.
Jesus wasn't necessary. He's not the linchpin for anything coherent in
reality.
Is. I would love an argument.
He underpins your ability to make that claim that Jesus isn't whatever.
Why do you think that?
Because without that,
hey, Roseanne, good to see you.
No grounding for any claims, and therefore nothing you say would have any verisimilitude.
And I think that's silly. Clearly,
I think you're silly, and the Bible says that you're silly, and that you know that God exists.
Wait. Hang on a second.
But I don't know that God exists. My main
you do know that God exists.
No. MacGruber.
Just like whether or not you believe in atoms, atoms exist.
MacGruber.
Not only do I not think that, but I actually think a God does not exist.
Okay, so MacGruber. Hang on a sec. Let me pause something like that, because you denied the age of the Earth as we understand it. So the age of the Earth has been verified, and it has been independently verified. Okay, so that's
by
just
fallible secular scientists.
No, it's not. Wait, hang on. Just because they don't believe in a God, you already conceded that just because someone comports themselves in a certain way does not necessarily invalidate the argument they make. Just because a scientist doesn't begin with a presupposition doesn't mean that their observation...
They do begin with presuppositions.
They don't. No, MacGruber.
The uniformity of nature is true.
No, MacGruber. They don't. And here's here's the problem is that you're ostensibly you're conflating empiricism with empirically validated. Okay, so when we are looking, hang on a second, MacGruber, stop. When we are testing a system and we're trying to find things out about the system, we form hypotheses. Sometimes these hypotheses have presupposed values for some of the things that we don't know yet. Hang on. We presuppose these things, okay? So just like trying to solve an algebra equation, there are two ways we can do it. We can use a formula in order to get to it, or we can literally go and just drop in values for each variable until it makes sense. Until it sets out. There's two ways of doing it. One requires more time and effort. One, it's either way, it doesn't matter. We can do the same thing with determining things about reality. So we can say, let's start with this. Let's say we observe this. Why is this way? Let's presuppose this. Let's put these values.
Jail. I don't think this is like his point was about the grounding of all knowledge, not the methodology of science.
I understand that, but what's going on is like we have nothing to. What he's going on. Hang on, MacGruber. What he's going on is that we can't ground these things. So the reality of it is, we can presuppose some things, but then we do a test, and that comes out to be false. We know that our presuppositions were wrong. So then
why is he attacking any of our positions, though? So MacGruber, precept isn't convincing to any of us. Do you have any better arguments?
It convinced me. I was just as ardent an atheist as you.
Oh, T-Jump on
precept. It's my favorite one.
So to conclude what I was saying, but when we presuppose things about the system, and then we do our hypothesis and we run through our methodology, and then our conclusion turns out to be true and verifies what we observe, then those presuppositions are no longer presupposed. They are confirmed values about reality.
Yeah.
We have done this enough times.
If you look at a distant galaxy 13 billion light years away.
Mhm.
Do you assume that the universe is at least 13 billion years old? Yes, because you assume that the light took all that time to reach the Earth.
No, we
You're
don't assume. No,
presupposing it.
MacGruber, we don't assume because we know the speed of light, and we understand how redshift and blue shift.
You do not know that the speed of light was not different at the time of creation. You do not know that. You presuppose that it's the same.
No, that's not a presupposition.
today.
That's an assumption. But let's go back to the main argument here. So you think that you need to presuppose God, or you have no grounding. Like you can presuppose any ultimate nature of reality, right? If you have any presupposition about the fundamental nature of reality, that counts as a grounds. Why do you think that is not the case? Why do you think only God counts?
Because it was revealed that way, T-Jump, and you know this. You have read the Bible. If you haven't read the Bible, you should. You live in a Christian society, a Christian informed culture.
Stop talking, MacGruber. We're going to kick you. The first thing you said, it was revealed to us. Let's focus.
You live in a
on
Christian
that
society. That's his argumentum ad
What do you think
populum.
that
Come
means,
on,
and
guy.
Why do you think the fact that it was revealed to us makes it a reliable grounds?
Well, first it was revealed in creation. The fact that you exist.
What does that mean?
That's confirmation bias.
Why is that reliable?
It's confirmation bias that we exist. That's cool, jail
Stop
warrant.
derailing. Stop derailing. What do you mean it was revealed to us, and why is that reliable?
T-Jump, you know the presuppositionalist argument. You know the claims around revelation.
Wait,
you know that
you have an audience. You're
was
supposed to explain your position. You need to explain your position to the audience. What do you
Well,
mean
I'm
by
explaining
revealed?
that the Bible says that all of you are really theists. You're not
That's
innate.
great.
You are
That's great.
convinced that the
Go back.
deity exists. I don't
Arguments.
need
Stop derailing.
presuppositionalism. I don't need apologetics.
You
The
brought this up.
Bible is
You brought this up.
self-attesting.
MacGruber, stop derailing.
No, it's
you made an
not.
argument that you need to presuppose God, and you said it's reasonable because He revealed it to us. So my question was, what do you mean it was revealed to us? Like, was it psychically mind
God
developed
said
into it?
in the Bible or He inspired the human authors of the Bible to write that He exists, that Jesus died on the cross, that if you don't accept that,
Okay,
your
and then
destiny is
why
the
is
eternal
that-
fire.
Got it. I came to the Bible. Thank you. That's what revealed means. And why is this reasonable to believe as opposed to
Because
it was
God
made up
wrote
by a
it.
bunch
There were many witnesses to Jesus' life and resurrection.
Okay, so help me through that.
And
one, 'cause it seems
also,
to me-
that's not even
wait,
necessary.
Wait.
That's not even necessary. That without that, you would not be able to make any claims about anything. Why do I know that?
Yes, sure. Why do you know that?
Because otherwise, any claim that you make is either provisional or just your own opinion.
Why would that make a difference? Like, it can still be true.
It couldn't be true because maybe in 5 seconds, the nature of the universe will change and will no longer be true. There's nothing instantiating truthness.
A provisional statement or an unknown statement can still be true. Like I can
Thank
say
you,
there are
God
10
equals.
billion
It's
grains of
literally
sand in
it's
Missouri. I
circular.
don't know it, but it could
It's a
be
circular
true, right?
argument.
Well, no, because again, without a sustainer of the truthness, there could be 9 million grains of sand on Alpha Centauri.
So a sustainer of the truthness is what you think is required. I'd say reality is the sustainer of the truthness.
Well,
that's what I
is
said
reality
earlier.
a concrete one or an abstract many, or it has to be a concrete one. Otherwise, there's nothing ultimate. The
No.
ultimate has
Wait,
to be
hold up.
concrete and it has to be
Go back.
one.
Go back.
It has to be
Go back.
triune.
Stop, MacGruber.
How
So
about you
what is
stop
this-
and
wait,
stop trying to dominate and be the Matt Dillahunty wannabe you think you are.
Wow.
I'm gonna go back to what you
That's
said.
strike 3. We're not doing that.
Well, and after he jumps down, I just want to make a statement.
I want to I love this. I want to. He says
He keeps going meta, man.
No, this is very, very. He's following the argument perfectly. The next stage of the argument is it concrete or many? It's one of the many arguments, and then the precept has to answer why do you think whether or not it has one or many aspects is a determinant factor in it being the grounds, and that's the next question. That's like why does this one or many thing have anything to do with it being the grounds? And
should we come back up if you
No,
want to deal with the meta?
No, move on to something.
I just want to make a syllogism that the Bible claims we all have knowledge of God. We don't all have knowledge of God. Therefore, God doesn't exist.
There you go, T-Jump.
I mean, legit. I can demonstrate how the biblical Abrahamic God cannot exist. So it doesn't.
No,
really,
you can't. The Bible
yes,
exists,
I can.
Therefore, God exists.
No, yes, I can. I can demonstrate.
Right
No,
there.
MacGruber.
Done.
I'm not. I like legitimately. I can demonstrate with empirical evidence.
The Bible says that God exists. That's enough.
Sorry, you
That's
cannot
enough.
demonstrate. You
That's
cannot
all you
demonstrate
need.
what the Bible is true.
Yes, you can. Because
No, you
it says
can't.
It's true. It's
No, you don't. No, you don't.
self-attesting.
You have to presuppose the existence of God to say that the
Anyway,
Bible is true. MacGruber, your argument is
He's a
circular.
discount Matt Dillahunty, but
Your
at least-
argument is circular, and therefore
Yes, it is.
invalid.
Yes, it is. 'Cause
And
God-
therefore invalid.
When you
Yes, it
say
is.
stuff like that, you sound brainwashed. I heart you.
JL,
You
A
are
equals
just
A.
saying-
A equals
you
A.
are-
That's circular. You believe
No,
that.
A equals A is a freaking observation, dude. A thing is itself and cannot be something that it is not. That is an observation.
How do you know that A equals A? Because A equals A.
It's a tautology.
What did
those aren't the same. But I did want to go back because you said that you need the
Get him,
one of the
T-Jump.
many argument. So why do you think that whether or not it has a concrete singular essence or many matters to whether or not it's an ontological ground?
Because otherwise it will not be ultimate. If it was just
Oh, so-
abstract, it doesn't really exist.
I didn't say anything about abstract. So if it's the one or the many, why does the fact that it's one or many have anything to do with whether or not it's legitimate grounds of knowledge?
And technically, and I don't want to get because it'll muddy the waters. Technically, reality is an aggregate. It is one thing. The universe
I'm
composed of
accepting
many
the framework,
things.
just like
So it's
you
technically
accept the
an
framework of
aggregate.
atomic theory and maybe don't understand it because you didn't finish grad school.
Okay, well, I've gone into Van Til and Bonson, and I think this is a fascinating argument. And this is why I'm asking.
No
because
one's
it seems
really
like-
read Van Til. It's like no one's really read.
I
Ayn
have.
Rand, you know.
Wait.
A few people have.
I did a breakdown video on why Van Til doesn't work.
I don't care. I'm really interested in why Van Til and Bonson or any precepts think that the one in the many.
Hey,
whether or
Watts, good
not
to see you.
As one property or many properties has anything to do with whether or not something is an ultimate grounds. Why does that? What relevance does that have?
I'm going to appeal to authority and say because the framers of presuppositionalism framed it to be so, and I'm going to have to look into that further. But they have deemed it to be necessary, and they trust the Bible, and I trust the Bible. Therefore, by the transitive property, I find it necessary.
Why do you
Okay,
trust
so
the
I
Bible?
think it's not necessary. I think it's completely arbitrary. It's
Well,
like
I think
saying-
you're an atheist who's suppressing the truth and unrighteousness.
Wait. So here's the argument. The argument is that it seems like it wouldn't make a difference.
JL,
whether
argument
fundamental
from
nature-
groaning.
I agree.
Let him talk
Let's
for a
go
moment.
like that. But so it doesn't seem to make a difference whether or not the ultimate reality is one essence or multiple combinations of a necessary essence. That would still be at ultimate grounds either way.
Well, it wouldn't be
make a
ultimate
difference.
because if there's multiple, then one wouldn't be ultimate over the others.
And it's an
Or
argument from
holiness.
groaning. Is an argument for argument from groaning as a response to your
It doesn't
appeal to
matter.
cringe.
Stop derailing. Stop derailing. So, why do you think that if there is a combination of necessary ultimate things that have a necessary relationship, that could not qualify as necessary?
Because the Bible doesn't depict multiple ultimates.
But is there a logical contradiction with it?
It doesn't matter. That's the state of affairs because it's what was revealed.
Yeah. Okay. So there's no logical contradiction, which means it is possible.
I'm sorry. Doesn't
And
depict
so-
multiple
I'm not
ultimates?
conceding that.
We have made
but
God in
even
our
if it were
image.
logically possible.
No other gods before me.
Then the Bible doesn't reveal that.
Okay, so the only
It's literally
argument
one
out there
God
is it
claiming to be
can't
ultimate. How does it justify
must
that
be a
claim?
single essence because the Bible says so.
Yes.
But there's no logical contradiction. So logic doesn't say so, but the Bible.
Well, I
says
didn't
so.
concede that there was no logical contradiction.
Well,
I'm
is
just
there?
saying that if I were to
T-Jump.
grant you,
T-Jump,
if
can
I
I
were to-
ask
if
one,
I were to
one
grant you
single
that.
question?
Sure.
T-Jump, can I ask one single question?
Go for
Because
it.
he's advocating for the biblical God, who is a Trinity, who's not
Yes.
one.
He is one. He is a three persons.
No, he's not.
He is.
He's not one. He
is
can't be
one.
three persons and be one.
He's revealed as one God. Who
Which
is-
which of
has
the
three distinct
Trinity
persons.
is the which of the Trinity is the ultimate?
That's a malformed question.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
This is your
There are three co-equal
rejection. This
there's
is your
three
rejection
co-equal
of
persons in
T-Jump's
one God.
argument.
In one God.
Hold on.
Godhead.
MacGruber, hold on. This is
I'm answering your
rejection
question.
of
It's a malformed
T-Jump.
question.
This is I'm telling you, this is your rejection of T-Jump's argument that reality is the grounding. You said it can't be because there are multiple things that make up reality. There are multiple things that make up your God.
No, it's not things. There are persons that comprise the Godhead.
And persons aren't things?
Persons are not things. God is not a thing. A thing is a contingent, particular.
So Jesus is not contingent.
No.
Holy Spirit is not contingent.
No.
So
God sounded pretty contingent when he was dying on the cross.
Your blasphemy is really funny, JL. I'll look forward to mocking you while you burn in hell and have the flesh rendered off of your body.
Technically, MacGruber, it's impossible because those in heaven cannot see into hell.
Well, I'll make a divine periscope or something and see down.
Can anybody in chat confirm if that was a sin?
What, blasphemy? Yeah, it's a sin.
Sin presupposes the existence of a God to declare something sin, so you still haven't demonstrated
way,
God, so therefore it's not.
I'm not threatening JL. God's threatening JL.
God is
but I did want to go. I did want to go back to his argument is that you need to presuppose God because it's only the only coherent worldview, and you can't presuppose a different grounds because it entails a logical or it's incoherent or something. I don't remember what the word he said. And then when we talked about a different grounds, he said the reason it doesn't work is because of the Bible. Now,
why hast thou forsaken me? That sounds pretty goddamn contingent to me.
Other than the fact the Bible doesn't say that, so I'm not really convinced.
Well, the Bible doesn't depict other gods as ultimate.
Well, no, so your argument was that you have to presuppose God because it's the only worldview that can ground things.
Yes.
And then I said, okay, so let's start with a different worldview, like a multi thing or one in the many. Either one works.
Yeah, that's not ultimate.
Doesn't work.
There's nothing ultimate.
And you said that doesn't work because the Bible says so.
No, it doesn't work because in that worldview, nothing is ultimate. There's multiple ultimates, which means that not one thing. So there is a world in which, according to one ultimate, there's 900 million grains of sand on Alpha Centauri, and then in another ultimate's
how could there be sand on a
10
star?
million, and that's
no. So the ultimates all agree. So
yeah.
there can be multiple ultimates, and they all agree. And so they don't.
Well, then there's one. Then that council of ultimates.
The reality, no one is convinced by this unless they're already a believer. The presuppositional apologetics is only designed to keep people in the faith and designed to shut the mouth of the unbeliever.
Yeah,
that's pretty much all it is. It literally forms a circular argument that can't be really defeated because of its circularity. And so we recognize it for its logical problems, and then we just
now you're a presuppositionalist.
We just get rid of it.
Sort of in this argument. So I'm saying I can presuppose something
that you can't justify your presuppositions. I can justify it based on the heavenly Christian God of the Holy Bible.
One step at a time here. So you said you can only presuppose
biblically you can't justify your God.
Stop talking.
I can.
Stop talking. So you said that you have to presuppose a God. I presuppose something else. So yes, I'm being a presuppositionalist. I'm presupposing something else.
Yeah, you do anything to make sure that God doesn't exist in your worldview.
So you have to give a reason. Stop. You have to give a reason why you think your presupposition is better here. You said it's only possible to presuppose a God. I just presuppose something else, and it seemed to work just fine.
We should just toss this fool.
Wrong. So why do you think
it's predicated on circular argumentation and therefore invalid? So
I don't have a Sky Daddy. I have the Holy Christian God of the Holy Bible.
Focus on the argument. So why is your presupposition of a Sky Daddy worse than my presupposition of the many forces?
It's not worse. What are you talking about? Why is your presupposition of Sky Daddy? Because it contradicts the Bible.
Is that the only reason? Do you have any other logical reasons, evidence reasons, or is it just the Bible thing?
Well, I mean, the Bible is a great shortcut, isn't it? Because it tells us what the nature of God is, what He did with creation.
Well, skip the shortcut and go to the part where there's actually some kind of logical or evidential difference. So,
again, I don't do logic and apologetics aren't necessary. The Bible is self-attesting. You just need to accept it.
Do logic?
Yeah, he doesn't do logic. Okay, so
not that I don't do it; it's that it's not important. It's that the Bible is self-attesting.
It actually is really important. Is God a logical being?
Yes, logic is reflective of God's nature.
Does logic apply to God? Can God be not God?
What do you mean? Does it apply to God? God instantiates logic.
Okay, hang on a second. But can God be?
Not exist at the
yeah,
same
can God be not God?
No.
Okay, so if A equals God, then not A cannot also equal God.
No.
All right, so That means logic. That means logic doesn't derive from it. Logic applies to it.
It does derive from God because, again, like God instantiated.
If logic derived from God, then that would mean God was outside of logic, and then the laws of logic.
Okay.
MacGruber, stop. MacGruber, stop. If God is outside of logic, and logic derives from God, then God is technically outside of it, and the laws of logic don't apply to it.
His nature. And again, I don't need to listen to somebody who knows that God exists.
I don't know God exists.
You do know that God
I have no knowledge of this.
Stop. These are strikes.
Can I ask MacGruber a question? Like,
can I remove him now, T-Jump?
I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
No, Taco.
So
Taco,
Amy and Peter
not
have
yet.
one question each, and then I'm removing him. And MacGruber, please just address the questions.
I mean, you seem to think that we are not justified in thinking a God does not exist, and yet that is what you are just presupposing, and it just seems kind of weird
because the holy book.
We are contingent on.
I don't need to listen to you. You just like give me a
think
fucking break. Come
God
on, dude.
Is then contingent
Either
on
logic
us,
applies to God or it doesn't apply to God. It's one or the other. It's a fucking dichotomy.
Is destroyed by the sun red gianting one day. The God concept will go away, and so. But I just really don't understand it.
If God is contingent upon us, then why did he exist for a few days prior to the creation of humanity?
Because you're pre-assuming that never happened.
I'm not pre-assuming it. I read it in the Bible, and it's true because God is a truth bearer.
It was written and inspired by men. We have no reason.
It was written by men, inspired by God.
Supernatural events happened in the Bible.
Yeah, and you have no basis by which to say that it didn't happen.
You can't demonstrate the truth of it being inspired.
I can. It exists. Therefore, it was written and inspired by God. Because
the Bhagavad, MacGruber. Yes, thank you. Thank you. The Bhagavad Gita exists and was inspired by.
Spread by a false god.
Oh, give me a special pleading much? Get him out of here, man.
Yeah,
Come
God
on.
is special.
Peter still gets a question. Peter was waiting.
Well, it's more like a remark. I did have a question, but I completely forgot with all this entertaining stuff going on. But I did have one remark, and that is that if you go back in linguistics, the word God comes from an ancient word that means father in the sky. So you objecting to the term sky daddy is just silly because you're using that term in order to address
Gavin's raver. I could just see Marlon Brando. The contingency.
Well, when we speak of God, we're speaking analogically. He's not just a sky daddy. Like he exists. He permeates all of the universe.
It's what the word God means.
So he's also.
Thank you for coming up now.
If you're refuting,
anyway, thank you very much for having me all those times.
If you don't want to use that, use a different word.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you for coming up. We're going to go ahead and move on. Anybody have any last points you'd like to make?
I do want to say, even though I disagreed with almost everything that he said, he came in, I think, saying nice things about me, so thank you so very much. Send the love back.
I will make one comment. I don't like to use, myself personally, I don't like to use the term Sky Daddy because I think I've noticed a lot of theists don't like it, and it doesn't bring about better conversation. But I don't object to other people using it.
I see him shut down when he stays
That's also not why I said it, but the word God literally means that. I can't help it. It's not my fault. I didn't come up with how language works.
I like it because it makes more dumpster fires and I get more views. So more views, more dumpster fires.
Right. I do have one remark, and that is the question that no presuppos will address, and that is why do we need to believe the Bible? That's the one question they will always avoid to answer.
I've always found that it's like, why does your God and all of its infinite power and awareness and love and whatever, by the way you define it, why does it require that human beings make the worst mistakes in human reasoning to justify a belief in it? If it was true and it existed, then it wouldn't require these things, which is just weird. It's like for some reason this ultimate being demands faith, which is just ridiculous. Because even if it existed and everybody knew it, it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody would follow it. That's two completely different arguments. So why does it require the worst mistakes in human reasoning to justify a continued belief in it? And they never are able to address that.
Taco and Randolph.
And another thing, the Bible.
I just want to jump
Go
in.
ahead,
Taco and
Chizo.
Randolph. Skylar Fiction is in my chat. He said he'd love to be a guest on one of these sometimes. If you want to see the message.
Okay, so yeah, we'll handle that
Yeah.
offline. Just do that in the private chat. We'll get it sorted out. Okay.
Just have him send me a message.
So, I have one thing, and that is, if the Bible claims that we all know that a God exists, then why the hell do we have a Bible? If all of that knowledge is already implanted in all of us, why do we need that book at all? Because we should know what it's.
Because if the Bible didn't exist, then we wouldn't know that we know.
Listen, just shut up and... You just need to shut up and pay your 10%. Jesus.
I hate you, JL. I hate you.
Because we have to be told that we know that we know. If there was no Bible, then we wouldn't know that we know.
Damn it.
Why does God need a starship?
How did I not know that? Oh, wait, because it's not in the Bible.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. What's up, Chief? What do you got for us today?
How's it going, my man? All right, so just to clarify a few things. I'm kind of disappointed in a lot of the arguments that have been made to you so far. These are personal attacks, psychological criticisms, circular arguments that are kind of embarrassing for anyone who's genuinely faithful. I also want to establish that if you have a deep sense of understanding, then you know that teleological, cosmological, and ontological proofs are all gibberish, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd agree.
So let's get on with the real transcendental proof.
Oh.
So you guys are definitely rigorous scientific instrumentalists, correct?
No.
No?
No.
So you
No.
believe in naive realism?
No. But what is your argument?
Well, the concern here has to deal with how we discover natural laws in investigating the world. I mean, you would agree that we happen to experience things, and we test hypotheses in order to have replicated experiences. And
Sure. What's the argument?
Okay. So, when we are engaging in this rigorous instrumentalism, we are using statistics, correct?
We're not. No. So I'm not an instrumentalist. But what is your argument?
Well,
I think he's just saying that the term instrumentalism has an implication here that's not appropriate. So we observe reality. We ask questions about the reality. We test various things. We confirm our hypotheses, and then we can use that information.
We need to 100% stop talking about our worldview and wait for him to make.
Yeah, we understand our methodology. So
right, you use inductive reasoning, use statistics, levels of significance. Yes. The argument deals with statistics themselves. Because we have to understand that the bell curve depends on transcendental properties being recognized throughout the world.
Absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, let me elaborate then.
Can we just skip? Can you give like a premise, conclusion, something?
Well, the point is, God is a being which has omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence without exception throughout the world. We recognize this because in order to be scientific instrumentalists, we have to have transcendental properties in how we examine levels of significance when it comes to determining that our experiments to verify natural laws are achieved.
What do you mean? What do you mean we need to recognize there's a triple omni being to do instrumentalism? Instrumentalism says there's no realist description of reality. It's just
yes, I agree with you, but I'm going to.
I'm not following your argument that you need a triple omni being to do instrumentalism.
I also see a paradox there in what you're arguing, and I'd like to get into that after you deal with T-jump stuff. But you go ahead first.
Okay. So the argument that I would make is that to understand science properly through statistics, you have to have the bell curve, which is integrated as a Gaussian function. And Gaussian functions require the application of the natural logarithm in pi. We know that these are transcendental numbers, correct?
No.
No?
Don't believe in transcendental numbers. What is?
Wait a minute.
Math is a language. It is a formal language made up by humans to describe patterns in reality. We don't need any transcendentals there. There's no transcendentals.
Well, wait a minute. So, say all the conscious beings in all the world died, okay, such that their discoveries of math were no longer before us, correct?
Can I just pause? I just want to say,
what's up?
The only conscious beings we know so far are animals, but I'm enjoying it. Keep on going.
Okay. Point there being, say all the people who knew of math died, and let us say some new people came into the
Math
world
would
and
still accurately describe reality.
right. The point there would be that the math that they rediscover would be the same math that was discovered before. It's not that it was artificially
invented it.
constructed. Okay,
Math is
why are you
invented.
saying it's invented and not discovered?
The language is arbitrary. We invented the language of
Right,
mathematics
right,
that
the
we
language is
utilize,
arbitrary, yes.
but what it describes would still be true. It's just that
Yes,
the
so-
language might be different. So
Right.
we may use different different letters or different
Base 2,
whatever.
base 10, base 16, yes.
Exactly. So it would still so reality would still be the same. It's just that the language maybe is arbitrary. That's all it is.
So,
What did you want to say, T-John?
There's multiple things here. One is that math doesn't exist. It is simply a description made up by humans to describe the nature of reality. The nature of reality exists, so there's no transcendentals there. And even if there were transcendentals, you can still have transcendental objects without a god, like platonic forms of numbers or whatever. And so either way, none of this indicates a god.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that the numbers e and pi don't exist?
No, I'm a nominalist, so no. But I'm not sure how this would indicate a god either way. Even if they existed, it'd be a platonic form and still not a god.
Okay, so you're denying the objective relationship
link,
between a
Athens.
circumference and a diameter in a circle, and you're denying
No.
the objective relationship of perpetual growth and decay.
No.
Well, what? Okay, so what are you saying?
Those are properties of reality. There's no abstraction or transcendental of pi that exists that governs these things. There is a thing in reality that has this pattern, and we describe it with the word pi.
You
Pi
can't.
doesn't exist.
You can't prove that concretely though, because any empirical proof is going to have a finite
that's
understanding.
Separate. Whether or not you can prove it is separate here. The point is it doesn't. You don't need to the consensus in philosophy is it's nominalism. But what is your argument that you need one way or the other that this leads to a god? You're just telling you my position. Here's the position of philosophers. Doesn't get us anywhere. So why do you think this indicates a god in any way?
Okay, yeah, let's just continue with the proof. Okay, so to understand this, we have to realize how these transcendental numbers, which underlie the bell curve in statistics, apply to all of our observations towards all of our understandings of correlating regressions to all of the natural laws of all the world. Therefore, we can recognize that there is some all-knowing property. That
wait, that doesn't make sense. Why does the fact that we can use numbers to describe things mean there is an all-knowing property?
No, what I'm saying is that the transcendental nature of these numbers as applied towards regressions shows an all-knowing property. It's not our usage
That's
of
the part that doesn't make sense. So I'm saying that there's multiple ways that numbers could interact with reality. One is as a platonic form. So there's
Hey,
no
Turing
all-knowing.
Test, good to see you.
One is as numbers don't exist, nominalism, where they're just descriptions that we use to describe the nature of reality. So no platonic forms, no God, no abstractions, no transcendentals. That works too. And in all of these cases, you can do exactly what you just said of using numbers to describe statistical regressions. You can do that in all three of these cases.
Okay, so if there are no platonic forms, that means you still have to measure your levels of significance when you're coming to an inductive regression over measuring a natural law, correct?
Yes, and you can do that with simple language. You don't need platonic.
No, that's naive realism. That's not. How would you do that through simple language?
It's not naive realism is one interpretation, which literally doesn't matter here. So you can use pure language to describe patterns, and those patterns in reality exist. So if the pattern exists, and we can describe that with a relationship number, the number itself, pi, doesn't need to exist as a transcendental form. It's completely irrelevant. You don't need it.
Whoa.
Why do you think you need it to have a transcendental form of a number for it to be able to describe stuff?
Without e and pi, you can't find the Gaussian function behind the bell curve.
No.
What are you talking about?
There can be a nature in an object that has a relation, and then we describe that relation with pi. Pi is just a thing we've made up to describe an existing relation in an object. That is a natural physical property of the object. So there's no abstractions, no transcendentals. There is a physical property of the object, which we can describe with abstractions like pi.
Okay, so are we? This seems like nitpicking what you're doing here, because it seems like you're well, are you distinguishing between God's existence versus our understanding of God's existence?
Well, I'm saying God doesn't exist, so I'm saying the numbers.
Right.
And essentially, Elicitus, it's kind of like we say we observe the relationship, and then we call it pi. We did the symbol for pi, and it equals 3.14. Blah 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 blah.
Right.
Some if there on the far-flung reaches of the universe, there could be another intelligent civilization out there that calls it that looks at that same relationship and calls it blardity flardy flardy flar, and that's how they describe that relationship. Technically, blardity flardy flardy flar and 3.14 blah 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 are essentially the same thing. They're describing the same relationship, but the language is completely arbitrary.
Well, just to clarify, it'd be more like there could be a platonic object like the mathematical numbers and they govern things and make them have this relationship. Or it could be the case that there's a physical nature to them, like their properties are physical properties within themselves that cause them to have these relations. And we simply describe the relations with abstractions. Or there could be this like mind thing that has abstractions in its mind and it governs things. The way that causes these relations to exist, or what grounds the relations, three different options. One is abstract objects, mind, or physical essence. So I'm going with the physical essence, and the abstractions are things we made up to describe the physical essence.
So I guess I'm confused here because you seem to be describing something existing outside of the world. And what I'm trying to focus on here is omnipotence as well, such that God would exist throughout the world. So why are you talking about this relationship on a physical basis over pi describing versus being these natural laws?
So what makes pi
Bob Odell's, you can go into your settings and you can drop the whole input or the output volume for Discord and control it all in one fell swoop.
Physical reality has a nature to it, which is describable.
I think you can do that. So like basically the audio coming in through your microphone, but you do that within the settings of Discord.
You don't need abstractions. You don't need a mind. Nature just has a nature to it, and we can use math that we've made up.
Hey, Watts, good to see you.
It doesn't exist anywhere else to describe that thing. So I'm not following how you think you need a transcendental or a God or something to use math to describe stuff.
I don't know. I mean, it seems like we're getting back to the previous point over whether or not language is invented versus discovered, because it's okay.
No,
are you saying
your argument? How is your argument that you need a God or math to describe stuff?
Do you mind if I just explain the argument without interruption, and then you can pick it apart after?
Sure.
Okay. Because this seems a little like we're going around in circles here. Okay. So we have these understandings of E and pi towards the bell curve with regards to statistics towards understanding all natural laws. Now, these natural laws, not only are they represented through that which is all-knowing, but also all-present, because...
That part makes no sense. What do you mean represented by all-knowing? That doesn't make any sense.
Mate, for your sake, just let me complete the proof, and then you can pick it apart, okay?
If you say a whole bunch of nonsense that none of which makes sense, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't help if you just make more nonsense statements. So, like,
I understand.
What do you mean? What is your inference from math describes stuff to requires mind for math to describe stuff?
Just to clarify, there's only 3 parts here. I'm not going to take forever of your attention span. Okay? All I'm doing is showing omniscience, omnipotence, and
conclusion. How do you get from math described stuff to mind?
There's 3 premises that need to be consolidated. So can I put the 3 premises out there, and then you can pick them apart?
Sure. I need one. Like, if X, then Y.
Okay. It's not really X then Y. It's X1, X2, X3, then Y. But yeah.
I need an if-then conclusion. What is it the case that requires a mind?
Okay, so what I'm doing here in a transcendental proof, I'm not showing a mind beyond. I'm showing that we reside within the mind.
That's fine. How do you get there?
We get there because we recognize that these transcendental proofs are beyond our sublime, beautiful, and agreeable experiences. In order for the world to make sense, we would have to have some infinite considerations that go beyond our finite observations.
I would also love to talk with you about why you think we are in a mind. I will dispute that. I do not think we are in a mind.
I'm trying to get to the point, but to get to the point, I need to go from omniscience to omnipotence.
I don't care which one you want to go with, but you said something like, we know we're in a mind because our understanding needs to go outside of our limitedness or something?
Right. Look, when we're doing scientific instrumentalism, we have a limited amount of observations in the world, correct?
So help me understand this. You're saying that we need the fact that we know we're in a mind is because our understandings apply to things outside of us.
We need to understand how significant our observations are. When we run regressions in order to figure out correlations, those are subject to levels of significance. Those levels of significance require...
None of that makes sense.
Dude, this is statistics 101. Come on, man.
No. You aren't making... You're just using philosobabble here. Like, none of that actually helps your conclusion. Get rid of the nouns. Give me like a P, therefore Q kind of a thing. How do you get from, we describe reality, therefore we're in a mind?
Can I ask the rest of the panel, am I really engaging in philosobabble here?
I don't know, but I still do have that observation of the paradox you made originally. So once you're done with T-Jump, I'd like to converse with you on that briefly.
Okay, because I just feel like I'm saying statistics 101 here. This doesn't seem like it's a
You
terribly
don't need
difficult
statistics.
concept.
None of the statistics matters there. This is why it's philosophical. Like, how do you there is statistics, I agree. So statistics exists, therefore, how do you get from statistics to God?
So statistics depend upon these transcendental numbers in order to understand the levels of significance.
Stop. Right there.
Go ahead.
What do you mean statistics depends on transcendental numbers? Because it doesn't.
How do you do
transcendental? Thus, by transcendental, you just mean like the transcendental numbers, not that they actually transcendentally exist.
Wait a minute. You don't think mathematical transcendentalism is philosophically transcendental?
No, no one thinks that.
Okay, so when we're talking about philosophical transcendentality, we're talking about a concept of infinity which surpasses all phenomenal observations, correct?
On the ontology of transcendental, that's what it means. No one in math thinks that's what it means. Like, no one thinks imaginary numbers are literally imaginary. Just because it has the word imaginary in the front doesn't mean that's what they think its ontology is.
Hey, Sorcerer, good to see you. Yes.
Right, when we're talking about transcendental numbers, we're talking about relationships which cannot be factored by any polynomial method, correct?
But that doesn't mean they're ontologically transcendental. They're just...
Do you think that mathematics is more than a language?
I think it's transcendentally independent of our cognition, yes. If we all died tomorrow, mathematical truths would still be true.
Weird.
I think I've explained this point enough. Randolph, did you want to do your little...
your original point, you mentioned that...
No, the mathematical deals wouldn't exist. What they describe would still exist. But the mathematics in itself wouldn't, because it's contingent upon us. It's arbitrary.
The problem with those is I see that as a paradox because... the example I normally give is that the weather... God could know, this omniscient, omnipotent God could know that tomorrow is going to be a sunny day here in my neighborhood. Okay. Then tomorrow comes along, and despite having that knowledge, decides to use his omnipotence, his power, to change the weather to snow or rain. Then it's not sunny, it's all cloudy and all this. He has then, therefore, invalidated his omniscience from the day before. Therefore, he's not omniscient anymore. He can ruin it for himself. So I see that as paradoxical in the claim that you made, and that's why I don't accept the claim. But feel free to respond.
Yeah, I'm a little confused there because it's not just that; it's also omnipotence, and omnipotence means he would exist across time. So he would already know all the decisions he's going to make across time. So why would he change his mind like that?
Are you a Platonic realist?
So I just stated he knows that tomorrow is going to be sunny weather here.
Right.
Tomorrow rolls along and he decides to change that.
Right, that's the problem.
But if he can change that, then he's omnipotent. But then that invalidates his omniscience. So he can't be both, is what I'm saying.
Why would he change if he's omnipotent?
Okay,
No. What he's saying that there's a contradiction. No, listen to this. There's a contradiction.
I might have a better,
there's a logical contradiction between omniscience and omnipotence, because if God has all the power, and the power to do something and can change things and can interact with the reality and change things the way he wants, then it can do this. But if it already knows what it's going to do, then essentially omniscience implies that God is just literally a minecart running down a track.
Okay, so...
And it can't do anything outside of that track.
Well, that's the point. The point is God...
So it can't be omnipotent. So it can't be omnipotent and omniscient simultaneously.
You have a different understanding of omnipotence from omniscience. What I'm saying here is that God is 100% of the power which will be exercised across the eternity of time. Okay, so that means God has already made all these decisions throughout time, and he already knows all the decisions which are going to make. God would not change his mind like that. He already knows the decisions.
So you're saying that these concepts exist in the mind, not necessarily a Platonic realist sense, right?
That's why I think I have a better example for this paradox.
And
Peter,
then
just give me a
after
second.
Peter, I have a question.
Hang on. So, what you're doing is you're not addressing how to reconcile this paradox. Instead, what you seem to be doing is presenting excuses for, and not explaining the excuses, but you're saying God would not do that. So it seems that you know better what God would do, and that God would not exercise his power when, of course, if he's omnipotent, he can do that regardless of what you think he will or will not do.
Why are you convinced God would change?
I'm not convinced. I'm just pointing out a paradox, a hypothetical here, which explains why I'm not convinced by your argument, because I see that as a paradox, having both omniscience and omnipotence.
Yeah, but you have to include omnipotence. Like, why are you simply focusing on two of the conditions? Go ahead.
Can I put my example forward, because I think that's where we're
sure, Peter. I'm just going to quickly answer. Just give me a sec, Peter, and then you're next. So you're asking me why I'm just focusing on those two. I like to present arguments with a small number of details so that it's easier to deal with. The fact that this God is omnichronological is there pervasive through all of time. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to this because the point I've made, it only requires those two characteristics. The others are incidental. So I'm just trying to put forward a hypothetical with a simple set of conditions so that it's easier for everyone to comprehend and to discuss. That's all.
Right,
it's not that I'm focusing only on those two. It's just that I've picked those two as the example.
Do you want me to respond to that, or do you want me?
Feel free, and then Peter will probably go on.
Well, I'm working with the exact same example.
Peter,
I'm asking the panel if you want me to respond to that.
Peter, he's going to respond to me first, and then you can ask.
Okay, so I find that strange because
it's also weird because, and yes, Ardo, you're correct. And then it kind of invalidates the whole flood thing.
I would agree that
because that means God didn't choose to do that. God already knew it was going to do it. He was going to have to do that, or he was going to do it. So that means that all of the things that led to the flood were planned and intentional, which means that the fall and everything like that was all intentionally done, and humans had no influence on that.
You would agree with that, right?
I'm sorry, my audio just cut out. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I apologize.
Yeah, sure. So when we're talking about what makes sense, we have to have a complete set of sufficient conditions. I would agree that reducing things down to a simple form makes it easier to understand, but if we only have some of the things which are necessary instead of everything which is sufficient, it can make it look like there are paradoxes which really aren't there.
Okay, so how do you reconcile what seems to be the paradox then? Because I'm not excluding the others. I'm just simply taking those two and using them as an example is how I see that as a paradox. It doesn't make sense to me that being omnichronological or being omnipresent, for example, would be in any way
hey, Tom, good to see you.
Have any kind of effect on this. Those are incidental traits.
All right, just a second. Does the panel want me to respond to this, or do you want me to move on to the other guy?
I'm asking you. Go ahead and respond to me. Please go ahead and respond to me.
Randolph, I would really like to have my example put in here because he now has an escape route, and I think I have a better example. So
yeah, Peter. Peter. Just let me finish with him, please. Just give me a minute, okay? Go ahead and respond.
Okay, so indeed, you left out the omnipotence condition. You're only focusing on omniscience and omnipotence. So
because there's a direct contradiction.
I'm thinking you want to express something that you're struggling with expressing. And I think it would be a good idea to give you some time to think about that, and then we can get back to you.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to say I've put that forward, and I'm just asking for it to be reconciled. You've not done that, so I'll just say that I'm not convinced by your argument that a God exists, but I'm going to pass it over to Peter, and if you want to revisit this in the future, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think I've reconciled by saying...
I'm going to continue the exact same argument, just with a slightly different example, and one clarifying question. So, does your God want everyone to know him?
That's a very deep question.
I mean, I've read the Bible. I presume you've read it as well.
It took me 2 years to get through it.
Easy question.
Well, it's if you want me to be honest, I'm more of a stoic. I tend to take a more deep understanding of the different forms of love and what the word want really means there.
I didn't mention love. I didn't mention love. I said, does your God want everyone to know that he exists?
Thank you, Turing Test,
That's
member of the Godless
yes
Army
no
for 14 months. Appreciate that.
All right, as a simple yes or no question, I'd say yes.
Okay. So if your God knows that I'm going to die as an atheist,
good point.
And he is omnipotent, what can he do to change that?
So, I don't believe God changes. Yes, yes. I agree with what you're saying. Yes, I agree. So, if you really want to get deep about this, you're basically asking about God's motives. So why in the world he would create people who don't know of him?
I'm not asking about motives. I'm not asking about motives. I'm asking about the ability. So if God knows that I'm going to die as an atheist, can he do anything? I'm going to die as a Christian?
When you say can, you're talking about ability, right?
That's what I said, yes. I said that I was talking about ability. Does he have the ability to change the fact and make me die as a Christian?
Well, wait a minute. Didn't you just say atheist before?
I said if God knows that I'm going to die as an atheist, does he have the ability to change that fact so I will die as a Christian? I'm not talking about what he wants. I'm talking about whether or not he has the ability to.
I'm trying to think of a simple answer here. I mean, on a simple basis, I would say yes, he has the ability, but this can be really complicated really fast.
If he has the ability, then he's not omniscient.
So this is why I said it could get complicated.
Well, it's not complicated. It's the logical.
No.
It's the logical entailments.
This is lining out.
Yeah, it's the logical entailments.
This is just lining out the paradox with you not having an escape route, because now we've got something that either is the case.
Thank you, Sorcerer Red Hair, new member of the Godless Army. Appreciate that. Please enjoy all of the custom emojis I've made for you and the channel badge, which is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands.
If he does not have the ability to change that end conclusion, then he's not all powerful. If he does have the ability to change the end conclusion, then it wasn't the end conclusion that he saw, so he's not omniscient. Therefore, the two are incompatible.
Do you want to continue talking? Do you want to continue talking in simple terms, or do you want to get complicated about this?
If there should be a simple way to explain it. If it's really that simple, it's basic logic.
At least it is.
After you answer, I just want to ask a question or two to him.
Mark Beiser, member of the Godless Army for 8 months. Thank you so much.
What I said before was that God is omnipresent throughout time. So God has already made all of his decisions. So the idea that...
And I circumvented that with saying, does he have the ability?
Right.
So it has nothing to do with whether or not he knows what he is going to do or what he has done, no matter how you view it. If you view it from God's point, he has already done everything. I'm asking you whether or not he has the ability. That has nothing to do with time. That has nothing to do with God knowing what he is or is not going to do. It merely addresses the ability to do it or not. If he has the ability, which would make him all-powerful, then he's not omniscient.
Thank you, Skooma Cat, for all the gifted memberships. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Have the ability to change anything. So he wouldn't be all-powerful.
Yeah, I mean,
That is the paradox that Randolph tried to explain to you.
Weird, Mark. Right,
and
weird.
what you do is you get in time, and you get in that God has the knowledge of what he is or isn't going to do. That was not part of my question. My question was merely addressing whether or not he has a certain ability. If he has the ability to see the end conclusion, then he's omniscient. If he has the ability to change the end conclusion, then
I
he's
see what you're saying.
all-powerful.
This is why we're having the conclusion. Okay. This is
You
why we're having the disagreement.
cannot
Okay,
have both.
I see. Yes, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So the problem that I was having was I was thinking in a process-oriented rather than results-oriented basis. You're simply focusing on the conclusion here?
I'm simply focusing on the abilities, which is what Randolph did.
Right.
And then you threw in a third
right.
thing that we should
Okay, so
which
just for
is completely irrelevant.
Right. So just for simple language, you're saying if someone is on their deathbed and they happen to not believe in God at the very last moment of their life, that's it. That's what you're saying.
Welcome to reality, to the
I'm trying to use simple
Godless Army.
language.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the
God
support.
has the knowledge that I am going to die as an atheist.
Thank you so much, Charlie.
That is knowledge.
I appreciate that.
That is something that
You
an
rock.
omniscient being would know if that was the case.
Right.
Correct?
Okay.
So if God knows that that is going to be the end conclusion, and he has no ability to change it,
right?
He's not all powerful.
So when we say what is all powerful, we're talking about that which is in control of 100% of events that happen within the world. We're not talking about 101%, 110%, 200%. We're talking about simply 100%.
Is the event of me becoming a Christian impossible?
I think it'd be better to explain it. I think it'd be better to explain it a different way. So if God knows something is going to happen, and if God changes it, it would be false. It won't happen anymore, so it couldn't be knowledge, right? So God knows the rock is going to fall down the hill.
Exactly.
And so if he has the power to stop the rock from falling down the hill, well, then it couldn't be knowledge anymore because it would be false. It would be not true. And so if something is knowledge, God knows the rock is going to fall down the hill. He couldn't possibly stop it, because if he did, then it wouldn't have been knowledge. It never would have been knowledge because it would have been false.
Yep.
So God can't have knowledge of the future and have ability to change the future, even from our perspective, because then it would be a contradiction between his knowledge, which would then become false, and his power, which would change the knowledge.
So at least it's looking at the logical entailments of the attributes is essentially what it is. So God, if you say is omniscient, knowing all true propositions, okay, and then God being omnipotent, capable of any action that is not logically contradictory. It's essentially kind of like how we look at it. So, but like T-Jump said, that's the easiest way to do it. Is like if it knows it in the future, like infallibly. Because omniscience would technically be it infallibly knows what all true propositions are. Okay, so if it's true in the future and God knows it, and God is there, and if you don't even need to go into the omnipresence. Okay, but if it's true in the future, that means it can't be false because God infallibly knows it to be true. But if God has the ability to change it, then technically it's not true because God has changed it, making what he previously knew to be false, which means so it's one or the other. You can't have both.
I see what you're saying.
Right.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to reconcile here because I don't even think this is a issue of divinity we're talking about. I think this is a matter of time and power we're talking about.
Well, no, it's the logical entailments of saying that God possesses these particular attributes. Now, if you're a biblical literalist, and another way you can put this is if you believe the flood myth. Now, I don't think anybody here believes the flood actually occurred, but if you look at the flood myth as an example of this and why it's problematic, is because if God is omniscient and possesses knowledge of all true propositions infallibly, then God, before creation, knew that the flood event was going to take place and was not going to be able to change it, which means that all the events that led up to the flood, being the wickedness of man and all the Nephilim and whatever, however you want to believe it, knew infallibly that was going to take place, which means all of this was set in stone infallibly from the moment before creation, which means that all those people that were wicked had no choice about being wicked, which means that there is no free will, and everything is just literally reality is just in a minecart running down a track that was, and none of us have a choice in the matter.
Yeah.
Or God set it up in order to make it happen that way, so he would have a good reason to kill pretty much everything on the planet.
So yeah, so and then the existence of this, and then you have this. So you have this problem. You have this thing you cannot reconcile between God's all-powerful nature and God's infallible omniscience. So you have both these things that cannot be reconciled with one another. And then no matter which one you side with, there are then moral implications beyond that, which then turns God into a moral monster. So the moral implications come from the logical entailments. And as I usually say, gods die on the swords of logical entailments. You describe the god in a particular way, and then those things lead to entailments that are contradictory. Logical contradictions can exist, therefore that being cannot exist as it is described.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I also wanted to ask you a few questions. I think the omnis get really weird when we start talking about a conscious being.
Typically, the reality, we do this every 2 weeks, but I'm currently working with some other guys to try and make this a little bit different and do something possibly every week.
When you think of our minds, what is a mind to you?
Okay, this is actually a really good question. So when you're asking that, you're asking about the finite personhood that we have.
Well, you see, I almost didn't want to give my set of questions away with a finite and infinite, but yeah, I would say that I'm talking about this brain,
right?
On top of, I would say the mind is hierarched under, whether you're a dualist or not. I guess my question would be, I'm sending it right back to you. What is a mind?
Okay. So I think this is how we can reconcile the free will issue of what you're trying to get at. So a being which has 100% of the power in the world does not make alternative choices, just like how if you have a piece of machinery, all the gears are interlocked. Now, as people with minds, it's a different story because we are finite. We do not have all the gears interlocked. And the decisions that we make are based off of a limited amount of understanding of fellow gears.
My pleasure, Blue.
God has
Absolutely.
knowledge of all the gears of the machinery. So his decisions are going to be fixed. But our decisions become contingent upon which direction and how far we look throughout the machinery to see how other gears are operating. So to resolve your question about what a mind is, a mind entails a set of experiences by which we are observing our surroundings in the world and making decisions based on that information.
So I like that answer. However, I would then put forward that an infinite mind would be either contradictory or useless. I would then ask what would be, if a mind is the set of experiences that help us, walk on this macroscopic landscape, what is the benefit of an infinite mind?
I'm not, this is going to seem strange. I mean, I'm not quite sure the question makes sense because when we say something is useful, we're talking about a transformation of, I mean, this might sound like a weird answer, a transformation of the gears of the machinery to different locations within the machine, correct? So God being the entirety of all the gears throughout the machinery doesn't experience any of these transformations. For us as gears within the machine who don't have all-knowing capability, we can experience transformations. So when you ask what is the benefit to God, God wouldn't have a benefit because God doesn't transform. We would have.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like he's describing the universe and that this is pantheism. It sounds very much like pantheism.
And dying and all that. The value here is we as limited beings would transform because of our limited knowledge. But God doesn't see that transformation because he has complete knowledge. I don't like to make appeals to fiction, but just to give a description, it's like how in Lord of the Rings there's something called the gift of men and how men die. The fact that we are finite means that we have potential in which way we live our lives. God is infinite, so he doesn't have that sort of potential. Does that make sense to you?
Are you using infinite correctly?
Why are you concerned?
That doesn't seem like
What was
you're
the sentence? I wasn't paying attention.
coherently defining it. He's saying God is infinite, but what's that mean?
So you would agree that when it comes to the set of all the gears in all the world, that those gears perpetually exist, correct?
That's not defining anything.
Well, yeah, it's talking about the nature of eternity, which is infinite.
This literally
so you're just
sounds
saying God is eternal?
This literally sounds like pantheism.
Well,
it's like
God
the
is
universe.
everywhere.
The universe functions. The universe has
Correct.
functions within it. The universe, is what it is, but it doesn't really influence anything or change anything because it's all running set. And then it sounds like you're just describing the universe as God.
God exists everywhere. Everywhere is God.
But how you've defined it is essentially you're defining the universe. You like the laws of the universe, the physical laws of the universe and how the universe works, the patterns that we see within it, the relationships between objects. You're essentially saying it's the universe. This sounds like very much like pantheism.
That is a conclusion, but it's not a premise. The premise dealt with the whole statistics and how transcendental understandings are required and all that. That's where the definition comes from.
So did God create us from him? Did God create us from pre-existing material? Or did God create us out of nothing?
Are we talking about our physical existence or our minds? Or both?
The physical substrate. Whatever that is.
Our bodies are an outcome of the natural laws of the world, yes. God, we know, happens to exist within those natural laws because of the transcendental numbers which are required in order to understand them.
You just dodged the question.
Yeah,
Well,
that
I
was
said
an
yes.
answer to the question.
My very first word was yes.
But it
What's
wasn't
the
a yes
problem?
or no.
Well, I was doing you the courtesy of elaborating, but if you want to reduce
There were
it, yes.
3 options.
What were the
We
three
are
options?
created by God. What was the third option?
Were we created by God? I'm sorry, did God create us from him? Did God create us from nothing? Or did God create us out of pre-existing material?
Okay. So, I mean... Wow.
It
we're
sounded to me.
getting
It sounded to me a little bit, at least, of this like you're basically kind of saying that God kind of kicked the football on the universe, and that human beings forming are just a natural, are an emergent property of the universe itself, working as intended.
I would say there's a sequential matter. God created the world, and after the fact of creating the world, God created us.
Oh, okay. My bad. Continue on.
Out of what?
Well, again, you're talking about the...
So yeah, it goes back to Taco's. It goes back to Taco's question.
That was Taco's question.
So yeah, if God created like the Earth or the universe, right? And then it said, okay, now I'm going to create human beings. What did it create those human beings out of? Did it create it out of?
Well, before the creation of the universe, right? So you've got God. He's claiming God, right? And then he's saying us after God, right? So let's just say physical substrate, right? So was there a pre-existing physical substrate that existed with God that it created everything out of? Did God create the physical substrate out of God? Or did God create the physical substrate out of nothing?
It was God created the universe out of nothing and then made us out of nothing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So the way I would put this is the world is eternal. So it's not like you have this ex nihilo thing going on. But God has created time itself. So that's why we also believe in this ex nihilo thing. So the question is, are you talking about time or not?
So you believe there's a physical substrate that existed with God?
Yeah, but the world isn't eternal.
Hang on a sec, Peter. Hang on a sec. Let him answer that. The physical substrate thing. Go ahead and address that.
Okay, so the physical substrate, the membrane of the world, is God that has existed eternally, and in conjunction with the natural laws, which God has imbued into this membrane, we were created from it.
So we are God.
We are parts of God. We are not the
pantheism.
entirety.
Pantheism. That's what I thought. Pantheism.
We are necessary but insufficient parts.
So after creation, God was incomplete?
No. No, I'm saying that you and I are only parts
If
of
we
the
are
picture.
if we are made out of parts of God, then God has missing parts at this moment.
No. Like
I'm just trying to keep it simple.
It's more like we're
I'm saying that
bacteria.
that's what you
We're
said.
like bacteria inside of God's stomach, more or less.
That's a simple way of putting it. Yes.
I'm glad we're in his stomach, not in his anus.
My big disagreement here is I think we could spend hours and hours on the biological advantages on why mortal organisms, multicellular organisms, have a mind. And I think that us being in a mind or a non-physical mind even existing is highly unmotivated. I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
I could at this point I could literally generate, because he's already said that God's nature is unchanging and that God is given his attributes, and then given the universe that we observe and the realities of the universe, like the second law of thermodynamics and the uncertainty relations in quantum mechanics.
I'm also curious, how did you acquire this knowledge, and what's the evidence for it? That we're made out of God's parts.
Well, I started with, I mean, are you asking me my personal experience here, like how I came to this?
I'm not going to drop that bomb in this conversation.
You made a claim. Can you back
in
up
the
that
beginning?
claim?
Well, it all boiled down to how, again, it's the matter of investigating natural laws.
That's a good point,
laws
Tom.
of significance and statistics. It was. I mean, if you're asking me about my personal revelation,
how do natural laws apply to God?
Okay, so the idea here is we as people are trying to figure out the truth of the world, and we're limited.
Which is why I asked you for the evidence for your claim.
No, and what I'm saying is to understand is you have to focus on the scientific method itself. You have to depend on those transcendental numbers.
Oh, I still want to drop that bomb.
That's where the focus is.
Okay, if we're going to rely on the hold on. If we're going to rely on the scientific method
of transcendental numbers,
how? Yes,
it's all vibrations,
using
man.
the scientific method, how can we investigate whether or not we are made out of parts of God?
Okay, the key here is understanding how those natural laws are discovered by a statistical inductive method, by which the bell curve is integrating natural transcendental numbers. Okay?
There's information that Elizabeth is not in possession of. Things that we know about reality that refute this.
Just news. Hold on, but science isn't only using statistics and transcendental numbers. It uses evidence. So what is the evidence?
Wait a minute. Why are you focusing on a specifically? We've been getting into this whole matter of math here. So why are you demanding a specific concrete fact instead of looking at the method unto itself?
Because you brought up the scientific method in order to figure out whether something. Yeah. So in order to figure out if something is created. To figure out what the source material was, we need evidence. First of all, we need evidence of the source material itself. Then we need evidence of the source material going from one state to another state. So you brought up, you said we can investigate this through the scientific method. I asked you for your evidence.
Yes, I know.
All you've come up with is we have statistics, and that's great, but we have no statistics. We have no statistics on God, not a single one, because we can't investigate God.
I asked at the very beginning if you're a scientific instrumentalist and not a naive realist for this exact reason.
Well, but we're not at the beginning, and you brought up the fact that we can investigate this through the scientific method. We did not introduce that. That was your idea. So if you're going to say that we can investigate it through the scientific method, then explain how we're going to do that.
Okay.
What's the evidence? What's the source material? What's the process?
Mate, I understand you're making an appeal to evidence here. I grasp that. What I'm telling you...
I'm not. No, I'm not. You said... Not any of us made that claim. You said we can figure this out through the scientific method.
The method.
I'm just holding you to your claim.
What I'm focusing on here is the method.
Is the method, yes.
The method is not about a specific piece of evidence here or there. It's about how we investigate evidence in general.
Yes, but we have to start somewhere. So we have to have source material and we have the end result. Now, the end result is something all of us can see because that's the natural world that was apparently created by your God. No one has access to the source material. No one has access to the method of how the source material became the end material, which is the observable universe. And you said that we can investigate this using the scientific method. I'm really curious.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're going around in circles here.
No, we're not. I'm just holding you to a single claim you made.
Right.
That we can investigate this through the scientific method. So explain
method, yes.
how we can investigate creation through the scientific method.
I'm saying the method is the proof. Do you understand what I'm? See, the reason I think we're going around in circles here. Well,
but you haven't provided a method.
What did I talk about in the beginning? Statistics.
So he's saying that the method of science, in order to do the method of science, it has certain entailments, and those entailments have to do with the mathematical transcendentals. So those mathematical things that we're doing to do science have to come from somewhere. Saying they come from God.
Yeah, and that's why I was trying to get into the omniscient and omnipotent properties of transcendental numbers.
Can I also say?
Go ahead.
I just want to remind you that you, Amy, just one thing. Good. I just want to remind him that he came up with the scientific method when I asked him for evidence of us coming from parts of God. So that's one specific thing. I'm not talking about the entire conversation that came before it.
Well,
you made a claim that we came from God.
Peter, he's
and that we could investigate. That we could that we could investigate that we stem from parts of God through the scientific method. That has nothing to do with everything that went before it. This is a new claim.
He was answering that question, Peter. He's saying that we have the scientific method. It's like a piece of evidence. This thing exists. The scientific method exists. And he's saying, well, how did it come to exist? What is required to make the scientific method possible? Well, scientific method requires these transcendental number thingies. They have to exist in order for the scientific method to work. For the transcendental number thingies to exist, they have to come from God. Therefore, the fact that the scientific method exists is evidence that we are a part of God. This is argument.
Okay, but that's not that's not what I understood. I understood that he made the claim that we come from God, from parts of God, and that we could. And I asked him what his evidence was for that, and he said we can investigate that through the scientific method.
No, he's not saying we can use the scientific method to discover this. He's saying that because the scientific method exists, it requires transcendental numbers, which require God. So he's not saying we can use novel, testable scientific.
Can I clarify for a second?
Sure, and then after that, I want to ask you a question.
Okay, yeah, sure, Amy. So the point here is that throughout the world, we have a set of information. Right? That information is going to be there whether we discover it or not. Now, I mean, you agree with conservation of information, I'm assuming, as a scientific matter. So as people who are informed, we have to realize that information comes from the world. Right? So we are aware of a part of the information that exists out there. Okay, these transcendental numbers apply to all of the information, which is maybe discovered, maybe not discovered, but regardless, regressions that can correlate into natural laws exist, and they are subject to the transcendental numbers that have these properties.
But can I ask, when I always say that a lot of the God explanations end up being plot devices for, I would say, almost a God of the gaps fallacy. It is what we do not know. You're saying that there are these transcendental properties to maybe mathematics or a specific set of numbers, and we don't know why. We don't know what is it that actually inhibits them? But I want to go to really the main meat of it. Is this specific argument? Is this like your go-to, this is what knocked your socks off and convinced you from being a theist?
Hey, keep in mind, pineapple on pizza is still excellent.
Well, I think
Depends
the
on how
good
it's
first
cooked.
step would be to get just to the platonic realm he's referencing, right? Because that would be totally wild.
Sure.
Okay, so in the beginning, I was an agnostic. I think we're all born agnostic, and I don't think anyone even knows of the concept of a god. And then I remember going to church, and I remember going to all these ceremonies, but I don't think it really clicked in my head like most people have it click in their head. For me, it was just, oh, these are cultural customs that we do to get along in society. The notion of some transcendental deity existing behind the scenes didn't really happen to me. What happened was I got frustrated by being surrounded by naive realists, because I always thought that they were kind of jumping to excessive conclusions. I'm like, hey, wait a minute, guys. This isn't really an adequate way to understand the world around you. And I always had a strong inclination for math as well. I didn't really like
the
how
whole big thing that there's things we know about reality that he's unaware of that could essentially like kind of blow this whole thing
as
up.
I got
like
older, and eventually
God's omniscience, everything violates the very nature of reality because God's omniscience violates the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, which therefore results in a violation of the second law of thermodynamics and a demonstrably different universe can be observed, which means God's either hiding the evidence or God doesn't exist, so or is not God. So in that respect,
so there has to be something going on, and I'm not sure we can ever exactly pinpoint what it is that's going on.
I think that would be the most convincing part for most of us. How do you get from language to transcendental numbers, whether that be platonic realm or in God's mind?
Language. What are you talking about, like prayers? Or
no, like mathematics.
So you're saying that you see the transcendental numbers that describe everything, and you think they exist transcendentally. He wants to know, how do you get to the idea that these transcendental numbers actually ontologically exist as transcendental objects?
Yeah. What makes you think they're more than language?
I never thought of them as language in the first place. I mean, we communicate them as language among one another, but I don't know, it's just, you see all these imperfections that exist throughout objects in the world around you. Like, there's no such thing as a concrete perfect circle, right? Or there's no such thing as concrete perpetual growth or decay. There's always some interaction of forces. So like when you're running a scientific experiment, you're trying to isolate variables, and from there you're trying to measure things in their pure form. So that's where transcendental numbers come into play. They give you the pure form of things.
Technically, I wouldn't say logic means nothing. I would say mathematics, as we understand them, mean nothing because everything falls into infinite. But logic would still exist because center of a black hole would still be a center of a black hole. So it would not be not a center of a black hole. So
it's just a claim, is what you're saying.
Well, okay, so you're taking the Aristotelian concept that everything is an accident. I mean,
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking you.
So what are you saying?
Yeah, so is it just like a perfect form floating out there in some platonic realm?
So,
because if so, how the hell do you get there? There's no link.
So I'm just thinking in a scientific method.
No, you're not.
When you have a scientific method, you have variables, right? And if we were to say that all variables are imperfect, impure forms, then what are we really doing when we're measuring them? It doesn't really make much sense.
We're using a language.
So in mathematics and philosophy, there's two main interpretations of how math works. One is Platonism, one is nominalism. Nominalism is the majority position. So more people think math is just a language we made up to describe stuff, and there is no perfect forms. And there's like 38% is Platonism, where they think there are perfect forms. So these are like very big popular views in academic philosophy. Like most people think, yeah, no, there's no platonic forms there. There's no transcendentals there. It's just.
I mean, okay, I see what you're saying. I find it a little strange. I guess if you want to talk about my personal experience in this, like I'm a piano player as well.
Baby.
So like when I think of perfect forms, I think of moments. Like
there's an emoji for that.
It's like beat, 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 beat. Right. So it's like when I think of the number 2, I think of 2 beats. So you're going to tell me that there's no such thing as two beats? That seems strange to me.
Also, I don't. When you say naive realism is not. Most people are like scientific realists, and very few people are naive realists. Like I think like nobody is a naive realist. I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of real world people who are naive realists, but I find them kind of irritating. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's just. I thought it was strange because you asked if we're naive realists. Like most people are scientific realists. That's more of our case.
Right. Yeah, I was trying to just establish that you're smart people there.
Gotcha.
Well, I think.
All right. Do you guys have any more questions?
I think we're ready.
JL, The JL brought up that we passed the 15-minute mark about 45 minutes ago.
I'm sorry.
True. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have me again or whatever, you want to pick my brain somewhere, feel free. But I think we've got a constructive direction.
Alesis,
I will.
Alesis,
I will throw this out to you.
We just want to make sure we don't neglect other guests.
Right.
And this is.
Sorry, what?
To the paradox with you again in the future.
He just broke up a little bit. I do want to throw this out to you that there's there's a few things that I think that you may, or a few scientific breakthroughs or understandings about reality that I think you may not be aware of. In the respect that we now know that the second law of thermodynamics is a physical law of the universe. We've known that for a long time. Yeah, so we can measure it. We understand it's a physical law of reality. But we also now know that the second law of thermodynamics is predicated upon the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics remaining true. So, and there's an article, there's a published article that I can give you on this that breaks the whole thing down and utilizes and you can show you all the mathematics is how they do that. So, but violating
PM and link it.
Yeah, but violating the uncertainty relations in quantum mechanics is a really problematic thing because then it violates the second law of thermodynamics and then therefore results in a demonstrably different universe than we currently observe, and how essentially an omniscient entity by nature that is unchanging would its presence alone within this isolated system that we call the universe would violate that by its nature. And so if this being does exist and possesses this, that means that it violating what it constructed would be problematic, which means that if it's hiding that evidence and basically constructing the universe to appear in a certain way, that means it's deliberately hiding itself, which means that it's not technically God. That means it's technically a sufficiently powerful being that's hiding the evidence from us. You could go like deism or you could go distheism in that respect. But then you have to go into the evidence for for this thing actually existing. So there's problems there. There's things we know about reality that basically look at the logical entailments of the attributes that you give God and say that this can't technically exist because it literally breaks the fundamental laws of reality. And if it does exist, then it's obviously hiding that. That's problematic.
Right. I don't want to hog the mic, but I would just quickly say I'm not sure that sort of position is falsifiable because we would either be living in a world where an all-knowing, all-observing deity is present or not, so you wouldn't have access to the alternative to gather evidence about it. But yeah, just send me a link, send me a PM with that link, and I can check it out.
You got it, no problem.
For the future, if you want to talk with me again, do you want to send me a PM, or do you want me to PM one of you, or what do you want to do?
You can PM, Randolph.
Every fortnight.
We're here every 2 weeks.
Hop in queue, man. Thank you for coming up. We do appreciate your time. Fipto has been in queue for a while. Xerxes, though, did join us. Hey, man.
Hello.
Hey, it's good to have you back.
I didn't realize I was put on the stage until just recently. I guess Randolph pulled me up.
And I see we have Fipdo ready to bring up an argument. Did you just want to say hello first before we move on to our guest, King Xerxes?
No, I'm good. Although it is interesting that Fipdo would come up now because he and I had an argument that we never got to finish.
Oh, great. Well, the timing's good. He's been in the queue for a while, so this will be good. And hello, Fipdo. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. What do you have for us today?
I'm going to send that link.
Well, I have three options for you. Would you like to argue on the moral basis, the cosmological basis, or would you rather argue over the the teleological basis?
Which do you prefer?
I like teleology and cosmology. Those are my two favorites.
Okay. Well, I like the cosmology. Cosmological. I'm sorry, I just can't speak right now.
Go for it. Present us your cosmological argument.
Well, okay. So, Well, okay. Well, first I want to ask: are you guys Darwinists?
Why does that matter?
Why does it sound like Boomer?
We
No,
yes,
I'm just
we
asking.
do accept biology.
No,
Continue.
Darwinism is the position that Darwin's theory of evolution is the ultimate grounding point for evolution, which has been proven false. Like we've made
Yeah.
progress. Evo, Devo, epigenetics. There's lots of things we've made progress since Darwin. But what's your argument?
Now, what Charles Darwin presented was a great foundation, but yeah, T-Jump's absolutely right. Go ahead, Fipto.
Yeah, I would say it's the
Yeah,
linchpin, and we've moved on to things like genetics. But all yours.
Okay. Okay. Well, I have one more question, just because I want to hold you guys to an account of what you believe in. So, do you guys believe in abiogenesis?
I think it's
Which
the most
version
likely
of
hypothesis.
Most likely hypothesis, meaning like.
Is this leading to an argument, or are you just
Well,
going
the
to ask
problem with
7 more
abiogenesis
questions?
is that we can never know how it actually happened, but we can know all the ways it could have happened.
I think
We don't have
abiogenesis
a
is
time
the most
machine to
likely.
jump back to, like, primordial Earth
Oh, we don't have
and
any-
look and see exactly how life emerged, but we know a variety of different ways it could have emerged in similar conditions.
Also, all of the elements were on the planet. Lots of carbon, lots of liquid water were in the circumstellar habitable zone. There are many reasons for why the leading hypothesis is that life naturally arose on this planet.
Yeah.
Yes. The
Yeah.
answer is
Okay.
yes.
So the reason I asked this question was to just put on display, so I can't be mocked for my faith in God. That you guys have a faith in something, or
I
something
don't have
happening.
faith. What's
You
your
have-
argument?
Well, okay. So you don't have faith that this happened.
Oh, it's based on evidence. But what's your argument?
Okay. So what evidence has shown that abiogenesis?
We can go
has
into our
happened?
worldview later, but what is your
Well,
evidence?
I mean, I'm just trying to make sure that I can hold you guys to account of your own.
great.
Convince
Yes,
us
I
a
believe-
deity
Right.
exists, dude.
That's an argument. So yes, I'm happy to defend abiogenesis. I'm very qualified in this field. Tell me what your argument is, and we can discuss it. Like, there's plenty of examples of me debating this with Untangelo. So go ahead, present your argument.
Okay. Okay. So you guys have laid out your foundation. My foundation is that I believe the scientific evidence shows that space, time, and matter have exploded into being out of, well, a literal nothing.
Okay, what scientific evidence is that? Can you point to, like, a specific paper or cosmologist who agrees with that wording?
Just
Well,
one.
do you believe in the? Okay, so do you affirm that the Big Bang actually happened?
What you just described is not in any way the Big Bang.
Wait.
Okay,
We're
so-
addressing something from nothing. You said something from nothing.
And the Big Bang specifically is a expansion event of a singularity or something like that. So it's not.
Hold on, just
Yeah.
really quickly. Fipto, do you have? Because I know I don't. I don't have like a higher order understanding of cosmology or physics, so I'm not gonna try and go out of my way to comment on that. But I will say this much: if you're gonna make a philosophical argument for the existence of God, that's one thing. If you're going to make an evidentiary argument
This
for
is
the existence of God, that's going to go a different route. Right? Evidentiary arguments
I wanna let him
are
finish,
usually
'cause
weaker.
I want to let him finish. So yes, I believe in the Big Bang. Therefore, what?
Okay, well, so if you believe in the Big Bang, well, then you have to acknowledge that something must have caused that, correct?
God, I swear
Yes.
this sounds like Boomer. Sounds like Boomerstein.
Okay, so what do you believe that something was?
Quantum fields.
Quantum fields. That's an existing thing.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying there was nothing. And then
Why do you think
from
that? 'Cause
nothingness came something.
None of the evidence indicates there was nothing. Like the consensus
Because
among
there's
physicists.
no evidence that there was anything before.
Yeah, but why do you think the Big Bang came from nothing?
Well, because well, first off, to my knowledge, I'm sorry, I got a toad in my throat. But to my knowledge, the scientific papers that have been written on this extensively, the theory of relativity.
Like which ones?
Don't worry about
Okay,
it.
so-
Tell us what do you think the papers say?
Yeah, I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure that. I mean, do
I'm
I
sick
need
of
to
this
go out
bullshit
and
claim.
Google
How many
like
Christians do we get up here and say the scientific evidence says this?
I want to
the
hear. I
scientific
want
papers show
to.
this, but they can't actually cite any of them.
Let him
Just
finish
be
the
honest and say
argument
you're pulling
first.
this out of your ass.
Let him finish the argument
So
first. What do you
I am
think the
half
scientific
doing it,
papers say?
mostly because I don't save these documents on my phone.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what the documents are. Tell me what they say. What do you think science says?
Okay, well, so, to my knowledge, the science would say, well, there's an impossibility of an infinite regress of time that shows that time had a beginning.
No.
Yeah.
So the consensus is not that, like, there's no logical contradiction with an infinite past. Nobody in science thinks that. I think that our time did have a beginning. That's what the evidence indicates. So we think there's a beginning to time.
Yeah, so there's a beginning.
To time, to our time,
Well,
not to everything.
There's a beginning to observability of our universe. Try and remember that, Fipto. Like the Big Bang, like the expansion event we call the Big Bang, is the origin point of observability for our universe. That's it.
Yes.
Not the origin point for everything, just the observability of our universe.
Can I go out on a limb here and saying that you have faith that that we just don't have that? Well, okay, I'm trying to ask.
I have no faith. I have zero faith towards anything ever.
Yes,
real quick, accusing us of having faith doesn't help you, because at that point, Pipto, at that point, what you're trying to do is you're identifying that faith is not the most intellectually strong position to hold, right? So all you're doing is condemning yourself by telling us that we have faith too. You're not helping yourself, right? If faith is a virtue in your religion, well then, yeah, I have faith, sure. But if it's not a virtue, which I don't think it is, then I would say no. But do I believe in things based on what I've seen or heard or observed? I have confidence in those things, but faith is specifically believing in something based on like emotional
fallacy,
apprehension.
But he's not gotten
No,
to the
faith-
point where he
faith
made an
doesn't
argument. So what is your argument?
emotion.
Go
Or it doesn't
keep going to your argument. So I believe Big
It's all
Bang,
good, guys.
yes.
You're
I
good.
believe quantum physics, yes. No one in physics thinks it's nothingness. No one in physics thinks there's a problem with an infinite rest. What is your argument for God?
Well,
Get me
the
to your
evidence.
argument.
Well, from the evidence, we can't show that there was something before. Even you guys admitted that
Yes, you can.
nothing. No. You guys just admitted that we can't observe what was before the Big Bang.
You can make predictions. So like we make predictions about
Yeah,
space
it's a
time being.
prediction.
Wait. So that's what evidence is predictions. So we make predictions about Hubble testable predictions of virtual particles and space time being emergent from quantum mechanic principles, and those things are confirmed through the Casimir effect and other experiments. So we have evidence to indicate this. Now it's not proof. We don't have any proof for what happened before the Big Bang, but we do have evidence, and that's more than what God does. And so we do have a reasonable basis to conclude it's quantum fields is stronger than the God.
Okay,
It's not
so
fake.
I don't think you're using the term evidence correctly. It's the evidence is signs and indication of something occurring, and it's not exactly proof 100%, but it is evidence. But I think
Casimir
that
effect. Casimir effect is a thing we can demonstrate. Virtual particles, we can demonstrate it. So it's something we can observe.
okay, can you break that down to me?
Sure. If you Google Casimir effect, it's an experiment that demonstrates virtual particles and quantum fields and the nature of those things that we can then infer could be the cause of the Big Bang. That's what the test is about. Virtual particles.
Yeah,
Google
but
Casimir.
they don't have. Yeah, okay, so but it's not a solid conclusion that this actually happened. It's theoretical.
It's evident. It's evident.
Well,
so it's not theoretical. It's something we can.
Fipto,
real
it's a
evidence.
conclusion. It's a conclusion that's based off of the evidence that we have. So we have a body of evidence.
It's an experiment. So
Yeah,
this
and
is
we
literally
conclude
a
from that.
physical experiment. So
Yeah,
it's
we
not- it's not
conclude
an
from
exper-
that.
It's not a theory. It's not a hypothesis. This is a actual physical test that we do that gets results. It's evidence. It's real evidence.
So we take the body of evidence, and then we derive conclusions from that through testing and experimentation. That's how we're able to determine these things.
Evidence isn't the same as proof.
No. So
There's
this
no-
is-
there's no-
they don't use
this
proof
isn't
outside
proof.
of
We
mathematics.
agree. We agree there is no proof. There's no proof of the quantum fields. We only have tests that give us evidence, so it increases the probability of the quantum fields. It doesn't. We're not certain. We don't. It's not like a proven thing in science, but it has evidence, which is more than God.
Gowdens,
God
that's the
has no
best way to
evidence.
listen
It
to this
has some
show,
evidence.
is
Wait,
on your
there's no
phone and
ev-
in the
So
bathtub.
you're saying there's no evidence of a God. If
That's my
the
position.
current what we have proven has happened displays, and I'm saying proven. See, of course, there's
The Big Bang has been
theoretical
proven.
strings.
Well, good enough.
Yes,
Good enough.
yes. There's theoretical strings that something may have caused it, which
Agreed.
would only affirm the I won't say Christian, but the deist faith in a God
No.
existing. Yes,
No,
because something would have to cause it.
Hold
But
back. So
now-
I agree something had to cause it. All physicists agree something had to cause it, but the consensus is that it was caused by quantum fields, which have been demonstrated. So these things we know exist and could cause it. There's no evidence that God could cause it. And so the consensus in physics is that it was done by things we have evidence for, and they don't use God because there is no evidence for it. We agree the Big Bang happened, but all physicists agree that it's not God was the explanation. Like there's actually a poll on this called a snapshot of foundational attitudes towards quantum mechanics. And they ask like, what is your favorite interpretation? And like many worlds gets like 18%. Information-based theoretic is 24%. Many worlds I think is 48%. They actually ask these questions. God is like at 0%. God is like a single digit, nobody cares hypothesis in physics because there's no evidence for it.
Not to mention, if you were to compare like theism to naturalism and to say, what would we expect under theism and what would we expect under naturalism, the world we exist in presently has a lot more in common with naturalism. The problem is that theism isn't particularly well defined, and so theists can constantly fabricate these sort of ex post facto justifications for why God would create a universe in a way that we would not initially expect under theism.
And we can also look at what happens if we take certain areas that we don't have really solid knowledge on, and then we start inserting God as a variable in those for explanations and everything. So we take God, then we have to determine how God is defined, like what are its attributes, what does it entail. So we stick the God, that whatever this God is, as a just we're going to throw it in there as a variable, just to give a value to a variable, and then we realize that depending upon how the God is defined, that what we observe is not the conclusion. So we know that God doesn't work in that variable slot. So then we keep moving the God around, and we realize that depending upon how you define it, it constantly screws everything up, and then the conclusion we get is not what we observe. So we realize that God is not a sufficient value to stick in any kind of variable to get any kind of explanation. So we relegate God as an explanatory force to the kind of unfalsifiable. And then so we say deism, like you said, deism. So it's like a sufficiently powerful agent. Okay, well, that's still relegated to unfalsifiable, and it doesn't give it any explanatory power, so it's just kind of like out there as a kind of a stopgap measure to cease inquiry is all it functions as.
I get it. So you're saying that inserting God is a gaps argument, but do you not realize that inserting quantum fields is also a gaps argument?
No, because we can demonstrate them.
Right. So
you
we can
demonstrate quantum fields. You can't demonstrate that it caused the Big Bang.
Wait. So I agree we don't know it caused the Big Bang, but if we can, if you have a problem that you don't know and you want to make a solution, like what caused the hoof print in the snow, and you can say, oh look, here's a horse. We can test the horse and it exists, and so maybe a horse put the hoof print in the snow. That's a pretty good hypothesis. But if you said a unicorn put a hoof print in the snow, that's a bad hypothesis because you have no examples of unicorn. So using combinations of things that you can demonstrate exist in reality, like what physics does, is a good way to come up with evidence. Adding in things that have no basis in physics is not allowed in physics, and so all-powerful, all-knowing, omnibenevolent, whatever properties of God you want, those aren't allowed in physics because they haven't been demonstrated to exist. Using combinations of things that we have been demonstrated to exist, like quantum fields, is good evidence for physics. That's why it's a better hypothesis. It's not based on faith.
Hey, Reaver, playing. Good to see you.
Yeah, but that's a little bit unfair because, science itself is the observance of the natural world, while God is a supernatural entity.
Therein lies the problem, is because you've relegated it to a category that cannot be demonstrated by its very definition.
I really want to comment on the impreciseness of that language. Fipto, if you believe that God exists, then you believe that he is the most natural default state of existence. Everything else is an artifice. We're created. We're the supernatural, not God. God is the most natural.
Yeah, you're calling us natural in itself. Like, you're referring to naturalism. So, that argument, you don't even believe in it.
But I'm saying that under your worldview, Fipto, if God exists, then he's not supernatural. He is the most natural of anything.
I don't think that's fair. So natural is more a reference to the fact that we discovered this area first, so we call this area natural, and supernatural just means beyond this area that we've discovered. So it's not really like an ontological claim of supremacy there. Like obviously.
No, Joshua Lee, Weekend Horror is on Wednesdays. Wednesday, 7 p.m.
The point he's making is that God is beyond this world that we're in right now. That's all it means. Who cares?
Yeah, which is just changing the rules on a cop-out. But ultimately, whatever science determines or discovers about why the universe exists as opposed to not existing, if there even is a why, we might be able to discover a how, but a why is usually just the thing that we map onto reality because we desire teleos. We're narcissists that way. But assuming that there is a reason out there, inevitably you're going to run into something. If you reject infinite regress, you're going to run into something that just exists just because it does, and there's no reason why.
Yeah, but it
just
doesn't have to
is
be
that
natural.
way.
Natural and supernatural refer to ontologies and whatever.
Okay,
that
that's not
ontology is.
the point I'm making right now, T-Jump.
Well, I want to go back to what his point was, because his point was that
but
he has
this is
faith
a response
in God.
to Fipto.
We don't have faith.
Okay, that's fine. We can go back in a second. So you're going to run into something, Fipto, that just is that way because that's the way it is. Which, for you, the universe doesn't satisfy that category for whatever reason. Just the physical world doesn't seem to. You think that it owes you more of an explanation, right? But if you believe in a God, then you put God in that category of a thing which just is, just because it is, and there's no reason why, and that's satisfying. Well, all you're doing is kicking the can down the road and creating a new variable where there doesn't need to be one.
Well, I want to go back to his argument.
No. Okay, so for theologists, there's only one variable, which is God. You guys are coming up with different variables in order to out-explain God, and you did bring up
the universe doesn't exist.
Argument.
Oh my God! Let's
Well,
stop. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's get back on track.
No,
Let's
not go back. He wants to have this argument. Let's hash this out. Stop.
None of this matters. I want
Fipto, do you think that in theology people don't believe the universe exists?
This is irrelevant. I had a point here. You guys are derailing on nothingness that literally is irrelevant. Fipto had a very good argument.
No, it's not. Fipto.
No.
Do you think that in theology?
I was asking a question.
Xerxes
you interrupted.
versus TJ.
Stop.
Fipto was responding to what I said.
Stop. No, you weren't. Fipto, you said that you have faith in a God. We have quantum physics, but we don't have faith in that. And we were bringing up evidence. We have evidence, and you have faith, and you said this was unfair comparison because of supernatural stuff or something.
Yeah, I'm saying what I'm
very cool
is that I believe that you guys have faith in these various variables that may fit because there's no proof of it actually occurring the way that you guys believe that it's happening.
We don't need proof. We have evidence. So faith is no evidence. Belief without evidence. We have evidence. So like if I say, like there's a hoof print in the snow and I see a horse. I didn't see the horse make the footprint, but I have evidence.
He's conflating faith with confidence, something I've spoken about at length before. He's
saying
conflating
a unicorn
the two.
did it has no evidence. So if there's two people and they look at a hoof print in the snow and one says that horse did it, and look, we have the horse. And one said, no, a unicorn did it, but there's no evidence of the unicorn. The person who believes in the unicorn has faith. The person who believes in the horse has evidence. So they're not equivalent beliefs. One is more rational than the other.
Yeah, Fipto, it seems like you're conflating. Fipto, it seems like you're conflating confidence with faith, and they're not synonymous.
No, okay, so what is your definition of faith?
Belief based on insufficient evidence or without evidence.
Well, that's incorrect, because faith is trust in something or someone, regardless of the evidence provided or not provided.
It's not evidence-based, it's emotion-based, exactly.
Evidence, that it's not regardless of the evidence, it's dependent on the evidence. We only believe because it has evidence.
Yeah, so you have faith in the evidence, is what you're saying.
No, we believe because of the evidence. So it's not independent of the evidence. You said faith is a belief independent of the evidence. We have belief based on the evidence.
No, I didn't say that. I said faith.
Yes, you did.
It's faith in. It could be faith. Faith can apply almost anywhere. I think this word has been, basically run through the mud.
Let's get rid of the word faith here. Let's just get rid of the word faith here. We have
well,
evidence.
I did say it's trust. It's a level.
That's fine. I don't care. So we have evidence. We have evidence that quantum fields exist. We have evidence of forces. There is no evidence of God. There is no evidence of unicorns. So in our belief, we have evidence to believe our hypothesis where you don't. So ours is more rational than yours.
Correct, Joshua Lee. We can only make mathematical mathematical predictions about beyond, like a mathematical model beyond that, given what we know about what we can measure. So we mathematically extrapolate beyond there, and that's how we get to the singularity.
Let's just say we because I can
Same
somewhat
thing with a
agree.
black hole.
Technically, you could
That
say there's
the
an evidence
mathematics works up
standard
to a
of
point and
the
then it
unicorn
descends
having a
into infinites, which
0.01%
then results
chance
in,
of actually
in a
existing.
singularity.
Now,
But
of
we
course,
don't
I don't have
contend that
faith in that
singularities exist
because,
in
well,
reality.
I would have expected somebody to see it by now.
It's just a
Well,
mathematical
it's like, oh,
kind of
yeah, this is,
extrapolation.
but we have yet to see that. But God,
Well, the
I mean,
Bible
there's
mentions unicorns. Just saying.
What about God? What about God?
okay. Well, I'm saying, but God, I'm sorry. There's oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I have somebody to talk to. Give me a well.
How is
you
God
can
more
pass me up
likely than a
because
unicorn?
Yeah, give me a moment.
God, hello.
For someone, if he has trouble with faith, let him read the definition that's in the Bible and see where he gets with that.
I mean,
beliefs of things hoped for.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, I did hear him. I'm not wrong in this. Everyone else heard him say that it is beyond evidence, that it's not predicated on evidence, right? I heard that. Okay,
independent of the evidence.
Belief independent of evidence, whereas our belief is contingent upon that evidence. The evidence leads to the belief and warrants the belief. So that's why we say confidence. We have confidence. They have confidence, trust. These are sliding scales dependent upon the evidence. How much you trust a thing, how much confidence you have in a thing.
Yes.
But faith is not predicated on evidence. It's predicated on emotions. It's predicated on how much weight. Yes, it is.
Let's not get into a debate
not.
about faith. Let's continue on with the evidence. So we have evidence of quantum fields. You have no evidence of God, and you were saying something about comparing God to a unicorn.
Good to see you.
Well, technically, with the creation of our universe, you say that that's a level of evidence.
I'll be right back.
Level of evidence being used that could entail a God exists.
It's a phenomenon.
Don't burn the place down while I'm
that
gone.
Needs an explanation, whether it's evidence of any particular explanation of.
Wait, hold on, but okay, so evidence is really just an indication of something.
Fibdo, can I also just add that we have no evidence that a creation ever happened? That's just merely a claim without any evidence.
Yeah, it was his shorthand for the Big Bang.
We have an evidence of the beginning.
I want to make sure that those things aren't used interchangeably, because there's a difference between the Big Bang and there's a creation. A creation has a creator.
That's fair.
And
That's fair, but
if he slips that in, then we need to address that.
It's fair, but I was trying to I understood his point, so we can move past that. So just the fact that the Big Bang happened would not be evidence of God, just like the fact that I'm sitting on a chair isn't evidence of a chair creating leprechauns. Chair creating leprechauns could create the chair. It's logically possible. Not actually evidence of that hypothesis. To have evidence, you need some independent prediction of some kind, some testable variable to confirm that hypothesis. Right now, it's just a hypothesis.
Yeah, well, piggyback off what T-Jump said really quickly. I just want to separate out evidence from good evidence, because we often get what I would call lots of evidence from theists. However, we're really looking for good evidence. Everyone here may have their own standard, but I would really like empirical evidence that can pass peer review. However, I am open to other means if it can be shown. But good evidence, not just evidence.
So Fibdo, your point was, so we have evidence. I don't think you do. What is Big Bang isn't specifically evidence of a God. It's just evidence something caused it.
Oh, so are you saying that ruling out completely that God cannot exist?
No, that would mean
Wait, so
God doesn't
you're
exist.
not ruling out God cannot exist with that statement?
No, not ruling out God could exist or he could not exist. So either one is possible here. It's possible that there's quantum fields. It's possible there's God. It's possible that there's leprechauns. But one has evidence.
Well, you just said it's possible. Well, you're saying it's possible that a God, a creator of the universe, could have done that.
Depending on how you define it.
So you're saying the Big Bang is a form of evidence for God?
No. Possibility does not increase the probability of something being true. It just means it's not logically contradictory.
You guys are invoking the possibility of quantum fields creating the universe.
No, I'm not invoking the possibility. I'm invoking the empirically verified tests that prove quantum fields exist. So we've empirically verified them.
Yes.
They've been proven to exist.
So question, did quantum fields cause the beginning of the universe?
Probably.
Why are you saying probably?
Because we have evidence they exist, and there's evidence that testable predictions show that they can create space-time potentially.
Potentially.
Yes. It's still better than a God. So that's still more evidence than God has.
Well, you can invoke it's more evidence, but
yes.
On one hand, I mean, you can't have your cake and eat it too. On one hand, you're telling me that God there's no evidence for God, but at the same time, there's there's somewhat of a possibility that God could have caused the Big Bang, while ruling out completely on the other hand that God cannot exist. So I don't understand how that works.
I didn't say any of that.
There's a difference between
there's infinitely many hypotheses. They can all explain the data, but they all have zero evidence just because you imagine. Just because you imagine it could do something isn't evidence. To get evidence, you need to say, I have a hypothesis that explains the data, and if this hypothesis explains the data, here is some test we can do to verify it. That's what the Casimir effect does. The Casimir effect takes the hypothesis and confirms some parts of it. We have that one hypothesis has more than zero.
Yeah, can you admit?
Can I help? Can I try to help out? Can I try?
I wanted to say something as well.
Can I try to help out? If you want to equate the two, T-Jump says we know quantum fields exist. We know they exist. We do not know that a God exists. So if you start with explaining to us how God exists and providing the evidence that he actually does exist, then you can have those two on an equal plane. Until you don't provide any evidence for a God that it's even there, while it could be possible, doesn't mean that he exists. It could be possible that a unicorn exists. There's nothing in biology that would need it contradicting in order for a unicorn to exist. It still doesn't mean that unicorns exist.
Yeah, so I haven't even just to note out, I haven't even ruled out that unicorns can exist. I have just said that I don't have sufficient evidence of it not existing. But
okay, Fipto, can I ask you a question, please?
And we have the same thing for God.
Fipto, what would be evidence against the existence of God?
Evidence against the existence of God.
What would you expect to see in reality if God didn't create the universe?
If we can prove quantum fields created the universe, I said, and if we can prove that abiogenesis actually occurred.
Okay, well, hold on a second. But the problem is, though, Fipto, if you believe in God, right, and he's all powerful, he's a panacea, he can do whatever he wants, right? Well, then there's no problem with him using quantum fields to create the universe or using abiogenesis to start life, right? You can just keep pushing the goalpost back, which is the problem. So what would
it's sort of true, yes,
in a reality that was if you have two realities side by side, you have theist universe and non-theist universe, or in other words, God universe, not God universe. What would we expect to see in the God universe, and what would we expect to see in the not God universe? I would challenge that what we see in the not God universe and that hypothetical resembles more closely what we see in the actual universe than in the God universe. But again, you can make all these ex post facto justifications for why God would have done it in a way that's indistinguishable from naturalism. But
okay, y'all didn't burn everything down. Good times. Sorry I missed that. I just really had to run to the restroom.
So what do you think? What do you think you would expect to see in the God universe, and what would you expect to see in a not God universe?
Well, in all honesty, I don't really know, because
Boomer, I seriously thought Fipto was you.
Technically could just keep kicking the can down the road and say that, God caused those specific things to happen, and therefore my God still has the potential to exist. I can technically do that. But I'll hold myself to account. The minute that those things are proven, I'll accept that God doesn't exist. But beyond that, there's other factors that keep me from believing God doesn't exist.
He kind of sounded like you,
I don't want to go into.
Or Fipto, you kind of sounded like you, Boomer.
Sorry. Can I ask you an honest question? You just said unless such and such is proven, I will keep believing that a God exists. Why would you believe anything until it is proven not to be real? Wouldn't that open you up? Wouldn't that open you up to believing everything unless it's proven to be false?
Wait, are you saying believing everything? What if God's proven to be false? I would believe everything down the line of
not tonight, Josh. We have the bloodbath debate
is your standard
on the 30th.
So you're going to believe God until someone disproves God. that opens you up to believing everything until someone can disprove it. You can't disprove a negative. If I say that universe farting pixies exist,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
hold on, just finishing this sentence. If I say that universe farting pixies exist, then you have to believe that until someone disproves them. That's irrational.
Oh well, I didn't tell you that you have to believe me.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's been like 10 minutes since T-Jump asked, and I did too. How do you determine what's more likely, God or unicorns? And there's been no answer. And it's way past 15 minutes, so we're gonna get one more guest on.
Wait. Okay. So how do I determine
that's what we
what's
were
more
just
likely,
going over,
God
though, Doc. It was like, what would you expect to see in a theism universe? What would you expect to see in a not?
Right, but we're not any closer.
And the not theism universe has more evidence than the theism universe.
Okay. In the not theist universe, I don't think I'd see as many pictures of Jesus or memes of Jesus.
Well, actually, what I would expect to see in a not theist universe is a wide variety of different religions with different beliefs and cultural progressions that all evolve from one another as well, depending on the proximity of geological isolation. Right? I would expect to see that in a theistic universe. I would expect a singular global religion because there's no reason why an all-powerful God needs to reveal himself arbitrarily to this or that primitive desert tribe from thousands of years ago, and to stop doing that for whatever reason. There's no reason for that. That's just irrational.
Can I address what you just said? So
hold on, not only that, but I would also expect there to be thousands and thousands of denominations of even the same religion.
Wait a second. Fipto, what you just said. So I recently created artwork for a goddess, the goddess Hathor. I interacted with her on Twitter. I emailed back and forth. And if I go and look, there are tons of images of Hathor. Is Hathor now a god?
Well, the reason I was saying not as many images of Jesus because, Jesus has the most art on himself.
I'm not asking who has more. You said because we have those images, therefore he's God. So if we have images of the goddess Hathor, and we have had images of the goddess Hathor from long before there was any image of Jesus, does that make her real?
No, not technically. I didn't even say that because there's so many images, and actually the number one amount of images is on Jesus.
Technically, Fipto, you just made an argument from popularity.
Yes.
Oh, no. So, I mean, I may be, but I didn't say that Jesus is God just because he has art on himself. No, I didn't say that. I said in a non-theistic universe, I don't think I would see as many images of Jesus.
Yeah, that's a non sequitur. In a non-theistic universe, you wouldn't see an image of a god. Well, duh.
Maybe a goddess, but not a god.
What I would say is that in a non-theistic universe, you would expect there to be a wide variety of competing religions with mutually exclusive ideas about the supernatural and gods and goddesses. Okay, and you would expect, logically, that there is one of those religions that is more popular than the rest for whatever reason, conquest, expansion. It doesn't really matter. But in every time in human history, there has been a religion which was the most practiced religion. And up until maybe 1,800 years ago, that religion was not Christianity. That had to evolve, right? And Christianity is soon to be eclipsed by Islam, so Christianity will no longer be the most popular religion in the world. And that's assuming, right, you take all the different denominations of Christianity, which are oftentimes viciously at odds with one another.
You're following Islamic propaganda.
No.
So
It's
in European countries,
it is literally just a census
Christianity is dying.
Yeah, it is literally just the Census Bureau. Okay, worldwide, Islam is more wide practiced, like geographically, whereas Christianity has a lot of adherents in like isolated locations, right? Like
but you're following Islamic propaganda.
No, the United States is the most Christian country in the world, and that's only about 67%. Let me rephrase that. It has the most amount of Christians of any other country in the world, at about 50 million. Every other country, like Muslim countries, have
self-identifying Christians.
Stop, Fipto. That's the point, right? There's like thousands and thousands and thousands of denominations of Christianity, and you have to put them all under the monolith of Christianity in order for Christianity to be the most popular religion. If you just divide Protestants and Catholics up into two separate religious groups, well, then Islam beats them by light years. Okay, there's barely 1.5 billion, maybe like 1.2 billion Catholics and around 800 million Protestants in the world. So, like, Protestantism isn't even as popular as Hinduism at that point. So when you talk about popularity of religion, yeah, we would expect in a non-theistic universe there would be religions, a lot of them, and they all at odds with one another, even differences within the same religion. And on top of that, we would also expect that one of these religions would be the most popular. But that doesn't indicate to us its veracity. It's just its persuasiveness or its dominion over a particular geographical region and who has the most.
Oh, dominion, of course. Yeah, I mean, I can say, I think it's safe to say, it's very easy to spread a religion or belief or
There's still no probability for God or unicorns.
Oh, okay, hold on. So self-professing people following a certain religion with a barrel at their head. Like I can say that's very easy to do.
Yeah, it was called the expansion of the Roman Empire, which is essentially how Christianity made its way west.
No, Rome forced people to worship their emperors. They didn't force them into Christianity.
Yeah, they did. Constantine did that.
Yes, they did, Fipto.
Christianity and Islam were both spread by the sword, and what happens is it may be not the first generation that are true believers, but then what happens is the children and then the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren don't even know most of the time that they're forebears. It's always like when you hear like Germanic people, they're like, we were always Christians. It's like, no, you were conquered and you were the pagans and they forced the religion on you and now you're Christians and you think that's just how it always was, but it wasn't. But I want to push back on just one of your pillars, which was the abiogenesis. What came from Jews? But they were pagans. So
Christianity. No, they weren't pagans. They were Jews.
The Germans weren't pagans.
Wait, the Germans? I thought you were
not
pagans.
No, the Visigoths were conquered, and they were pagans, and they had the Christianity forced on them. But hold on one second. I want to push back on one of your pillars, which was the abiogenesis one, because I think it is much harder to see maybe the beginning of the universe, even though it's very well substantiated. But I would say abiogenesis, we have lots of reasons for why life arose naturally. And so it is a weird one to hang your hat on, because my question, even if we were to artificially create life and we figure out abiogenesis, you don't think that your new position would become, well, it takes an intelligence to create life?
Yes, even down to the Meliuri experiment, it took an intelligent mind to combine a bunch of chemicals and create a certain atmosphere, and apparently a plastic container or a glass container.
No, they didn't create an atmosphere. They didn't create an atmosphere. They tried to recreate the atmosphere in which it happened.
Yes.
But I have one thing. That I need to mention.
So that also goes one of your pillars.
Amy, hold on.
So question.
Amy, hold on. I have one thing that I want to ask Fipto. I have one thing that I want to ask Fipto. Just a few miles from my house, there's a church, a Christian church, that has cages hanging off of the steeple that have been hanging there since the Middle Ages. Those cages used to have the bones of atheists in them because that's what they were designed for. If Christianity wasn't forced on this population, then how do you explain those cages, which are still there to this day? As are several musea with torture devices for people who didn't believe in their particular Christian God. But don't tell anyone that it wasn't forced on people, because it was.
Or how about all of the children that were like literally stolen from indigenous Americans so they could be converted in Christian schools or Catholic schools?
Exactly.
Either one. Literally entire tribes that still exist today can speak of their ancestors being stolen away from them so that they can be indoctrinated into a religion that was not theirs.
Yes.
Well, okay, so is it that they were stolen away and they happened to be indoctrinated as a byproduct of going through that school? Or
They were stolen away in order to indoctrinate them. There's documentation about that.
Okay.
There is no if. It's not a coincidence. This is documented.
Yeah, I personally have not
how
seen.
Christianity took over Europe.
Yeah, I personally hadn't seen historical accounts of that happening.
Well, maybe you should study that a little bit more then.
Well, I could see native children might have been stolen during wartime, and them going to school. By product, Christianity was a huge fad, and by product, they learned something other than worshiping spirits.
It's
Before we go
documented
on,
that it's different.
I want to go back. You said that you even seemed to concede that if we had created life, that it shows that we needed intelligence. And so I feel like that knocks down one of your pillars of what would make you an atheist, because it doesn't matter if we figure out abiogenesis and go from a hypothesis to a framework theory. That's not going to convince you.
Oh, well, so the Miller-Urey experiment, I believe it was actually discounted because of the container that it was in. I mean, he couldn't replicate it using, I think, depending on the container he used, he couldn't replicate the process. Like, they said that it only happened inside glass or something.
Cool. So that we can.
It
So
wasn't discounted, and it wasn't the only experiment that confirmed that abiogenesis is plausible.
Oh, no, so the original Miller-Urey experiment was shown to be not representative of the early Earth, and then for each subsequent various showing that the earlier universe or early Earth had, they did another Miller-Urey experiment which did confirm the same result. So one time the Miller-Urey experiment, the original one, was shown to not represent the early Earth. They did another one which was representative, and they confirmed the same results. So it's like saying Darwinism. Obviously, the earliest iteration of Darwinism wasn't exactly accurate. It's like the earliest iteration of the Miller-Urey experiment wasn't exactly accurate. Made more accurate versions, and they got the same results, better results.
And I think Randolph, guess Randolph's been selling here. I think even someone in my live chat brought up that there are people in Canada that living today that kind of forced conversion occurred when they were children. So this is kind of a recent thing. And I know Randolph would just have a better representation because he lives in, obviously he's Canadian, so he would have a better knowledge of that than I do.
Well, I would just say that just because clearly forced conversions are going on today, but just because we don't see the type of things like the Crusades nowadays doesn't mean that's how it's spread, because it seems, you can blame. I often get criticism from, Christians. They're like, hey, we're not throwing you off buildings. And it's like, yeah, but your book says to, or it says to get rid of us one way or another.
I have the perfect.
Peter, hang on a second. Peter, hang on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
No. I would just want to throw something out there. I have the perfect thing to word all of this, and that is no one, and this goes for Fipto as well, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Fipto, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was trying to ask, does our book tell us to throw you off buildings?
No, it says to stone us to death, the LGBTQ.
No, actually, so no, it doesn't tell us to do that either. No, I mean it says pretty clear. No, because so if you look in the Old Testament, it was completely different because God had a covenant with His chosen people who had laws that they were restricted to certain things. Just to note out, LGBTQ is not the only sin in the world.
The laws, Fipto, the laws that Jesus referred to when he says that you need to keep all of them until heaven and earth pass, those laws?
Yes, so I'm not saying that the laws are discounted or done away with. I'm saying the punishment for those laws, which happen to be death for a lot of them, are done away with.
Where's that in the Bible?
Because Jesus paid the penalty for your sins.
No. Where's it in the Bible that if a man lies with a man like with a woman, that he should not be stoned to death anymore? Where's that in the Bible?
Okay, so do you remember the lady caught in adultery, quote unquote?
I'm asking you a specific question, so point me to the verse where there is a new punishment given for a man who lies with a man like with a woman. Where is that punishment? Where's the change in that punishment that addresses this specific thing?
So
give me
if
the
you
verse.
just
Give me the verse.
Okay, so how about John 3:16? Like that's the most obvious verse.
What does
that doesn't alter the punishment.
What does John 3:16 say?
The concept of Jesus being sacrificed.
Peter, we already know that John 3:16 does not change the punishment. We already know that.
Yeah, we know
Fipto, the answer is there is nothing in the New Testament that changes the punishment or the penalty for homosexuality. Nothing. You are trying to infer that from what is written, but there is nothing that explicitly states that. Nothing at all.
Okay, so where in the New Testament does it say to go and stone gays?
It doesn't need to, because that's
it doesn't say that.
It does.
Yes, in the Old Testament, in another tribe, that laws do not exist.
Fipto, let me finish my sentence. It's not necessary to put it in the New Testament, because Jesus covered that by saying that not a jot or a tittle of the law shall be changed until heaven and earth pass. Now, I don't know what it's like where you're at, but if I look outside, I can still see the heaven and I can still walk on the earth. So not a jot or a tittle of the laws should be changed. Those are the words that Jesus spoke. I don't care that you now accept Paul, because that would make you a Paulinian, not a Christian. Paul said that we can do away with all these laws except for the 10 that for some reason are special, and then he gets the 10 wrong. According to Jesus, you need to keep those laws. And you can
Actually,
go and
I like that, Scotty Pools. I like
you
that.
can find me somewhere a verse in the New Testament where Jesus says, okay, now we can discard
Hey,
all the
I'm
laws.
sorry to interrupt, but I have to get
love to
going.
hear
I can't wait any longer. I know Randolph will be closing down here in a few minutes. Fipto, if you could please assist them with closing down here in a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to address. So
You guys all rock. Have a good one.
Thanks, Taco.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see you.
Thanks, Taco.
Well, I just want to ask.
Someone in the chat, Fipto, pointed out the verse, Matthew 5:16. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law of the prophets. I have not come to abolish the laws, but to fulfill them.
Yes. So, question: are you mixing up laws and punishments together?
The laws have the punishment attached to them, don't they?
Well, it tells.
Jesus was specific. And Jesus was specific in
punishments
saying
are a
not
byproduct of breaking the law.
And Jesus was specific in saying not a jot or a tittle shall be discarded.
Yeah, as far as the law, there's laws. Punishments are separate from law.
Okay, I'm still waiting for you to point me to the verse where it specifically states that the punishment is to be changed when a man sleeps with a man like with a woman.
Okay, there's going to be just one. There's going to be one answer to this question, and then we need to move on to our next guest. So go ahead, Fipto.
Well, okay. So what did Jesus say to do when people?
That is not providing me. That is not providing me with a verse. This is not a guessing game. What did Jesus? No, if you're going to ask me what Jesus said, if you're going to ask me what Jesus said, then I'm going to just discard it, because I asked you for a specific verse in which it states that there's a new punishment for when a man lies with a man like with a woman. That is the claim you made, that got a new punishment, and I want you to point me to the verse, not questions asked about what Jesus said and what I interpret that means. A verse. Do you understand what a verse means?
The New Testament. Jesus didn't come and say, "I'm here to establish
what verse."
Punishment.
What
He
verse
says,
are we talking about? What verse are we talking about? I asked you for a verse, and I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. You're going to provide me a verse, or you're going to say that you made the whole shit up.
Okay, so would you like me to provide you a verse as what is it? I think it's Romans 6. I think 6:23. It says, "For the wages of sin is death. but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus, meaning that Jesus came to take the penalty for your sins.
Hold on. Where in that what you just read does it talk about a man lying with a man like with a woman?
Wait, what?
Where did you get that in the verse specifically?
Wait, what?
Do you want me to ask you the question for the 7th time?
Oh, you want to know a specific punishment for LGBT
I want the verse that specifically addresses a man lying with a man just like he lies with a woman, that got a new punishment. Is there any way that I can make this more clear?
Okay, can you admit that the Bible says that homosexuality is a sin and counts as sin?
Can you admit that you're just talking bullshit and you can't pull up the verse?
No, you're going around it.
What are you saying? I'm asking you for a verse that you claim exists in which the punishment is changed, and I want you to read out that verse.
Fipto, this is your chance. Your do or die move. Provide that verse or we're done.
Yeah, he's saying specifically to homosexuality. Okay, so I'm trying to ask you, can you admit that homosexuality is a sin?
Can you provide the verse? Hold on. Quick question. This is a yes or no question. This is a yes or no question. Can you provide?
You've not
Can
answered
you provide the verse?
Wait. Yes. Wait, stop. Yes. In the Bible, homosexuality is a sin. Yes. So what?
Okay, so like I said, read Romans 6. Okay, so read Romans 6. 23,
so you cannot provide the verse that specifically addresses a new punishment.
Hold on, I just gave you a verse.
You just gave me a verse that doesn't mention homosexuality, that doesn't mention anything even remotely close to that.
No, we're talking about sin. It's sin, general sin, all sin.
But sin,
not just homosexuality,
all sin doesn't have
Stop, Peter.
The Bible's not about LGBT.
I want to point out one thing.
Everybody, stop. Shut up. So
all sin does not have the same punishment.
Holy shit! Let him finish. Son of a bitch.
Let him.
I know. You said that this has to do with sin, and that gave a quote. You gave a Bible verse. What does that Bible verse say about sin?
Yeah. So it says, "For the wages of sin is death." In Romans 6:23, it says, "For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord."
How does that ameliorate the punishment that we're supposed to dole out on people in the Old Testament?
That's affirming again that the punishment is death. That is affirming again that the punishment for sin is death. So the punishment for homosexuality is death. That's a reaffirmation of the punishment.
Yeah, and I'm surprised
you just demolished your own point.
So question, what did Jesus say to the woman? I'm saying, what did he do to the woman?
I don't give a shit what Jesus said, because I don't believe that Jesus ever existed. I asked you for a specific verse.
You're asking me about my book.
I asked you for a specific verse that would address a new penalty for gay sex. I can't make it more clear than I make it right now. I'm asking you for a verse that comes up with a new punishment for gay sex. Do you have a verse that addresses only, or among a few other things, specifically gay sex and a new punishment? Do you have that verse?
No, the answer is obviously fucking no, it doesn't exist.
Stop.
You're putting homosexuality out there as a red herring.
Stop. His answer was that this new passage from the New Testament says that all sin should be treated as things that are not, that we on earth don't punish, God will punish, or something along those lines. So it's no longer our job to punish gay or any other kind of sin. You're going to die, and that's going to be your punishment. That's what I think his argument is.
That's against what Jesus said, but if that is what you think, then you're fine. You're fine to disagree with Jesus, I guess.
No. So
I mean,
I want to ask, what did Jesus do to the woman who was actually caught in adultery? And this goes for all sin. So Jesus actually
wrote an inscription in the sand, which was likely the law from Deuteronomy, stating that the priests needed at least 4 witnesses in order to condemn the woman, which they did not provide, so they were in violation of the law.
Well, there's multiple ways to infer this. So it also says in, I believe, the Psalms, where it goes into God. So you have two books. So there's the book of life, and then, well, there's not a second book, but there's it says that the people who will not inherit the book of life or be written in the book of life will actually have their names written in the dust, meaning that they will not receive eternal life. And so there's also I guess, assertion that may have been it as well. That Jesus was writing to them in the sand their own names, saying, "You will not inherit the kingdom of God," and just showing them down the line that they're not in right with God. So and I'm saying there's a possibility of that. It's not 100% confirmed, but neither is any other thing confirmed, because nobody truly knows what was said.
One thing we do know is that the story does not detail the presentation of witnesses.
Xerxes, just a second. One thing is confirmed. I accept your inability to come up with evidence for your claim that gay men should no longer be stoned, and I accept the fact that it's not in the Bible, as you have shown us. So I'll mute myself now. You can continue.
Well, I thought we were going to bring somebody else up anyway. Like we said, like several months ago, we were going to move on.
That's right. We'd like to bring one more person up. Fipto, thank you very much for coming on. You were asked to provide Bible verse, and we seem to just go around in circles asking more and more questions, and I appreciate you taking the time to be here.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for having me.
Hello, Analytic Breakfast. Thank you for joining us. What do you have here for us today? We have about 10 minutes altogether, and then we're going to be ending the stage. Glad we managed to get you in.
Or not?
Okay.
A 10-minute breakfast?
Satan took them.
Well, we're going to bring up Therapist. That's a promising sounding. Hello, Therapist. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
I love it. I love it when you can't get breakfast, you bring up a therapist.
How's it going, Therapist? What do you got for us today?
Shall I start with convincing you that God exists?
Yes, please. Provide your evidence.
Awesome.
Okay, so basically, the creation. What is the possibility of the Big Bang theory?
100%.
Well, we know that it's 100% that it happened.
It's a theory.
We don't know.
Okay.
No, theory in science means explanation based on evidence.
Yeah.
Gravity is a theory. Oxygen is a theory. Electromagnetism is a theory. Plate tectonics are a theory. Germs are a theory. Theory doesn't mean what you think.
Theory is a hypothesis.
No,
Therapist.
No,
in colloquial language, a theory refers to a hypothesis. In scientific exploration or in scientific fields, theory refers to a well-grounded explanation for a natural phenomenon predicated on an overwhelming preponderance of evidence. Don't play that game. Move on.
Like the theory of
then
gravity.
Why is it not a law?
Do you understand why the theory of gravity is called that?
A
Do you
law is
understand why it's the germ
a law is
theory?
merely a mathematical expression of a phenomenon, like the acceleration of the speed of light, for instance. E equals mc squared, energy equals mass times the speed of light. Okay, these are just mathematical expressions. That's all they are.
Part of the theory. Laws are part of the
No,
theory.
no. Laws and theories are different.
No, laws are a supplement to a
one at a time, please.
A scientific theory is an explanation of a broad natural phenomenon. Plate tectonics, oxygen theory, germ theory of disease, electromagnetism, the theory of relativity, supplementary gravity, right? The fact that things fall towards Earth at 9.8 meters per second squared is a scientific law, right? That's a numerically expressed phenomenon that we observe. Why things fall to the ground is explained in the theory of relativity. Scientific theories are overwhelmingly supported bodies of evidence and facts that support a singular explanation for a natural phenomenon. If you were to go to a court of law and put any of these theories on trial, they would overwhelmingly win with the amount of evidence they possess. When we talk about proof in a colloquial sense, what we mean is beyond a reasonable doubt. Every theory in science is proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Using the word theory doesn't mean it's wrong. God is a theory. Your theory. So why do you think calling it a theory?
Technically, it's his hypothesis, really.
I mean, God is a belief.
Calling something a theory doesn't make it wrong.
Look, Darwin's theory is a theory. It isn't fact.
You get what I mean?
Something a theory.
The theory of
doesn't matter.
evolution by natural selection is comprised of facts.
Don't do this again. Don't do it again. Calling something a theory doesn't make it wrong.
Yeah.
What's your argument?
Since we're short on time,
one at a time. Peter, one at a time.
Theory does not describe the veracity of the idea. The idea is established based on the evidence that supports it. Theory just means explanation in science. Stop using the word theory as some sort of derogatory muse for evolution or anything else.
And we cut this short because he came on and he said he wanted to.
What is your evidence that a God
exists?
exists?
Thank you. If you want to convince us that a God exists, the one thing you do not need to do is try and convince us that what we currently believe to be true is false. You need to convince us that what you currently believe is actually true. So we can let the whole theory thing go because it's irrelevant to your evidence for your God.
So therapist, the best way to...
The thing is, it's not true, though.
Therapist, the best way to look at this... Hang on a sec, Peter. Therapist, the best way to come at this, a hypothesis... This is the easiest way to think about these terms. A hypothesis and hypothesis is an educated guess. A theory is an explanatory model.
Oh my God!
Okay, it's really simple. So
it doesn't matter. He's being obtuse on purpose. He's not listening.
That's fine.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's proven. It doesn't matter if it's proven. We don't need to prove it. The fact that science isn't proven isn't evidence of a God. What's your evidence of a God?
Okay, basically, atoms have half-lives, right? They basically decay over time.
No.
And then they
atoms
transform
don't have
to energy.
half-lives. Atoms don't have half-lives.
Isotopes have half-lives.
What am I do? So what? Atoms have half-lives. Then so what?
After here, what happens to everything that has been created? Basically, just disappears.
That's not what radioactive decay is.
So what? So
Well,
what?
you don't understand.
What is?
You
I don't.
understand
Peter,
the
hang on.
Stop.
One at a time,
don't
please.
Don't nitpick every wrong thing he says. That will make no progress. What is your argument for God? So what if uranium atoms decay? So what?
How does atomic decay prove a God or demonstrate a God? Exactly.
Okay.
Precisely.
It turns out, JL. It turns out he had a half-life.
Can we try with analytic because they cut out before they were able to come up on stage and talk.
Yeah, the first half was trying to shoot holes in what we believe, and when it comes to shooting holes in what he believes, that's where the half-life kicks in.
Oh, it doesn't look like there's anybody up here who can even invite people on stages anymore.
Yeah, Randolph can.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just bringing up analytic breakfast again. They told me that they're having some Discord issues. It looks like it's all sorted now. Welcome.
Hey, analytic, what you got for us today?
And this is our last call. We've got less than 10 minutes, so we'll try to make it quick, and then we have to end the stage.
Yeah, sounds good. So, when we look at the world and we make knowledge claims in terms about ethics or metaphysics, there's all kinds of preconditions that are necessary and have to be the case for those knowledge claims to be possible. So I'm not talking about any specific knowledge claim in this case. I'm talking about a higher level, a meta level claim about the possibility of knowledge claims. So these preconditions are things like epistemic norms, universals, abstract concepts, the status of objects, the identity of objects over time, the principle of induction, the external world having a mind-independent reality to it, that there's a self that underlies all of our perceptions. All of these things are not reducible to matter. It would lead to a reductio ad absurdum to reduce all of these preconditions to matter, and so therefore they do not have the same ontological existence. And we can demonstrate this through mental states being non-propositional and brain states being propositional. You can't show any logical entailment. This is where T-Jump lost. This is where T-Jump lost the debate. Dyer terribly.
That's why I had this person literally muted.
And T-Jump was appealing to authority the whole debate. I just watched it. It was hilarious. T-Jump took a massive L. If you watch T-Jump versus Jay Dyer.
How is
analytic,
this
be quiet.
For a God?
Well, I just gave you a logically valid and true argument that demonstrates the
No, you did not demonstrate how it would sound.
No, even if everything you said was true.
Well, evidence is meaningless, right? I'm a scientific anti-realist. So evidence is meaningless. When you ask for evidence of God, I mean...
Oh, then he's a troll.
uttering useless mouth sounds.
One
Yeah,
of
this
the
is why I had
examples
And
you
this is
gave
why-
is mind over matter.
This is why T-Jump lost the debate with Jay Dyer. It was hilarious. I just watched it because he was warm to authority. He didn't read the two dogmas of
Can we move on to the next
he
one?
didn't read
And just
the
because
dogmas
this is
of
going to lead
empiricism.
us
He doesn't
nowhere.
understand.
He's not,
I thought he had
he's
himself
not
muted.
here
I
to
had him locally muted. I
He's
remember.
just here
And
to talk.
that's the point. So you can't reduce these
Randolph?
things to matter, these preconditions to matter.
Randolph,
because
can you
mental
dump him,
states
please?
are non-propositional,
Randolph, can you
and brain
kick him
states
off,
are
please, because he's
propositional.
not listening? This
That's
is
my
not a
argument. You
conversation.
can't establish.
This is a
Okay,
statement.
I'm reducing
This is a
his volume.
statement. Randolph.
Private chat.
They're not. The mind is hierarched under the brain. They are not the same.
Randolph.
Yeah, Randolph, if you can dump him, he's gish galloping.
Check
So
the private chat.
Randolph, please.
Please check the private chat.
Yeah, they're not identical. The mind is hierarched under the brain. The brain is actually above it, so it's not identical. So I don't know what you mean by identical. Yes, the mind is the operating system. The brain is the hardware. No, I'm a material. I don't understand that. Are you saying that the... Okay, I guess my point would be the mind needs to run off a physical brain, and that everything that we see in the universe is either matter and matter and energy can't be created or destroyed.
Randolph, shut the fuck up. You're not intelligent. You're like one of the dumbest people I've ever met, and you just use big words to sound smart. You haven't actually made a positive case for why these things can't be reducible to matter. You just asserted that and expected that everybody else would accept what you said. But you haven't made a positive case for it whatsoever.
He can't hear you. You know, he's deafened. Somebody's server deafened him, so he can't hear any of us. I muted him on my end, so I can't hear him either. But yeah, he can't hear any of us.
Why is he not being kicked off?
Wait, he's not muted mic.
Randolph.
He's muted headphones. That's why.
yeah, he can't be
I
removed because
just muted
there's
him
no
on my
one
end, so-
there's no one on the stage that can remove him. So
you can mute him. You just mute him on your end.
All right.
and deafen him, and that's
Well, how do we
thing
end the
is-
stage then?
It still goes into the stream and all that. Analytic breakfast. We have run out of time, and we're going to need to continue this another time. I guess he can't hear us.
He can't hear us. But that is our time for the day. So thanks, guys.
So thank you everybody for tuning in. We seem to be running into some issues with Discord here. It would be nice if everything worked really smoothly, but we did manage to get a whole show in today, a whole 4 hours and 22 minutes. So did anybody have any final thoughts you wanted to share real quick before we close the stage?
I just wanted to point out that the fact that our mind may be independent of matter, as in our mind actually just may be an energy network from our neurons that are sending real physical signals, does not point towards a god, and so still not convinced.
How about you, T-Jump? Any thoughts?
I don't know. Not really.
Potato.
Okay. JL Warren, thoughts for the show today?
So it was a good one. There was some a little bit of trolling going on, but I think this one went a little bit better than in the past. I think the time limits work. So the changes we made, I think, are going to work in the long term once we get used to them. But yeah, otherwise, some decent conversations, but still, nothing that was brought up that was convincing at all. So
A special thanks goes to the Politics Discord for hosting this. JL Warren, you have a contest that you're in, and
I'm
links to it.
Yeah, so obviously I have my own two things. I have my own YouTube channel. You can check me out. It's Bridge the Divide. The link has been provided. You can check it out if you like to hear these kinds of conversations or like the debates that I've had or the content that I've made. You can check that out by checking out my channel. And of course, I'm also because I have a horror film podcast. I'm currently up for this contest called Face of Horror, which is has some pretty solid prizes for it that I'm currently being voted for. Links are provided for that. You can pop it there and you can vote for me on that one. It's 1 vote per day, so it's just something really, really cool that would benefit my podcast and benefit the cast and crew that are behind me on that, which is something kind of fun that I'm doing. But yeah, feel free to check that out. Links are provided.
Thank you, T-Jump. Peter, did you have any final thoughts? Just make it real quick, and we can move on to King Xerxes after you.
Wait a minute. I'm not. It's not T-Jump.
Sorry, what happened?
You said thank you, T-Jump. Like, wait a minute.
Oh, I meant to say thank you, JL Warren. Thank you to you too, G-Jump. And yeah, Peter, did you have any final thoughts on the show today? And then I'll go to King Xerxes after that. I guess Peter's away from the desk, so go ahead, King Xerxes. Did you have any thoughts on today's show before we close down?
If God exists, he needs to hire better lawyers.
Indeed.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Really appreciate it. We've had, I think, a pretty good show today, and we've had another large audience with us, so people do find it interesting. For those who are in the queue waiting to speak, we have run out of time, so we will have to take a rain check on that for the next fortnight. We will be up again on the stage.
God doesn't in the text chat right now.
What's that?
God has decided to reveal himself to us in the text chat.
Oh, okay.
And he has a Walter's cat profile picture.
Randolph, I got disconnected. Do I get a few seconds?
Peter, yeah. So, Peter, go ahead. If you had some final reflections on today's show, that would be great. And then I will continue with closing things down. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think we had some good conversations, not all of them, but we had a few good conversations on here. And I always like to be part of this stage. I also want to take a few seconds of my time to promote someone else, in this case, Jackson Wheat. If you haven't checked out his channel, I'm a co-host on the Thursday shows so far. We just finished reading Creationist book from 1967, which has all the cutting-edge arguments that are still in use today. And so we went through all of that, and we're now coming up with a new series where we're going to watch theist videos and comment on those. So if you want to check that out, subscribe to Jackson Wheat, and you can find him on Twitter as well. So if you've got a good video that you want us to review, please contact either Jackson Wheat or me. I'm on Twitter, YTGGFI. Info@GonnaGoForIt is my email address. So if you have something that you want us to review, we'll do that. Thank you.
Also, one last thing, I want to send lots of love to the entire chat and internet osphere, and don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe.
Give me money.
Yeah, and since Xerxes has left, go find him on YouTube. He's got a great YouTube channel as well.
T-Jump, at least you're just straight up about it, you know?
Yeah, see you guys later. Go.
Thank you, T-Jump. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, JL Warren. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Taco, and everybody else who was here earlier. And again, thanks to the Politics Discord for providing the stage for us. There will also be a Atheist Appreciation Day celebration on October 5th. I'll be running a live stream where I'll be reviewing approximately over 250 YouTube channels run by atheists. And I look forward to people popping in for that and hearing all about the atheist activism that's happening throughout the world. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. And again, thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate it a lot.
Hi, everyone.
All right. And for anybody curious, before it disappears, the conversation is continuing over on my channel if you want to pop into my live chat. So take it easy, guys. Amy, Randolph, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I hope you both have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, JL Warren's channel, Bridge the Divide, is how you
look
it up on YouTube if you have any trouble finding it.
All right. Okay. So, it was good. A little 4-hour stream there. I've actually been going for about 5 hours now. But yeah. So, unfortunately, nothing that really pops out. Nothing was convincing. Like, essentially, what is it? Logan Samuel says, wait, there are YouTube channels owned by atheists? Where have I been? Absolutely. So, yeah, essentially, yeah. Ghetto Dream says, by the way, any more streaming tonight? I hadn't planned on anything. I got some work I got to do here, and most likely, with some stuff for Bridge the Divide, or some stuff for Week in Horror, and of course some Bridge the Divide stuff I got to work on. So, but other than that, no, I wasn't planning on anything. If I pop up on a stream, it's because I got an invite. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. So it's what we do every 2 weeks. We have conversations with people who believe and why they believe it, and try to hear their reasons. You see whatever evidence they present or their argumentation. And as of yet, nothing sufficient has been presented. Excuse me, my bad. So yeah, that's pretty much what we do. We do this every 2 weeks. I sent that gentleman yes, Skooma Cat. Oh yeah, I'm still going for a little bit, even though we pretty much covered what we were going to cover. But yeah, that's what we do. But hopefully, I when it comes down to it, the purpose of my channel is not to take away, is not ultimately to take the stuff away from people. It's to understand why it's not necessary and why they don't need it. Thank you, Logan. That ultimately the whole thing about is recognize what it is for what it is, and then understand that while it may be true, or you may feel it to be true, or you may want it to be true, it doesn't necessarily make it exit to reality. That it's not a thing that you can demonstrate to be true. Then that's okay. You can believe in things and hold on to them, even though they're not technically real, because they provide some sort of psychological or physiological utility to you, which is fine. But you can't run around the world saying, "Hey, this is what this is. You need to follow it too." That's not the way it works, especially when you have nothing to predicate the argument on other than confirmation bias. That confirmation bias that leads you to think that humans are special, and then predicate appeals to, or arguments from incredulity, arguments from ignorance, or appeals to emotion off of that confirmation bias. So it all essentially starts with this idea that human beings are inherently special in some way. And we predicate that confirmation bias on the fact that we can reason unlike what appears to be any other species on the planet. So why are we unique in that we can reason the way we do and ask questions about the universe? How are we beyond just the simple day-to-day, hour-to-hour survival mechanism that all animals appear to be relegated to? And somehow so there's wow, we're unique amongst us, so we must be special in that regard. And then from that special, from that that confirmation bias, because we see, oh, this thing is unique or appears to be unique, so therefore it must be special, it must be made or must be intended to be this way, because we don't really understand how it got to that point, which is evolution. And then people think we're special. Then they say, why are we special? They begin to come up with answers as to why we're special and what the intention was for our specialness. And then that's where all of these things are predicated from. And then they say, oh, it must have been an agent that intended it. And then from there, you justify that on arguments from incredulity. You don't see how it could be any other way. Arguments from ignorance. You just don't understand how, and appeals to emotion. It makes you feel good, or it means that good things come from it, so therefore it must be the way it is, which is simply the way it is. Gowden's Raver says, when's the next horror podcast? Wonder about your take on The Smile. So I haven't seen Smile yet. The nearest theater to me is quite a ways away. So whenever I go to the theater, I really have to plan for it. I know of it, but I haven't seen it. Smile and there's another one that just recently came out. And Barbarian. Smile and Barbarian I really would like to see. Unfortunately, I have not had the opportunity to see either one of them yet, and hopefully I will soon. What I'm really super looking forward to is Halloween Ends, which comes out in 5 days. It comes out, not the 7th. Hellraiser comes out on the 7th of October. Halloween Ends comes out on the 14th, which is a Wednesday. And I'm super, super looking forward to, I think, if I remember correctly, the 12th, October 12th. October 12th is Halloween Ends. October 7th is the new Hellraiser. And Pearl, also really good. The Mia Goth was going to be a trilogy because Maxine is the third one to come out, and that's starring Mia Goth. And those things are magnificent. X and Pearl were both magnificent. Absolutely stunning. That girl deserves some kind of award for the role, for her performances in that. Oh, pardon me. Skooma Cat says, my problem with the Sins police and people that think they are better just because they believe some shit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they legitimately do. It reinforces that specialness. Like they have some sort of bead on the universe, or they are a reflection of something that makes us superior, makes us special in some way. and all of it is just confirmation bias. It's like, this is the way it is, and we need to come up with a reason as to why it's this way. Well, very simple. Evolution is the reason why we are the way we are and the way why we've sussed out. Our ability to like think about the universe or think about things beyond us or to recognize these and to categorize them, our ability to rationalize and reason is just a product of our evolution. And so it's irrelevant. It doesn't make us special. It just makes us, our brains are the strong things that filled our niche. So we're superior and our brains are superior. Well, in some respects, not superior, but our brains are really, really good. Our frontal cortexes are really evolved. And that's what makes us superior mentally. But, or, from a reasoning perspective. But you try to go toe-to-toe with a gorilla, you'll find out strength-wise, you're not superior. This is just the way we evolved. So we fill our niche, and we're very, very good, and we're not super specialized, which is excellent because it allows us to, means that we have a strong adaptability. That means in the event of a giant evolutionary pressure, our odds of survival are pretty strong. So, because we're not so specialized that the world could change and we would just die out immediately. Scuba Cat says, and they're here to make you better and save you from yourself. See, it's ridiculous. That's where I begin to have problems, and that's essentially where kind of my channel is predicated on, is because this idea that human beings are born broken, and that this external thing is the only thing that can save them. Teaching people that they're born broken, that they're inherently born broken, is in my mind a form of psychological abuse. It means that the way you were broken, you're flawed. And there's a flaw in you that cannot be fixed unless you appeal to this specific thing and hold to these very specific rules. You think about that from an outside perspective. You tell people that they're born broken and that there's a flaw in them that cannot be fixed unless they comport their behavior and their mentality towards a particular set of ideas and method, and like not even really methodologies, just ideas and emotions. So where does that come from? What would you like initially say? Well, what's the goal there? The goal there is to control people's behaviors, thoughts, and actions. This is where the bite model comes into it. These are things that reinforce particular mindsets, particular beliefs, particular behaviors, and particular thoughts. This all comes down to controlling people and putting them in the direction of one particular thing. That's ostensibly what it is. And sure, 100,000 years ago, it may have worked in getting people together into groups and maintaining cohesion and allowing them to progress because survival in numbers. Sure, it worked great 100,000 years ago, but it doesn't work now, especially with what we know about the universe. It just doesn't happen. So, or it's just not necessary anymore. Sure, you can hold on to it because it makes you feel better about yourself, or it makes you feel better about the world, or it makes you feel better about the direction of society. The idea that we are finite, the idea that we will die, the idea that nothing is after this is very terrifying to some people because they fail to see the reverse of it. That because it ends is the reason why it is important and special. Because we only have a limited amount of time in order to deal with these things, in order to like enjoy this thing and do the most we can with it. Because that's all we got. So you try to do what you can, try to put what you can out in the universe, or you don't have to. That's the beauty of it. You don't have to do that. You can just live your life quietly to yourself, do your own thing, and eventually you'll go, and that will be it. So the idea that I don't need to be relegated to history to feel like I'm special. I don't need to like do some an enormous contribution to history. I'm just trying to make the society that I live in just a little bit better by helping people to think a little bit more critically and a little bit more rationally. To employ the tools that we've evolved to understand that the conclusions that they had come to, the conclusions that they told were correct, were not necessarily correct. And that they could still hold on to them, but they need to acknowledge. It's kind of like an old tool. You have like my dad had old tools he'd had for like 15, 20 years, but he still bought new tools. Why hold on to the old tool? It's familiar. He's used it a lot. You don't want to just throw it away. You may need it sometime, but you keep it in the toolbox. Even though, why would you keep this old 15-year-old or 20-year-old hammer when you just bought a brand new Craftsman, okay, or something else from Home Depot? He's like, oh, I need a new hammer, by the way, because the head's getting a little loose on that one. That's it. So, yeah, they can hold on to it, but they're only holding on to it for a personal satisfaction. That's pretty much what it is. Kevin Huell says, how come Noah's Ark was filled with animals, not dinosaurs? So, apparently, according to Ken Ham and the video that I did when I went through the Ark, there were dinosaurs on the Ark. And, man, he tries to explain that away big time. Because if you walk through the Ark encounter in Kentucky, which I did, in in Williamstown, Kentucky. It's about 65 miles north of Lexington. So I went through that whole thing. I kind of speed run the whole thing because in order to cover everything in that arc, it would take me days. There's so much crap in there. But yeah, it's ridiculous. But yeah. So, and I didn't get the opportunity. There were things that, see, this is the big thing. There were a lot of things, like some guy who doesn't believe the age of the earth. When we've not only verified the age of the earth, we've independently verified the age of the earth, which is something that for some reason he can't, they have this idea, or they've been taught this idea that God is incompatible with scientific conclusions. No, it doesn't. It just means that the Bible is incompatible with scientific conclusions. Just because you prove the Bible wrong doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. It just means the book is incorrect. It means that human beings made up a book and it was full of bullshit, but that doesn't eliminate the entire possibility of God. It just means that the God predicated in the Bible is not correct, because the Bible is wrong. So we can take the Bible and throw the Bible away. In fact, I think you should do that. Just take the Bible, throw it away, and just keep Aesop's fables. Stories about ravens and, about frogs and foxes and, scorpions and turtles and shit. These are much, much better. But I love Aesop's fables. But yeah, the book, throw it away. Just throw the book away and just maintain the parables. Little isms for like how to live life and be, a productive member of society are really, really what's important. So Logan Sam says, how many PhD theses get shot down and disproved? Putting forward a thesis as a PhD, many of them, like lots, can get shut down. Some of them get through like that, and then they get disproven later on. But because new evidence comes to light, or we uncover more evidence. So, but I would imagine, because I've heard stories about PhD students, or students going for their PhD, where they submit their thesis and it just gets like, just like somebody, they look at it like, nope, and they just throw it out and just be like, no, this is not going to work. So I've heard that tale a lot, that getting your PhD is no small feat, and if I had the kind of time and energy at this age to go after one, or even an interest in it, to say, oh, I have a PhD, which ostensibly in the wake of the internet, it's just, I'm not going to discount people who've done the work and the effort, but the information is available to everyone. Access to information is no longer an excuse. The information is there. The question is, do you have the training and the understanding, or have you taken the time to try and understand it? Which is why I try to convey in my last video when I was talking about Brian Holdsworth. Boomer says, why did no one say to Flipto that Theodosius outlawed and persecuted pagans in Rome? It didn't come up. There were a lot of things that we were trying to stay on topic, and it tried not to get rabbit-holed too much. Logan says, and who wrote the Bible? Not a new discussion. Just say, oh, yes, absolutely not. You did, Boomer, but I didn't have an opportunity to just jump in. I was trying not to be interruptive and just jump in, because everybody was, trying to avoid the whole people talking over one another. Apparently, Peter and T-Jump and Xerxes to extent kind of have still strong personalities, kind of butting heads on things. People have a subjective determination as to what is important in the conversation. And I get it that, Xerxes wants to strike at the heart of the matter. Peter wants to flip it back on them, give them the reverse, and see how they flail into that. To show, Peter typically wants to show how their epistemology is broken. Xerxes wants to get the heart of matter and really explain how they don't know what they're actually talking about. And T-Jump, as he admitted in the stream, typically likes to go after the lulls. He likes to go after the dumpster fire, is because that's where he gets his clicks and views. Everyone's got their own technique. I like to go after the psychology. It's like, why do you believe this? I don't care what people believe. I want to know why they believe it and why they hold on to something in the face of evidence. So where does this predicate to? So the psychology is very interesting to me, because ultimately the psychology informs their beliefs and their beliefs inform their behaviors. So if we get to the root of it and understand like why they believe this particular thing, and then we disseminate why it's wrong or why it's fallacious, and we can possibly change the psychology, which they can alter how they approach the belief, and then they can make more rational decisions based upon more rational beliefs. That's my whole point. That's where I come from. Is I like to get to the motivation behind these things, the psychology. And the psychology absolutely does not interest T-Jump at all. Like, the psychology of why these things exist completely bores him. Because he likes a more, like, kind of like externalist, like, kind of like, here's the view of this. Let's view it from the whole. And I like speaking to each individually, personally. Because each individual person, they have their own story. And it's important to them. And I want to get to the heart of that. Because just blanket throwing it over everybody is never going to work. That's never going to change anything. And unfortunately, it's time consuming. It's one at a time. But you speak to one. Like, that's why grassroots efforts work. You talk to each individual. You present each individual the information that they don't have. So, and then you say, okay, I have new information. Let me construct this in, because then you can demonstrate from there. You can demonstrate breaks in epistemology. You can demonstrate their intellectual dishonesty. And then they have to reconcile that themselves so that we don't do the work for them. You say, well, here's this. Say, here's my position, X, Y, Z. And I say, but here's something you weren't aware of, A, B, C. And they go, oh, and here's the backup for A, B, C. A, B, C does not comport with X, Y, Z. So then they're forced to take these two things together and reconcile them. And you say, oh, this is predicated on how I feel. This is predicated on actual evidence. How do I reconcile these two things? You make them do the work by presenting them with the option. And so they sit there and they go, well, I'm just going to ignore A, B, C because it doesn't make me feel good. That's intellectual dishonesty, or, for whatever reason. That's the whole point. Or if they reconcile and they go, oh, I need to change my position because I recognize now A, B, and C is valid. And it's like, or valid and sound. So that's the whole point there. I would love to hang out with Genetically Modified Skeptic. I think that would be a lot of fun. There's a couple of people I'd like to hang with. I'd love to be on a panel with Shannon Q. I'd love to be on an Atheist Experience panel. I think that would be a lot of fun. The closest I've ever come is good conversations with J Mike, because I really like J Mike. I'm a big fan of his, and it's always an honor if he's popped into my chat a couple of times. I'm a huge fan of J Mike. I'd love to be on like Atheist Experience. I'd love to hang out with Shannon Q one time. I'd love to Apologia as well. Rationality Rules. There's a number of people I'd love to hang with. Professor Dave. Fucking Forrest Valkai. Oh, I could spend all day with Forrest Valkai and just follow him. I wouldn't even say a word. I would just follow him and just bask in his joy of science. Because the man is so knowledgeable and so passionate about what he loves, and it just brings him joy. The joy he experiences is what everyone should experience with science, and I love the way he conveys it. So much green here. Yes, there are many channel members, in the chat, and I appreciate that. I appreciate all that huge support. Surfs is doing what to Forrest? Hanging out with Forrest. I would love to hang out with Forrest Valkai. As a matter of fact, I would love to see Forrest Valkai debate Otangelo. I would love to see that, because Forrest would freaking wreck him. Would wreck him completely. He would point out very swiftly the misuse of language, the abuse of terms that he's using in order to make his argument analogous, to make it, to basically push forward the watchmaker argument. That's all Otangelo does. And he misuses language in order to draw analogies between analogies between things that are disanalogous. And like somebody said, analogous does not mean homologous. So just because you can analogize them does not mean they are the same, which is the whole point. Just like DNA, RNA, proteins like this, these are freaking these are chemical interactions. Not what do you say, like letters are real? Like no, it's not like when sperm and egg meet, all of a sudden letters are going everywhere. No, that's not the way that works. These are chemical compounds that are interacting with one another and are catalysts for chemical change. That's all it is. And then he wants to analogize it with something that is something else to give it kind of like an air of intelligence. Boomer, only if someone sacrifices a mitochondria. You have to say his name 3 times and sacrifice a mitochondria. So. And yes, Mr. Twitch, chickens came from dinosaurs. The big thing you have to reconcile is that plastic comes from oil, and oil comes from dinosaurs. plastic dinosaurs are made of real dinosaurs. Plastic comes from oil, and oil comes from dinosaurs. Plastic dinosaurs are made of real dinosaurs. Oh, but man, that was a lot of fun. I love it. Yeah, I wish I could hang out with King Xerxes a lot more. I know he has very little tolerance for the stage because there's a bunch of people on there, and typically people tend to overtalk. I really wanted to drop the bomb of demonstrating how the biblical God cannot exist because an omniscient agent. There's actually what was it? Just to throw it out there because I've done it before, and I had a conversation with AJ Heeb. AJ's a really good dude. I'm always talking with him over on Jefferson Spatchcock's channel. We're going to be just invoking these names. So, ostensibly, and I don't know if there's anybody, Logan said, never made it past the La Brea tar pits. You and a lot of other creatures. Anyway, I don't know if there's anyone thoughts on the Orion says thoughts on the ontological argument. So the ontology of a thing, if you're talking about like essentially essences or like the initial or I would say like the primary nature of a thing, because the ontological argument for God. Let me go ahead and bring this up and make sure I've got it correctly. So, ontological argument does not ask for us to assume that there's a deity or even a GCB. It asks anyone at all to simply think of the deity as the greatest conceivable being, and then indicates that a being that exists in reality is greater than the one just in mind. So the ontological argument. So this was Saint Anselm of Canterbury in the 11th century CE. Remember the file that I had on this one. So the ontological argument is either God does or does not exist. Assume God does exist, the antithesis of Anselm's position. If God does not exist, then that being which nothing greater can be conceived as a being which a greater being can be conceived. This is a logical impossibility, therefore God does not exist. Or conclusion, therefore God exists. Let me say it. So either God exists or God does not exist. Assume. That's problematic. Is that, okay, so for the sake of, essentially this is, so here's the problem with the ontological argument. The ontological argument in and of itself is, You're welcome, Logan. The ontological argument is either God exists or God does not exist. 2, assume God does not exist, the antithesis of Anselm's position. So God does not exist. 3, if God does not exist, but exists only as an instrumental concept, only as like an idea, then that being which nothing greater can be conceived is a being which a greater being or being can be conceived. This is a logical impossibility. So that's incorrect. We say a variation there by Plantinga is to say that there's a possibility of God is to say that there's a possible world in which God exists. Okay, there's possibly a God. I would change that because God has a lot of things that kind of are like kind of strapped onto it. A lot of things that are problematic in the world or problematic in reality. So I would say a deity in any possible world, but nonetheless, for the sake of the argument, to say that there is possibly a God is to say that there is a possible world in which God exists. To say that God necessarily exists is to say that God exists in every possible world. God is necessarily perfect, that's by definition, so it's defined that way, which means that the rest of this is going to be predicated on God being defined that way. See, that's what's problematic, so I don't know if Orion is still in the chat. So, premise 1, the premise here, God is necessarily perfect. So that definition, that attribute of God, the question is how does God define that way? How do we know that that definition of God is true? And that definition of God is true is predicated on circular reasoning. It's because we determine that from the Bible. For the Bible to be true, God must exist. God must tell us that the Bible is true. So it's predicated on circular reasoning. So it's like the arguments for each premise. It's the same reason why the presuppositional argument doesn't work is because why the precept argument doesn't work is because it fails on the first premise. That in order for what is the argument for intelligibility being or for God being the necessary grounding for intelligibility? What's the argument for that? Okay, that's the problem. Is that eventually it falls back on itself and it becomes circular, which demonstrates the logical fallacy of that argument. And that's why presuppositional apologetics is not intended to convert people, it's intended to keep people in the faith by trapping them in that circular reasoning. So, but this one is predicated, the problem is that to say that there is possibly a God, to say that there's a possible world in which God exists, that is if multiple worlds exist. That makes an assumption. To say that God necessarily exists, say that God exists in every possible world. Well, we have one world that we know of. So if you define God as necessarily existing, then of course it exists in the world, if it exists at all. God is necessarily perfect. That's a begging question. Since God is necessarily perfect, he is perfect in every possible world. Oh yeah, so I circular reasoning. So since God is, then he is perfect in every possible world. That just follows. So if God is perfect in every possible world, he must exist in every possible world, therefore God exists. God is also maximally great. So the problem with this is that the argument, this particular argument is structurally valid, but it is not structurally sound. So yes, the conclusion follows from the premises, but it is not structurally sound because if the premises are true, then the conclusion is true. That's what that's going off of, is for the validity of the argument. But it's not sound, because a sound argument is both sound and valid. But a valid argument is not necessarily sound. It just means that the structure is correct. In this one, the structure is correct, but it is not sound. And there's because some of these actually, some of those descriptions actually violate the laws of reality in and of itself. And it makes assumptions about reality that are not predicated on anything other than, circular reasoning. Is Jason's machete in the showcase a real one? Oh, that one over there. So is Jason's machete real? No, Jason's machete is not real. It's actually attached to his hand. So. Historical philosopher says, we know the Bible isn't true. It says the earth is flat. If there was a God, he would know it's not and would never let it in a book that he inspired. That's part of the whole thing, is like, if this being exists and it would understand these things, once they start stacking, this is the problem when they start stacking all these, even if it's maximally powerful, okay? The problem is that God would know that the way it inspired the Bible, the way that mankind wrote it down, would be problematic in the future. That this would lead to arguments against it. And so, why wasn't God, in all of its power, able to convey itself in a way that it would be irrefutable? Because it's ostensibly saying that God lacked the ability to communicate with human beings in an effective way. You could tell a human being, da-da-da-da-da, and that's bam, that's it, that's simple, done. And the human being can understand it, especially individuals that are engaged in commerce and travel and communication and, politics and all the shit that people are engaged in Bronze Age Pakistan. So all the God has to do is communicate them in a way that they can completely and totally understand. But according to their worldview, it communicated the reality of the world in a way that does not comport with what every other society and civilization around the planet looked at, and they didn't see the same thing. And it didn't communicate. In fact, if you want to say that God is technically everywhere and everything, then God was communicating to all people, and they got it wholly wrong all over the place, which is just another failing on that God. Why wasn't God able to convey itself absolutely correctly the first time around? If God existed and possesses the attributes that are understood in the Bible, then this is something we would expect to see, like Xerxes pointed out. We would see a world of people that believed in one thing because it was communicated in a way that comports with the attributes that are understood about this being. Very simple. This is a logical entailment. Gods die on the logical entailments, on the swords of logical entailments. Gods die on the swords of logical entailments. You cannot say that it has this ability and then ignore the logical entailments of this ability or attribute. It's just the way it works. Not to mention the fact that an omniscient being violates the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, which then in turn violates the second law of thermodynamics, which then in turn results in a universe different from the one that we currently observe. If that's being hid from us, then God is deceptive and therefore distheism. If God has no place in this and God is not omniscient, it doesn't violate this, then it's just deism and it's just a sufficiently powerful enough agent. But these are both unfalsifiable hypotheses. We can reject these under the guise or under the auspices of methodological naturalism. Therefore, atheism is the most intellectually honest conclusion to derive. That's it. Very, very simple. Well, technically not simple. It's actually pretty complex. But that was that article that I linked before. That's how we know that that omniscience can't be there, because you can't know the two of them, because knowing the two of them simultaneously changes, essentially introduces work into the deal, because the more accurate you are on one, the further you are from the other one. And what the paper that I linked demonstrates is that it can't be any other way. Is that the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics must hold true in order for the second law of thermodynamics to hold true. That it literally, because if it was the opposite, then the universe would be demonstrably different. So these things must be in concert. Okay? So it's predicated upon it. If the second law of thermodynamics is true, you can guarantee that the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics remain true. Something were to know both of them simultaneously, that knowledge of it alone violates the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics. Because the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics indicates that only one can be known. And so if you violate that, you violate the second law of thermodynamics, you fundamentally alter the universe in and of itself. And by doing that, if you hide that, you're no longer God, you're now distheist, you're bad God. You're malevolent God or dishonest God or deceptive God. That's distheism. So yeah, I'm sorry. It's just like that's the one hammer, and I've beaten that point time and time again to basically demonstrate how the biblically understood Abrahamic God cannot exist. Not as it's described in the Bible. That needs to be relegated to mythology. I have yet to find a theist that can address that directly to me. Can be like, oh, well, it's this. Because the entailments of this observation, this empirical observation of reality, the entailments of this are that this God cannot exist as it's defined in the Bible, therefore it relegates it to deism, distheism, or atheism. Those are the only three logical conclusions. Or reasonable conclusions. The only logical conclusion is atheism. Yeah. No, it's okay. I know I don't like to be the guy that kind of hammers a point home, but I would love, if there is a quiet theist in the chat. I see 34 people there, and I see 34 people remaining in the chat, and obviously 34 people are not speaking all at once. If there is a quiet theist who has a question about this and would like this explained, I can link the article, I can run through the explanation. It took me a while to understand. I had to sit down with some theoretical physicists and a couple of physicists to understand this thing. Clive Wells was instrumental in this, and so was a PhD Tony. But it comes down to it is that what's defined in the Bible cannot exist. We know too much about reality to say that this is anything that could actually be. So we can just... And that modern-day Christians are really just deists with the Yahweh label slapped onto them in order to maintain their cultural identity, to basically say, we're not Jewish or Muslim in that respect. I'm all good with crack and stone jokes. You can go for it. Go for it. I'm all good with anything you put in the chat as long as it doesn't violate the TOS. Historical philosopher says, instead it tells people to worship him and give his priests money so they can have nice clothes. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And you notice how quickly, this was another interesting thing. You notice how quickly, when I posited to, what's his name? Who's that one guy who just, it was earlier, not before it was before the rambling guy. Oh, I missed his name. When I posited to, well, does logic apply to God? Because he said logic comports with his nature. It's like, that's great, but if God instantiates logic, then God is outside of logic. Logic doesn't apply to God. So God makes logic. God, then logic. Not logic, then God. So if God has to comport himself to logic, that means logic supersedes God. So essentially it comes down to the question, can God both exist and not exist simultaneously? And the answer, if that's what T-Jump asked him. If God can exist and not exist simultaneously, that means the laws of logic don't apply to God, which makes it an incoherent contradiction. That's pretty much it. So, that's if the God is outside the laws of logic. If the laws of logic apply to it, then all we have to do is appeal to the laws of logic, and we can derive what is true, because the laws of logic supersede God. We essentially basically say it's that God is not necessary in order to understand that which is logical about reality. That which comports with A equals A is not equal to not A, if A then B, then AB. Okay, but pretty much so, yeah. I broke that one down. And there's another variation of that. It's like the second law of thermodynamics is dependent on the uncertainty relation to QM being true. Violating the UR and QM results in thermodynamic cycle of positive network gain. Violating the UR and QM violates second law of thermodynamics and results in a demonstrably different universe than we currently observe. If the second law of thermodynamics is true, then the UR and QM is true. The biblical God, yeah, so on and so forth. It basically breaks down the biblical God and how that contradicts what we know about reality. So, I can't remember who it was who was supposed to, because I posed that to him, and then he just bounced. He was like, well, I'm not going to listen to some non-God believer talk about it. It was like, what does that even matter? Address the argument. Because, you know, all he had was ad homs. You know, atheists are this, atheists are that, and that's why blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, Chief, that's not the way it works. Actually address the argument or get the hell off the stage. Dang, and I was really, really hoping that the crazy... Let's see, Colorado Rebecca says, Darth Dumbfuck would have a serious issues with jail. He couldn't run his script with him. He can't. He can't run his script with me, and that's why he has me blocked. And also because I kind of shredded him in my Darth Dawkins video. Gruber, thank you. Yes, it was Gruber. It was McGruber. Yeah, thank you, historical philosopher. So Darth has attempted to run his argument on me. So has Jay Robin. Both of them have been. I've shut both of them down. But Darth really got mad at me because of my video that pretty much shredded him and his ideology. Because I shredded both him and I shredded Van Til. And the feedback that I've actually gotten feedback from Van Tillians. After they watched that video and said crap, because I cited sources from within Van Tillism and from the works of Greg Bonson, and pretty much it explained that even I've had a few Van Tillans look at it. Some have come by and been like blah blah blah, but yeah, they just basically cast it out and they just shut the mouth of the unbeliever, like Greg Bonson says. But some have come across as that they didn't look at it from that perspective. It's like, oh wow, you are correct, and here's all the citations that back me up. It's like, oh, goodness. And you look at it within it. Even those who are Van Tillians today have problems with the way Van Til presented his arguments. Van Tillism is only designed to keep people in the faith. Okay, so to break it down for those who are not familiar, Van Til was essentially, he was Dutch, came over here. Van Til had a real problem with things that led to people leaving the faith. And he had a real problem with liberalism because he believed that liberalism would lead people to leaving the faith. He believed that to be a good Christian, you had to be of a conservative nature. And so whenever he was given a professorship at some place, he left, I think it was Stanford or Princeton. But either way, he left several areas of academia because he felt that, I think it was Stanford, because he felt that the institution was growing too liberal. And liberalism led to an abandonment of God. And so he would leave instead of fighting against it, he would just leave. And so eventually he wound up setting up the Westminster School, and then that's where he got to teach his own kind of presuppositional apologetics. The whole point of it, of Van Til's entire reasoning, even though it's circular and it's logically fallacious, the whole point was he wanted to combat people leaving the faith. Because he saw a growing trend of people abandoning the faith. Of people realizing that they didn't need it anymore, that it was not necessary, that this doesn't work. So he saw this growing trend. And so instead of fighting it, he just went and created an echo chamber so that he could train people in this crap, so he could give them the tools they need to keep people in the faith. That was all his intention was. All of it was just like, we got to keep people from leaving. So here's the tools you need to convince people that are technically already convinced to keep them in the faith and stop them from asking questions. That's pretty much it. That's all Van Til was trying to do. His entire life's work, the 20 plus books he wrote, the arguments that he had, especially the Van Til Clark controversy, all of that crap was predicated on one simple thing. He didn't like that people were leaving the faith. He wanted to come up with a way to keep people in the faith. And to do that, he came up with presuppositional apologetics. Trap doubting people in a circular argument. That's it. That was all it was. And it can be boiled down to simply that. You can boil down all of his nonsense. all the way to that. And even the people that follow him today will say, like, yeah, he had problems with terminology. He typically used terms interchangeably without telling his interlocutor. He would change terms via, depending upon where he was in the debate or where he was in the section, what he was trying to convey. So I'm trying to convey this idea. So I use a similar term as I used before, but I used a different context. So definitionally, it's different. He did that shit all the time. And what does that sound like? Darth Dawkins does that. Greg Bonson did that. Is that they will flip and twist everything they can in order to justify their position. It's dishonest as fuck. And yes, Darth Dumbfuck has me blocked too because I use his own script to metaphysically prove the existence of my fictional satirical deity. Yeah, you can apply any god. T-Jump did that one time. He literally took God out and put something else in, and it works the exact same way. It's interchangeable. So, Gavin Draper says, is that the nun behind your right shoulder? Right shoulder or left shoulder? Because that's Jason. That's Jason Voorhees. Or are you talking about that over there? Talking about that one? That's Terrifier. That's Art the Clown from Terrifier. And that's The Thing. My favorite movie of all time. My favorite horror film of all time. In fact, I've got the entire Carpenter Apocalypse trilogy up on the wall. The Thing, In the Mouth of Madness, and Prince of Darkness. So yeah, that would be Art the Clown. Art the Clown from the movie Terrifier, from the movie Terrifier 2 coming out here pretty soon. So, but yeah, that's why we don't really dig on presuppositional apologetics. It's been beaten to death. People understand that it is logically fallacious. It's predicated on circular reasoning, and there's no reason to use it anymore. We understand the dishonesty of it because it's not intended to convert people. It's intended to keep people in the faith. That's all it is. It's a vile tool, which is utilized by vile people like Darth Dawkins and Greg Bonson and Jay Robin and all the way going back to Vantillism and all the little people that are around him and the problematic individuals that the kind of fascist individuals around that kind of inspired Van Til in his youth. So, and I go into all of that in my Van Til breakdown. All of it. Ronan Last Name says, I've used the invisible purple unicorn in my garage as the God justification standard. Yep, you can use pretty much anything. Logan Salmon says, that's like getting demoted from Master Mason to Tool in the toolbox, just, because. So, yeah, but that's why we have really no patience for presuppositional apologetics. It's pretty whack. And we recognize it for what it is. The reality of it is, when it comes to it, I got no problem with people believing whatever they want to believe. They can. I just like to see if their epistemology is broken, or if they're willing to acknowledge the fact that it's all predicated on what they want to be true, but there is no basis in reality for it. I think pretty much I think anybody familiar with my channel pretty much understands that, and I don't need to reiterate it anymore. I'm just literally beating a dead horse. So we've been going for 5 hours 41 minutes here. This has been an absolute lot of fun. So I think. Doing some updates. Let me see. Gallagher, meaning is he evil is Darth Dawkins of any importance or real influence, meaning is he evil and manipulative? Okay, so I will address that. Darth Dawkins is of no real importance. Darth Dawkins is one person. He's literally one voice on the internet. He's a deeply flawed individual. I've done a deep dive into who he is as a person, and I understand why he is the way he is now. No, he's of no real importance. He's just another presuppositionalist on the internet espousing his crap. That's all it is. Is he evil? I wouldn't say he's an evil person. I would say he's a very angry person, and he takes that out on other people. I think that he's a very angry individual because things have not gone well and his name is Gary, but things have not gone well for him in his life. There have been a number of missteps and things that have occurred beyond the realm of his control that he has taken very personally. He believes that he is a devout follower of Christ and God and that he has the best possible argument for this thing. And because of that, he doesn't understand why all the bad shit in his life has happened to him. So, because he's not a Calvinist. So he thinks that being this warrior for God should have yielded real positive things for his life. Or he should at least not see the level of just, harshness that he has seen. And so when he sees atheists, agnostics, Muslims, Catholics, enjoying their lives and reaping the fruits of their labors or whatever. This creates a dissonance within him. This cognitive dissonance that these people who are unbelievers, these people who don't believe it the right way, these people who do blah, 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 blah. And all of them are enjoying their lives and at least enjoying some positivity in their lives. They have good, sustained marriages. They have good relationships with their kids. They're effective forces in their community. He sees all this around him, and it makes him very, very angry. But instead of blaming God, as he should, because in his eyes God is all-powerful, instead of blaming God, he gets angry and wants to punish everybody else, to remind them that they're going to hell. To remind them, your life may be good now, but it won't be forever. He's got to drag everyone down to his level. He's a bully. That's all he is. He's just swinging because he's mad. He's mad about himself. He's mad about his life. He's mad about his relationship with God. He's extraordinarily bitter. And all he does is lash out to drag everyone down. Says, I feel bad, so you need to feel bad too. Because it validates my feeling bad. That's all he is. It's basic bully bullshit. And the fucker is like in his 60s. That is a very sad individual. You know? This is, done it like that. So, is he evil? No. I think he's very angry and he lashes out at everyone he can. And he thinks because he's an old man, he's just entitled to do that shit. Is he manipulative? Fuck yes. He is 100% a manipulator. And if he cannot manipulate a situation to his advantage, he will deuce out or he'll shut down the other person. That's why I always make sure that he has mod powers. Because if he can't manipulate a situation or manipulate it to his advantage or manipulate the interlocutor, if he cannot do that, he'll either shut down the conversation by kicking out the person who kicking his interlocutor, or he'll just bail. Be like, you don't get it. And he'll just Batman the fuck out. And that's his intellectual dishonesty. Because he knows that he's got nothing when it comes down to it. Because it's very obvious he has nothing. And if he is half as intelligent as he purports himself to be, he knows he's got nothing. It's all predicated on his fifis, and it's all he's got. If he could just acknowledge that, the world would be a better place. Yeah, you need to feel bad too. It's pretty much it. We feel bad, so you should feel bad too. Yeah. Yeah, he's the Canadian G-Man. Well, he's not from Canada. He's from New Jersey. So, but I think he maybe, if I remember correctly, he was from Florida actually. But irrelevant. I have to go back and look at the file. But when it comes down to it, he's in New Jersey and he's just an angry New Jersey dude in his house on the internet every single day, working from home so he can be on the internet and spew his bullshit all the time. That's the one big thing. I Heart Dogs, that's the one big thing that he has a real problem with, is that because he will not believe or acquiesce to the fact that a person can be old enough, a person can be happy and be an atheist. Like, that is not possible in his worldview. And that we are obviously lying. So, because we couldn't possibly be happy. Or lead fulfilling lives. That whole kind of thing. When he fails to acknowledge the fact that, like, if his God came down and commanded him to, like, go blow something up or, like, to murder scores of people, he would do it if he believed it came from God. Because he ran from that argument one time. Like, he ran from it. It was like, well, if your God came down and you knew it was your God and it was revealed to you in a way that, it could not be fake, and your God told you to murder a whole bunch of people, would you do it? The answer is yeah, he would. He absolutely would. I don't care what's coming out of the fucking sky. Tell me to murder people? Kiss my ass. Do it yourself. if you're so inclined to do so. Fuck no. He says, I thought he was from Canada. At least he said that he was in a debate that I watched. I've never heard him say he was from Canada. I didn't find anything to say that in his history that indicated he was from Canada or that he emigrated here. I'd have to go back and look at it. Maybe it's something. He's also a troll, and he puts out a lot of disinformation about himself in order to kind of confound this up. I was able to find his rental background and the police reports on him, and because I had access to his family members, and so they confirmed a lot of the data that I got about him. So if he said that, maybe he, I don't know, it never came up, because where he was born would be completely irrelevant. I just wanted to come up as why he's so fucking angry. Yeah. It's why, I mean, it's just, so, no, he's not relevant, and he will quickly, he's from his mom's backside, that's why he came out wrong. Excellent point, Aaron. So, yeah. I mean, he's not relevant, and he'll go the way they all go, We're all heading to the same place. And that's just the way it's going to be. But he's going to spout his hate because it validates his life, and that's where he gets his that's where he gets his jollies from, is sticking it to the libtards and the atheists. Those satanic monstrosities. Javier Hara, good to see you, says, hey, JL. Presuppers also don't want their deity in the evidence realm. Wherever they equivocate or use esoteric meanings, it is where they try to justify anything. Agreed. And they also want to, they even attack the very notion of what evidence is. We can't predicate anything as evidence without God to predicate it as evidence. That you need God to make something evidence. Otherwise, it's just completely fucking arbitrary. Because, these are individuals that also argue for, last Thursdayism and shit like that. It's that's not... They constantly conflate ontology and epistemology. They constantly conflate... oh, god dang it. The other two... fuck. Too many fucking words flying around my damn head. They constantly conflate... empirical and empiricism. They conflate those two. They make all kinds of mistakes. Said he was a factory worker from Ontario. Yeah, I didn't find anything that supported that. I know about his dental business, and I know about his online work. His failed dental business. I know that. I also know that he has no academic background in either seminary or in actual academia. I know that. I found nothing to say that he was a factory worker from Ontario. I think that was bullshit. I think he was just throwing it out there just to say, I'm not Darth Dawkins. We will all be oil someday. Yep, pretty much. Organic material. These abysmal aberrations of satanic providence. Pretty much. All right, so I think 6 hours. I think it's good and long. And I've got some work I got to get to. So let's go ahead and do the... let's see what Kevin Hool says. What really gets me is when someone says God is going to punish you for that, I want any part of a punishing God. Exactly. Why does that make the God more attractive? It's completely defeating the point. Why would God punish me? That's fucking stupid. And... putting a metaphysical gun to my head, saying that I have free will and then putting a metaphysical gun to my head, it kind of defeats the point of free will. What choice is there if it's a metaphysical gun to my head and the other option? It's fucking ridiculous. Javier Hara says the Canadian presupper is Cy Ten Bruggencate, who is also, yes, Cy is also trash. If you want something really funny, you watch the debate between Matt Dillahunty and Cy Ten Bruggencate. That shit was hilarious. That shit was straight hilarious. Beyond. Matt just bent him over and just humiliated him. That was the most pathetic precept argumentation I've ever heard in my life. Absolutely goofy as hell. All right, so I think that makes for a good point. So we're going for 5 hours, 53 minutes. So yeah, I think it's a good point. I know people got shit that they want to do. Gowden's Raper, that's Cy Ten Bruggencate. I know his last name is a pain in the ass. Cy Ten Bruggencate. Aries says, here's an apple, but if you eat it, I'll set you on fire. That's a big problem they failed to address either. It's if Adam and Eve had no concept of good and evil because they hadn't eaten from the tree, then they would have no knowledge, they would have no concept that disobeying God was an evil action. So, she says, don't do it. Oh, Saitan Bukaki. So, God says don't do it. But they have no concept of good and evil because they're purely innocent. They do it, and then all of a sudden, all of humanity is condemned for fucking forever. But they had no concept of it. They didn't realize it was bad until after they ate. Which is fucking ridiculous. No mens rea. Hey, Rosanna says, hi, Jail, I'm back. Live. No, not a problem. IRL is that thing. As a matter of fact, I know IRL is is important. It's important for everyone. Everybody's got their stuff they got to get back to. So, things will, I have more content coming out here on Bridge the Divide. I have more videos coming out. I have another one in the works where I'm going to kind of poke a hole in some shit that's going on in Texas, and of course some shit that came out of Ken Hoven's compound, and a bunch of stuff. I've got a bunch of stuff coming in from Bridge the Divide, and then also more live streams as well. I have got Week in Horror every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central. We got more stuff coming down that pipe. Big news coming that way. We're currently in Season 4. And then, of course, please vote for me for The Face of Horror. As a matter of fact, if I go to my profile, there we go. Please vote for me. Cast me a vote. You can cast 1 vote per day. For those who are not familiar with this, I'm currently involved in the Face of Horror. As a matter of fact, I will share the screen so y'all can see what I'm seeing. Here we go. So this is the Face of Horror contest. So Face of Horror. Oh, there's Ken. Oh, look at there he is. There's so yeah, Face of Horror is a contest. It's essentially a popularity contest. And so if I go to the profile, there's my profile. Mean mugging like Mick Taylor, best I can out at Wolf Creek. So I'm currently first in my group. So essentially what this was, people signed up for it, and pretty much anybody that signed up got to be entered into it. There are many, many groups. I'm currently first in mine. Each one of the groups is, each time we do a round, and a round is pretty much a week. Each group was composed of a whole lot of people. All these people were in my group from the start. And they've been eliminated slowly but surely. We are currently down to the top 10. So these are the top people left. That's it. And so I've been at the first, thanks to all of you, I've been at the first of this the entire time. And so essentially what you can do is if you go to my profile, which I've linked in the chat, I'm still number 1, Gavin Draper, thankfully. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all the supporters. If you go to number 1, if you go to my profile, you'll see that you can vote. Okay? For a limited time offer, there's double votes right now. Double votes are going on. So essentially what it is, you can vote 1 time per day. Every 24 hours, you can cast a vote. So you cast a vote. A lot of them, some of them are just horror fans, Gowdens. And so you can vote 1 time per day, vote, 24-hour window, 24-hour clock ticks down. When that clock is up, you can vote again. If you go past 24 hours, then it won't restart until you cast another vote. You can vote multiple times if you donate to the B Plus Foundation. The B Plus Foundation is the largest provider of financial assistance to families dealing with pediatric cancer. I've looked into them. They are an excellent foundation. They do fantastic work. If you vote, and see there's double here right here. So 20 votes, 50, 100, 200 votes. If you make a donation, you can take those votes and you can apply them to me. But you do not have to. Let me stress that. You do not have to donate to vote. It is not required. All you have to do is a free daily vote once every 24 hours. That's only if you want to and if you can. That's totally a separate thing. So yeah, pop in here. We got 4 days, 6 hours, 32 minutes, 32 seconds until the next cut. And then, of course, you can vote. And then hopefully I'll still be first in the group when they make the cut to the top 5, which I'm predicting will be me, Tara, Matthew, Kate, and Billy. So we'll be the top 5, and I'll only have 2 thirst traps that I have to contend with, which may be the difficulty when we get later on deals. The thirst trap, there's a lot of thirst traps in the group. So, but here we go. Hopefully, predicated on people know that I know horror. That's what it comes down to. Hell, I run the Week in Horror podcast with a magnificent crew, and we're all pretty much top-notch. One of them's in the chat there. Aaron Reese is the EO is magnificent, whose encyclopedic knowledge of horror is pretty much on par with mine. I would say it's on par with mine. And so Aaron is probably going to go for it next year because this is the first annual one. Aaron Reese says, you can also do one-time card verification for $1 that bumps it up to 2 votes per day every day. It's their way of softening you up for the charity. True. Boomer says, me on my way to vote for jail 500 times. Appreciate that, bud. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. And at one point, the votes will reset. So as long as I'm in first, I'm good. Yeah, that's the whole point. It's not because technically, if I'm in first through the entire thing, then I got nothing to worry about. I just need to be first in every single round until I'm first in the final round. That's what it comes down to. So that's pretty much it. And we'll go through it just round by round. We're taking it one round at a time. Currently, I'm in round 4. This is round 4. And they're going to make those cuts to the top 5 people in the next 4 days and 6 hours. So that's what I'm currently involved in. So feel free to use the link, pop over, give me a vote. If you can, or if you want to donate, if you're able to, feel free. It's a great cause, and it gets me additional votes as well, but it's totally up to you. Not a requirement. I wouldn't, ask for that. So, but yeah, that's pretty much something that I'm involved in. And of course, we have new episodes every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central. We have big news coming along for some of the projects that we have currently going on. October is going to be a fantastic month for us, and all kinds of cool stuff. Other than that, what else did I have? Did I have anything else? I don't think so. Doing these Discord stages every 2 weeks. Maybe something new coming along as far as the stages go that I'm working with King Xerxes. So, possibly. But other than that, fantastic stuff. So let me actually grab this real quick. I was really hoping the crazy person from West Virginia would pop into the chat. Yes. Oh, Rosa Messman brings up, we're going to get you into Buffalo Bill's house. So for those who don't know, these are the prizes. One horror enthusiast will win $13,000. Obviously, pre-tax, but obviously would go a long way to help you to getting, to moving wheels here at Week in Horror. A walk-on role in an independent film. The independent film will be directed by Jim, who does... Oh, let me share this. I'm not sharing anymore. So that's Jim. That's Jim. He does all these little videos for us and everything. This is what he actually looks like. So that's Jim, and it's a movie that he'll be directing. And walk-on role independent film, a 2-night stay at Buffalo Bill's house in Philadelphia. So that'll be cool as shit, from Silence of the Lambs, and go head-to-head with a horror legend Kane Hodder in a photo shoot for Rue Morgue magazine. Obviously, tell Kane is my Jason, is what it's all about, and that photo shoot will take place in the Buffalo Bill house, which is pretty badass. So yeah, I'm serious. They would be fucking awesome to win that. That would be amazing. So that's pretty much what's going on with that. And Boomer says, I just want a rebate. Oh, Boomer says, I will ensure JL wins the 13K. That would be amazing. That would be awesome. And thank you so much. It puts the lotion on its skin. But I really, really wanted that crazy guy who was in here, who left me that voicemail, to come in to the chat again. I really was. That guy from Huntington, West Virginia. That was such a crazy voicemail. I had to put it to video. I had to put it to video and play it. And just because it was so freaking creepy. Let me see here. Charles, can I borrow a cool grand? Yeah, I was hoping, what's his name? Wesley Lawrence Curry II. And the only reason I'm saying his name out is because he freaking gave it to me. He, dude, it's not doxing him. He pretty much gave me his information. He doxed himself. But yeah, he was a crazy person. Blast in jail with a fire hose. That, I would pay for that, Aaron Reese. I would pay out of my own pocket to have that. That would be amazing. I was hoping that this guy would come in. I really, really was. Hang on a sec. Let me do this. Because there was something I was missing here. And let me remove that. Hey, Mystique Tina Jones. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I've missed you. It's been a minute. But there are 33 people here, and I'm very curious. I know some of you have probably seen this, and I see some people that I haven't seen. So let me just go and do this, because you guys have got to hear this shit. This guy called me. He called me on the phone and left me this voicemail.
Hi, J.L. Lawrence. My name is Wesley Lawrence Curry II.
Boomer.
I'm in Huntington,
Boomer, I want you to listen to this. I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
West Virginia. You're going to be made a slave to $32,523. The money shall only be given to you in crypto coins, money manipulated and controlled by the corporations and the banks, not money that you can trade freely between your friends or give to a family member or buy something outside of one of the stores. And the stores shall require you to be branded their slave with a brand called Omni, O-M-N-I. Each Omni shall be administered through a laser print, a physical burning, a singeing of the flesh. It will be done on your right hand wrist or on your forehead, and it's going to hurt, and it's going to smell like the smell of burning flesh. When you get your Omni, the barcode with the Omni on your right hand wrist or forehead will allow you to walk into the stores to buy or sell food or whatever you want to buy with your 32,523 crypto coins. That amount, $32,523, is given to you after you're branded the slave with the Omni tattoo. As far as proof that Jesus is God, nah, that's a silly trick of you, most of you similitude. Let's just say that the proofs that Jesus is God will not be given to you. That the proof that Jesus is God shall be removed from you.
So yeah, like I woke up one morning and I had that voicemail on my phone. Johnny O interpreted that as a threat on my life, and I didn't interpret it that way. I pointed out the fact that it was kind of ridiculous that if it's removed from me, then how could I possibly know it? So it's kind of like silliness, but it's predicated on a bunch of like apocalyptic shit. The dude's alluded. We actually had to look into who he is, and he's like this kind of like mediocre music composer that lives in West. If you look at his Twitter, which is where I got that image of him, if you look at his Twitter, he's way off the reservation, like big time. Like Trump is like the Goblin King and shit like that. It's fucking freaky. Skooma Cat says, "What the fuck was that?" That was a voicemail that was left on my phone. Like he got my phone number and he called me and left me that message. So I didn't recognize the number, so I didn't answer it. So I think it was asleep, and so like he, just called me up. Yeah, he was. Yeah, you're right, Jinju. He was spouting that crap in a few live chats too. It's the exact same shit that he was spouting there. And he says, "This guy doesn't sound like he's from West Virginia." Well, the thing is that I texted him. And I texted him specifically and said, "Thank you for the free content." They were curious how the discussion went. Oh, absolutely. Oh, so Elicidus. Let me see here. If I go boom, share, copy link, and paste it there. Bam. All right, so but yeah, that was some craziness. He didn't really have a West Virginia accent, he didn't. But yeah, he got my phone. Okay, if you knew where to look, you could find my number. You can't find it there anymore because I don't want to wake up to any more creepy voicemails. But I've since removed it from where he found it. It was like this one spot. And he managed to find it. It's like, I understand it was there. I didn't know it never really bugged me before, but now I just went ahead and removed it, and so I won't have to worry about it anymore. But yeah, so he managed to come across my phone number, and he called me and left me that voicemail, and it was fucking freaky. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Aaron Reese. But, yeah, it was pretty crazy. But nonetheless, I was hoping he would pop in, and I would be like, here's your voicemail. Let's all listen to it together. but he hasn't popped in since, which is a shame. All right, well, I guess that's pretty much it. I think it's a good point. Let's see, Historical Philosopher says, no, he didn't, but you don't have a Texas accent either. This is true, I don't have a Texas accent, or an Oklahoma accent. So, nowadays, I don't know how you'd find my number now. I don't. Oh, Boomerstein says, give me the guy. Oh, okay. So, but pretty much, I think that's going to be it. So yeah, that's all the updates for Bridge the Divide and all the updates for Face of Horror, and of course all the updates on Week in Horror. There's some new stuff coming down the pipe, and I hope to hang out with y'all. I got new created content coming out soon, so I hope y'all see it. I want to send out a huge thank you to everyone who has supported the channel and every one of you who's hanging out in the live chat with me. So thank you to all of the super chats. Thank you to all the super stickers and the super thanks and all that stuff. Thank you to all the new channel members. I hope you enjoy the emojis that I create for you. I think we may have unlocked another emoji, so I'm going to go and get that set up. So thank you to all. I hope you all enjoy the custom emojis I make for you. Thank you for all the for everything, for all the support of the channel, because it helps me to make this. Thank you, and all the super chats. They help me to make this. I really appreciate them all. And of course, that's pretty much it. You know, I couldn't do this without y'all. You know, thank you all very much. Support it, both here and over at Week in Horror. You know, me and the guys, we really appreciate it. So thank you all so very much. I'm JL. This has been Bridge the Divide. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide.